All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, council member. Most of our witnesses are still filtering in, but that said, we are live everywhere and you can begin when you're ready. All right.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Monday, April 3rd, 2023, and we are meeting remotely via the Zoom teleconferencing platform. The time is now 9:05 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we'll hear from the leadership of the Department of Housing and Community Development about both the department and the Housing Production Trust Fund, as well as from members of the public who have made time to share their perspectives and priorities. This is the committee's 4th out of 5 budget oversight hearings for fiscal year 24. This is also the 3rd time I've gotten to speak with Acting Director Green on the record during my time as chair and her time as acting director. As chair of this committee, my goal is to focus on investments on preventing homelessness, preventing displacement, preventing academic declines, and preventing crime. Unfortunately, a lot of this budget seems to move in the opposite direction, reducing investments in prevention at the same time that the social safety net is being cut deeply. Within the budgets we're discussing today, I'm particularly concerned about an 80% proposed reduction in money for new affordable housing through the Housing Production Trust Fund, dropping from a peak $444 million in this fiscal year to a proposed $100 million next fiscal year. DHCD's budget, on the other hand, is proposed to grow to $121,414,278. That would be a 21% increase over last year, with the new funding priorities being the promotion of Black home ownership and single-family residential rehabilitation. I'm also interested to see the mayor's Budget Support Act establish a land purchase partnership program, which would allow the district to purchase housing and resell it with long-term affordability covenants attached. Unfortunately, we've learned that this legislation has no funding attached to it in the proposed budget. We will get into those priorities today and over the next few weeks. The health of our city depends on the extent to which residents and visitors feel safe. Stability is a major part of that safety. It means having a well-maintained home that you can afford. It means feeling like the city wants you to succeed. When we as a city say we want to help people succeed, but then don't show up, it causes harm and distrust. And residents who are already struggling shoulder the greatest burden. I want our agencies to be able to show up and let people know the government can work for them. That requires investment, community collaboration, and consistency. I look forward to learning if this budget allows DHCD to make strides toward these goals. And I am looking forward to hearing from our witnesses. In an interesting dialogue, when I went to wake up my 6-year-old daughter this morning, she asked me what my hearing today was about. And I thought, how do I explain this to a 6-year-old without using a lot of acronyms or government speak? And I said, remember how I always tell you that we are lucky and blessed to have a home, and not everybody is so lucky. Today's hearing is about creating homes for people who can't afford it, can't easily afford it, and those who want to move here. And that conversation helped center me for this hearing, this conversation, remembering that we're in a tight budget year, that this is a different budget than any we've seen in over a decade, but we still have to make sure we are prioritizing the right things and really focusing on prevention so that we're not doing things this year in the budget that we're going to be paying for years to come, or that our residents or future residents are going to be paying for in years to come. And that's a difficult balance. That's why we're here today. That's why we're going to hear from our residents. That's why we're going to have an exchange with our agencies to make sure we are on track as much as we can be in this current fiscal situation. So I want to make sure to go through Just some technical things before we get started with our first panel of public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I will call people on the witness list in the order they appear on the list. When I call you, my staff will promote you as a panelist. When you get promoted as a panelist, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and you'll come back in as a panelist, at which point you'll be able to unmute yourself. Witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners will be provided with 5 minutes to testify, and government witnesses will be provided with 10 minutes to testify. So with that, we will turn to our first panel of public witnesses. We have about 65 public witnesses today, so we will get started. First panel will include Daniel Hernandez with the 1445 Park Road Tenants Association, Marlene Manzo with the cooperative at 1477 Newton, Reginald Black, owner and housing advocacy director at Velocity, Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid, Alex Baca, the DC policy director with Greater Washington, Victoria Goncalves with Mikasa Incorporated, Robert Warren, director of the People for Fairness Coalition, Rochelle Ellison, Senior Mentor Advisor Fellow at Miriam's Kitchen and with PFFC, Cynthia Spencer, Public Witness, Shannon McQueen, Director of Strategic Partnerships at Mana Incorporated, Lauren Taylor with the Latino Economic Development Center, Kat Peter, Vice President at AOBA, Kirsten Williams with DC Robin Hood, Nicole Donnellan, student at American University, Ashley Ruff with the Fort DuPont Civic Association, James Shabazz, field organizer with Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, Nehama Masliansky, senior sum advisor with So Others Might Eat, Marissa Johnson, public witness, Chris Williams, a member of DCGPC, Misha Petway, president of Potomac Gardens Family, and Sam Kashefi with WESAM. And if you would give us a moment to get everybody on, we will get started with the first panel momentarily. Right. We will get started on this panel with Marlene Manzo. Welcome.
Great, thank you. And good morning to everyone. Thank you, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Marlene Manzo, and I'm the board president for the cooperative at 1477. And I'm here on behalf of my neighbors that have elected me to represent and support our community. So the cooperative at 1477 is a 29-unit multifamily limited equity housing cooperative that offers affordable housing in Columbia Heights. In a limited equity cooperative, residents own a share in the co-op and pay a monthly carrying charge that covers their portion of the operation costs. It's limited equity to ensure that shares remain affordable for future residents. So the greatest challenge that our building is facing right now is that it has not undergone a renovation since 2000. And that's a very long time. Our building is in desperate need of renovations, and we need assistance from the Housing Production Trust Fund to complete our renovation process. Many of us, I'm sure you all too, are experiencing the ripple effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. And COVID has posed several issues for us in our efforts for reconstruction. The increasing cost of goods and services is eating up at our limited budget. Last year, several units struggled with having AC. So the AC went down on some of the hottest days, and we had to put in a lot of money towards that. And getting renovation costs will help with simple things like that. and in fixing our balconies, which were leaking and causing so many issues. And we have been working with architects to sketch out the necessary structural and cosmetic changes that we need for our building. So we are asking City Council to increase the Housing Production Trust Fund to include at least $400 million to prioritize the needs of limited equity cooperatives and multi-family size units. Support from the Housing Production Trust Fund would alleviate the financial burden from our community, many of which earn low wages that have not increased amidst inflation. Many of our members receive government assistance and are on fixed income. And a majority of our households earn less than 60% of the area median income. We offer low to extremely low affordable housing in Washington, D.C. Living at the cooperative is the only pathway to home ownership for many of our members. Having secure and affordable housing for them is not a luxury, but a basic fundamental need. You all have the authority to increase the budget for the Housing Production Trust Fund to at least $400 million and to prioritize funding existing buildings such as ours. So this funding would provide long-term housing to some of our most vulnerable communities in the city. And I just heard you say that, Councilmember White, that you think that that's one of the most important things that we can do at this time. So I really ask you all to commit to projects like ours. And I really thank you for allowing me to speak at this hearing.
Thank you so much for being with us. I believe, Marlene, that Daniel Hernandez signed up at the same time as you. Do you happen to know whether Daniel will be able to make it today? If you don't, it's not a problem. But
I'm not familiar with who Daniel Hernandez is.
Okay, wasn't sure if there was a coincidence signing up at similar times. So, okay, thank you very much. Our next public witness is Reginald Black.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee, District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I'm a Ward 4 resident, the owner of Velocity, and Housing Advocacy Director for Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Velocity and Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid support the People for Fairness Coalition, a group of homeless and formerly homeless men and women who have come together to fight for solutions that will address housing instability in the District of Columbia. We believe in the right to housing and the right to secure housing for all District of Columbia residents. This means the District of Columbia must change policies and make additional investments in housing and supportive services. Individuals of color, Black folks, need to receive the health care that they deserve, and it is unacceptable that Black residents disproportionately face housing instability, with the number of persons who are unhoused being 86% Black. This is why we support the expenditure of at least $1 billion on housing, which means a significant investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund and the Local Rent Supplement Program. Definitely, we would like to see in the excess of $250 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund, and we would also like to see the more than 15,000 vacant units in the District of Columbia fully utilized. These are just some of the ideas going around the table, and it makes sure that DC is not only just investing in its housing infrastructure, that it makes historic investments. 3% of a $20 billion budget is way too low. We need to look at 10% of a $20 billion budget to make sure that we are right sizing the services, that we make sure that grassroots folks who are under pressures as far as development have the funds necessary to create cooperative ownerships. And we need our unhoused residents to have not just one unit per project out of DCHD, but have at least 4. We have 3 other interventions in our system. And if we invest the time and money in the trust fund that is necessary and demand that more than 50% of its use does go to projects who are going to focus on 0 to 30, our lowest incomes, is the way to go. And this 215 million should be used for that purpose. It represents just piece of what would be an overall 9% investment in housing to make sure that our residents have the best opportunity to stabilize their lives. These recommendations and request funds should be spent annually. This is how to bring fairness and equity into housing. Restate that over 80% of our unhoused population are African Americans, Black folks, and their deaths while homeless is the worst kind of racial violence committed. We must keep our commitment to making sure the District of Columbia advances its stance on being a human rights city, and we support this stance with acts of distinction and make sure that our residents have a universal right to housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Daniel Hernandez, if you have not done so, please accept promotion. All right, I think you're with us now. Daniel, if you're able to turn on your camera and microphone. All right, Daniel, you are off mute. You can go ahead and begin your testimony.
Buenas tardes a todos.
You can begin.
Mi nombre es Daniel. Vivo en el noroeste del 1445 de la Parrot. Es un privilegio poder estar con ustedes. Mi sueño fue siempre formar una cooperativa en el edificio. Pero la inflación fue difícil poder formarla. Nosotros tenemos una historia que contar de nuestro edificio. El propietario quiso sacarlos una vez de una manera sutil. Y fue interesante que primero, para poder sacarlos, no daba mantenimiento adecuado a los apartamentos. Número 1. Número 2, el manager quiso aumentarlos el 34% a cada vivienda. Todo eso era para que los decepcionáramos y nosotros lo fuéramos de ese lugar. Pero nosotros los organizamos e hicimos todo lo posible por estar ahí. El objetivo era formar una cooperativa, pero como repito, no se pudo. Los inquilinos se decepcionaron. Llegó el momento en que había algo positivo, pero de repente dijeron no se puede. Así es que el dueño para no seguir lo que es quizás peleando con nosotros, decidió vender el edificio. Pero lo interesante es que llegó el momento en que él pensó que nosotros no sabíamos del derecho de topa, donde los inquilinos tenemos derecho a poder escoger lo que es al comprador. Ahorita estamos en negociaciones para poder lo que es que un comprador pueda comprar el edificio. Ayer tuvimos reunión para quien quiere irse o quien quería quedarse. Pero es interesante cómo presionan para que uno se vaya. El nuevo comprador, la compañía Novo, ellos dicen que el nuevo comprador, que son ellos, van a poder que la gente se quede, pero le van a aumentar siempre el 12.5. O sea, con eso te están presionando a que agarres el dinero y que te vayas. Mis compañeros, todos los inquilinos, en su mayoría, tomaron la opción de poder agarrar un pago de salida. Yo me puse triste porque siempre mi objetivo fue quedarme allí en el edificio. Poder tener una renta accesible como cooperativa y poder ayudar a las familias de escasos recursos. No se pudo. Parece ser que la gente poco se ilusionó con el dinero. Pero en realidad, siempre digo lo siguiente. Es interesante. Sí, es interesante poder analizar todas las situaciones de que estamos viviendo en el Distrito de Columbia. Pero la verdad, muchas gracias por invitarme lo que es a esta reunión. Es todo lo que tengo que decirles. Tengan muy buenos días y que pasen feliz día cada uno de ustedes. Sigan trabajando, apoyando lo que es a diferentes razas, no importa de qué color sean. Somos hermanos, somos una hermandad en el distrito, donde quiera que vayamos, y siempre necesitaremos el apoyo de cada uno de ustedes para que nuestra voz pueda ser oída, pueda ser escuchada y hacer valer los derechos de cada inquilino, lo que es en el área metropolitana de Washington, Maryland o Virginia. Esto es todo. Feliz día para cada uno de ustedes.
Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks.
Our next public witness is Alex Baca. Welcome.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of the District of Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. I'm pleased to see that the FY24 BSA includes a subtitle enabling land purchases for affordable housing through the Land Purchase Partnership Program Act of 2023. GG Wash has long advocated for the district to purchase land for numerous reasons. Doing so can and should undergird increased affordable housing production by enabling the integration of the value of publicly owned land into a pro forma, and could reinvigorate the tenant opportunity to purchase process by providing a backstop to tenants who want to manage their property but may not desire or are not able to purchase it. While we are appreciative that the administration has uplifted GG Wash's core priority, we are disappointed that the Land Purchase Partnership Program Act is unfunded and that it does not subject land acquired through the program, then entered into a disposition process, to DC Code 10801 requirements. We would further prefer that the district, once it has acquired land, not go through the disposition process at all and rather bank it and ground lease its properties. If necessary, we would support legislation outside of the BSA enabling and funding land acquisition. Lastly, we do not support the use of funds in the Housing Production Trust Fund for anything other than the production of affordable housing. Cuts to HPTF, which was funded at those unprecedented levels because of federal COVID relief dollars, were inevitable. making it even more critical that HPTF funding should be preserved and enhanced for its original intent. The low-income rent supplement program should also be funded to the maximum extent possible. Both project and tenant side subsidies are necessary to produce income-restricted subsidized housing. I wanted to be brief today, and I've focused my testimony specifically on land acquisition and HPTF because we continue to work on those. But I hope that doing so is not considered an exclusion of support for other priorities that have been discarded in the mayor's budget, including primitive supportive housing and emergency rental assistance. We're happy to work closely with the committee throughout the FY24 budget process to address as much as possible in the Department of Housing and Community Development's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's something interesting about your testimony. A lot of times people will try to put a 5-minute testimony into 4 minutes, and like it's hard for me to receive as much. So I actually appreciate the focus of this testimony, because I know exactly what sort of you see in this issue, and I know we can work together on other issues. I appreciate the brevity. Next public witness, Victoria Goncalves, welcome.
Hello, council member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Victoria Goncalves. I am a project manager at Mikasa Inc. I'm also a tenant in a rent-controlled building in Ward 3. I've lived in DC for 10 years. Mikasa is an affordable housing developer dedicated to providing quality and affordable housing to residents at very and extremely low income levels, the majority of whom identifies immigrants, Latino, or Black. Mikasa believes that housing is a human right and works to increase the supply of affordable housing. We do this through developing and preserving existing neighborhood rental and cooperative housing to make it affordable over the long term. We also provide training and technical assistance to strengthen our communities. We ask that the Housing Production Trust Fund, the First Right to Purchase Program, the Housing Preservation Fund, and the Local Rent Supplement Program be funded at levels that meet the needs of this moment. At Mikasa, we work with tenants through the TOPA process to preserve affordable housing in the form of limited equity cooperatives or rental housing. Most importantly, we work to ensure that families are not displaced and that existing affordable housing is preserved as a community asset. This work depends on funding being available for acquisition and renovation when it's needed. Affordable housing preservation needs to be prioritized through the budget, as well as policies that support the implementation of the budget. When successfully leveraged, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act is the most important tool that we have to preserve affordable housing. That provides opportunities for home ownership for low-income tenants and minimizes the displacement of existing tenants. TOPA's public benefits are maximized when combined with affordable housing funding, policy, and coordinated practice that support its goals. TOPA has the potential to help facilitate the district's recovery and the housing goals, including achieving the Mayor Bowser's goal of creating 12,000 new units of affordable housing. The Preservation Fund and other bridge loans provide a way for residents to exercise TOPA and secure affordable housing. However, this bridge loan does not guarantee that small, very affordable projects or co-ops have the path to construction and permanent funding that they need. Additionally, many existing affordable properties have faced years of neglect or mismanagement. In order to preserve these units, they need robust funding in the HPTF. Increased funding for HPTF, the Housing Preservation Fund, the First Right to Purchase Program, and Local Rent Supplement Program will preserve existing affordable housing and could increase the amount of housing available to very low income families. The district should strengthen the ability of tenant organizations to preserve existing affordable housing through the TOPA process by adequately funding these programs. We support the Housing Production Trust. We support funding the Housing Production Trust Fund at $200 million to ensure that there's enough funds to create affordable housing that meet the needs of our residents. As important as this funding is, so too is access that supports home ownership and rental properties of all sizes. We know that there is a need for a dedicated fund for small preservation and TOPA projects. We ask that the Housing Production Trust Fund and First Right to Purchase program be fully funded in order to achieve those goals. In 2021, the consolidated RFP in only 2 out of 22 projects awarded were for preservation out of 54 applications that submitted. This is less than 10%. We need a focus on preservation in order to make sure that we are stopping the ongoing displacement in our communities and that we are supporting low-income residents in being able to fully exercise their TOPA rights. We need a robust first right to purchase program funded at 35 million in order to assure that there's acquisition funding, but that funding needs to be paired, like we said, with critical HPTF funding needed for renovations. Given the continued economic impact of the pandemic on low-income residents, it is also critical to fund local rent supplement program and emergency rental assistance at levels that can sustain these households and make it possible to develop housing for residents below 30%. We support ERAP levels closer to the 36 million of last year and LRSP at 53 million. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I look forward to meeting with you in the coming months to discuss these critical issues facing our community.
Thank you so much. Robert Warren, you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Robert Warren, one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human rights. In that effort, PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing vouchers assistance based on HUD's definition of affordable housing being 1/3 of individuals' income. Myself and other PFFC members were in attendance at the Historical Howard University Theater during the 2020 presidential campaign. That is when the current Mayor Bowser stated that she supported candidate Mayor Bloomberg public policy that would allow individuals over the age of 55 to receive housing allowance if they qualified. We believe with a coordinated public policy between DCHA, DHS, DHCA would enable us to bring that true housing equity and housing justice to eliminate historical, racist, and discriminatory processes when it comes to DC residents being able to receive housing that is universally affordable, 1/3 of their income. We can restart the process of lifting families with children, grandparents, and people with disabilities and those with co-occurring disorders out of the impoverished condition that we find so many of our long-term DC residents of all races and colors are living in. We find ourselves in these conditions primarily because of the negligence of the government officials, specifically when it comes to DC Housing Authority. The DC Housing, public housing units, and those properties that could have had the benefit of Housing Production Trust Fund dollars to rebuild the housing infrastructure, to the point, Chairperson White, that DCHA properties were, Director Garrett testified before your predecessor, Mrs. Barnes, that public housing properties were $2.2 billion in disrepair. We have the report from HUD of the mismanagement of DC Housing Authority properties. This points out a systematic policy to displace DC residents from public housing properties through the New Community Initiatives, under the New Community Initiative, which I believe to be racist and discriminatory. One of the reasons why DC is one of the most gentrified cities in the country, when it has been recorded, there are 17,000 Class A vacant units that low-income DC residents are not able to access. These Class A units, which have benefited from the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars, have never been able to reach the goal of producing 50% of their housing for folks of the 0 to 30 bracket. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Rochelle Ellison, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, council member White, members of the committee and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm on the Community Voices Working Group of CNHED, Senior Mentor Advisor and leader of the Rhonda Whitaker Streets to Life DC Women's Initiative, and a fellow at Miriam's Kitchen. I myself am in long-term recovery and have 17 years lived experience of being chronically homeless with co-occurring disorders. I'm also a returning citizen and domestic violence survivor. Today, I'm a DBA certified peer specialist and CCAR recovery coach. I used all the resources available to elevate from homelessness to being of service to our unhoused neighbors in the DC area. Although I'm very grateful, I want to see all our unhoused neighbors be given the opportunity I was given in 2009 by Housing First. We need a universal right to housing. It is a human right. We need a policy. I've been to all the budget forums for DHS, DC Housing Authority, and I have been so disappointed. I understand there were very tough decisions to be made, but it seems as though those most affected are DC residents living in poverty and that are housing insecure. The mayor's budget calls for $53 million for our project and sponsor-based LRSP vouchers. Her budget left out permanent supportive housing, and we're asking for 9.7 more for new LRSP vouchers. She left out the vouchers and instead choosing to focus on the shortfalls from last year's budget. Why should housing insecure have to pay the price because the government has failed to hire passionate people to be proactive in moving matched individuals into housing? And I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I kept it short and sweet today.
Thank you so much. Shannon McQueen, you are up next. Please unmute.
I feel like please unmute is the phrase most often used in the last few years.
It'll happen to me before the day is over too.
Yeah, well, good morning, Chairperson White and other members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Shannon McQueen, and I am a Ward 4 resident and the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Mana Inc. Mana Inc. is a nonprofit developer of affordable rental and ownership housing, a condominium and homeowner association manager, and a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. We have helped over 2,000 low and moderate income households become homeowners in DC. And in the past, much of this work has been done through the support of this committee and in partnership with the Department of Housing and Community Development and the DC Housing Finance Agency. The district has spent the last 3 years managing an influx of capital and a pandemic. Today, as a community, we are working to recover, regroup, and plan. And now is the time to refine and prioritize how to best utilize the funds that are available. Mayor Bowser emphasized the guiding values such as investing in residents, families, and neighborhoods to grow their incomes and increase equity, and building sustainability and resiliency into the budget. In alignment with these values, I'm here today to focus on prioritizing affordable housing in the 2024 budget. Specifically, we would like to focus our testimony on funding to renovate preservation units through the Housing Production Trust Fund, increase the transparency around the Black Homeownership Fund, and implementation of the recommendations laid out by the Black Homeownership Strike Force. In addition to homeownership projects, part of the Housing Production Trust Fund should be allocated to renovating preservation units. We currently have 316 units ready to be renovated that would add to the net units available and would cost less than new construction on a per unit basis. Funding preservation units is essential to ensure affordable housing goals in the district are met. Failing to fund existing preservation units will reduce the number of affordable units in DC. Many of the preservation projects were obtained through the DHCD acquisition loans, but have not been funded for renovation loans. The city's investment will be lost, along with valuable affordable housing units, if these buildings cannot be renovated. When preservation units are lost, residents are displaced, and they risk housing instability and possibly homelessness. At a time when every dollar counts, housing instability increases city costs for homeless prevention and services. In 2023, 10 million was committed towards the Black Homeownership Fund. The goal of this fund was to help increase the number of Black homeowners in DC to 20,000 by 2030, support wealth building through homeownership, and connect residents with resources to maintain their homes and increase property value. Given increased interest rates and inflation, we recommend that this 10 million line item should be increased to 20 million to create more units. In addition, we would like to see greater transparency on how these funds are being aligned with the recommendations outlined by the strike force and clarity on when they will be distributed. Many of the recommendations laid out by the strike force align with new investments in the 2024 budget, including enhancement for heirs property services, 2 million to increase available funds for single family residential rehab, and 8 million to increase the HPTF down payment assistance program. We would like to see clarity on how new investments in fiscal year 2024 align with the recommendations specifically to address the new supply of affordable for sale units. We also recommend bundling vacant homes owned by the city for renovation and resale to address the lack of inventory and support Black homeownership goals. These preservation and homeownership recommendations are an essential step to create equitable housing landscape in the district. In closing, we appreciate the mayor and the city council's commitment towards affordable housing and building inclusive and healthy communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Kat Peter. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Housing, and other panelists. My name is Catalin Peter, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association. I'd like to keep my comments brief and to our greatest priorities as an association. Our members represent approximately 100,000 multifamily housing units throughout the district. One of the main eviction prevention tools that the district has is emergency rental assistance. We are disappointed to see in the budget that came down from the mayor's office that emergency rental assistance program was decreased from $43 to $8 million. We believe that emergency rental assistance is absolutely the best way to ensure that throughout the next 2 years, as we transition from the pandemic to post-pandemic to a new normal, that we're able to protect our tenants and our residents who are the most vulnerable and of the greatest of need. We encourage the Housing Committee and all of your authority over all of the programs that hit this vital area of emergency rental assistance, not just particularly ERAP, that you focus your funding efforts and bridging any gaps from the mayor's budget on this endeavor. Next, we would also like to make a point on another program that our members have been critically engaged in, which is the inclusionary zoning program. The inclusionary zoning program currently has some administrative hurdles that we believe can be supplemented with additional resources and, frankly, just more time and attention. The program does function and does eventually serve the needs it's supposed to. However, right now we're facing gaps in the number of vacancies we have in our IZ units, both on the sales and on the rental side. We believe that there is only so much a small office can do, and that this is a very complex program, which does require more attention. We've made a number of recommendations, and we believe we've made these recommendations public. We're happy to submit them to the committee. However, we do believe that the programs that we have, our existing programs, do require the same amount of attention as new programs because these are tried and true. We encourage the committee to focus on the budget for IZ and to make sure that that office has everything that they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kirsten Williams, you are up next. I cannot hear you. You're not muted, though. There we are. I can hear you now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kirsten Williams. I have an organization called DC Robin Hood. DC Robin Hood is giving a rich acknowledgement and wealth to the low income community. I am a Washington Sonian. I've been here for 27 years. So I find that affordable housing is very lacking in Washington, D.C. According to like wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, it has no low income units available for low income people. There's a lot of racists here in ward 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the quality of schools as well. It's a low amount of help with low income residents to enter the schools. Also, as far as back before the pandemic, housing for when you buy a house was up to $500,000. Now it's up to $2,000, and since the pandemic, the inflation is up. Nowadays, a house really costs $1 million, and there's no resources to really help low income to make home ownership because of their credit score and the hardship of people not able to return to jobs and much more than training. And also, the lack of affordable housing in Washington, D.C. because of people being racist again and credit scores instead of actually housing people that's in the homeless. And a lot of people that's homeless had a lot of hardship as well. And it's no 4 or 5 bedrooms or 6 full family size bedrooms. And there's a lot of housing crisis in Washington, D.C. And I think that if we have a program for low income people to actually keep and maintain a place, that a lot of people won't be afraid to help low income people to receive housing. It should be a program put in place for people to learn home economics, with basically taking out the schools. I think it need to come back and have a whole economics for youth and young adults, as well as people that's in shelters or going through things, or low income itself. So people won't be afraid to rent or to, max out people's credit scores to help out with home ownership. Thank you for your time. And I will answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Final person on this panel, final witness is Nechama Masliansky. Welcome.
Thank you and good morning, Chairperson White and fellow residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Nechama Masliansky. I work at SUM Inc., which is also known as The Others Might Eat, and my job title is Senior SUM Advisor. SUM is a 52-year-old nonprofit organization that provides comprehensive social services, from emergency food to permanent housing to thousands of district residents. We are active in CNHED, Fair Budget Coalition, Homeless Services Provider Billboard, and Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. In the interest of time, I respectfully incorporate by reference the testimony that I submitted to this committee for the DHS Budget Oversight hearing last Friday. In that testimony, I reviewed what we have learned and continue to learn during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic about our collective vulnerabilities and collective strengths. At this stage of the pandemic, residents are communicating their growing concerns about rising rental housing costs while incomes have not kept pace, perceived gentrification and being excluded from the housing market, which is experienced as racial inequity, and the possibility of becoming unhoused. We urgently need affordable housing for persons at every income level, including 0 to 30% FMI. We need both new and preserved units. To make that housing possible, we need to keep the Housing Production Trust Fund robust. The last time the HPTF was funded at $100 million was in FY19. While we are grateful for $400 million spread over the FY21 supplemental and FY22 budgets, and of course for the funding at $446 million in FY23, those allocations reflect not only an infusion of federal dollars, but also recognition of pent-up need, of pent-up development and preservation capacity, and recognition that the old goal of the baseline HPTF budget at $100 million has long been outdated. The goal of $100 million a year was set as an aspiration 15 years ago when the trust fund held only $14 million. Both Mayor Gray and Mayor Bowser made that aspiration a reality, but times have changed, the need has grown, and DHCD has shown itself capable of making HPTF funds available through the consolidated RFP. The trust fund should be funded in FY24 at no less than $200 million. The HPTF is the essential source of capital funding for affordable housing in the district, without which developers of affordable housing cannot put together the complex financial packages with HUD funding, low-income housing tax credits, short-term and long-term bank loans, and capital campaigns to purchase land or buildings, hire architects and contractors, and perform the actual construction or renovation. To enable affordable sites to continue to be maintained over the lifetime of the property, operating support is necessary because owners such as some cannot charge market rents to tenants who are trying to live at 0 to 30% FMI. In the district, operating support is made possible through the project and sponsor-based portion of the local rent supplement program. Funding for LRSP must be proportionate with the trust fund figure. LRSP is awarded initially through the consolidated RFP that DHCD administers. We would estimate that need at approximately $8 to $10 million rather than the $4.65 million proposed in this budget. We are also concerned that competition for preservation dollars may further erode the buying power of the Housing Production Trust Fund. There has not been an infusion of new dollars into the district's Housing Preservation Fund since FY22. We agree with the CNHED request that the Housing Preservation Fund receive $10 million for FY24. We are, however, pleased with the funding of DHCD's neighborhood-based activities, which include housing counseling at $15.3 million, a $2 million increase. We are also pleased with funding of the Black Homeownership Program and enhancement of $1.5 million in one-time dollars for the heirs property program. Along with our coalition partners, some advocacy networks, staff, and clients, we will be following this committee's deliberation with eager attention, and we hope that council members on other committees will agree to make these requests a priority in the FY24 budget. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone on this panel being here, sharing thoughts. Let me jump into some questions. Marlene Manzo, if you are still with us, I know not everyone can stay. Let me see if you're here. All right, I'm not sure Marlene is still here, but and I know Daniel had to leave, but I think Victoria Goncalves, I think you are working with them or others around some of the issues that Marlene Manzo and Daniel Hernandez raised. So let me ask you, do you happen to know whether the tenants at 1445 Park Road have applied for Housing Production Trust Fund money?
No, so the tenants at 1445 Park Road are currently in their TOPA process. They have received a hardship petition from the landlord. That was the 34% increases that Daniel mentioned. And as Daniel was saying, they wanted to form a limited equity cooperative through the TOPA process. However, the lack of dedicated funding and being able to assure their neighbors that they could have a renovation prevented them from being able to purchase.
Can you say that last part again? What prevented them from purchasing?
Basically that they weren't sure that they would get the funding that they need for the scale of renovation that was needed. Yeah.
Okay, so there were at least some in the building who were concerned that they could purchase the building through the TOPA process, but that they wouldn't be able to get the additional money necessary to make repairs.
Correct.
All right, so this is a really good example to use to try to sort through some of the difficulties. So it seems like the tenants acknowledge that there are issues with condition of the building that need to be fixed. The landlord filed a hardship petition, which generally is filed because they need additional money to make repairs. In a situation like this, do you have a thought on what the ideal outcome is?
Yeah, if we had dedicated funding in the first right to purchase program, to assure that they could, swiftly buy their building, and if we knew that that limited equity cooperatives would be prioritized in the NOFA, I think then it would be an easier sell for the tenants to be able to purchase, because, honestly speaking, limited equity co-ops often have to apply 2 or 3 times for the NOFA. And, that can be waiting 3 to 5 years for a renovation. So in a building where the conditions are already pretty bad, they just couldn't afford to wait that long.
Okay. And there's a lot of issues with limited equity co-ops in the city that we have to figure out. Let me ask you a difficult question about TOPA. TOPA has some incredible benefits to it. A detriment that is a significant detriment is that when affordable housing turns into a home ownership opportunity for the people who live there, then it permanently is no longer affordable housing. How do you view that trade-off?
So limited equity co-ops are permanently affordable housing.
No, well, when TOPA, the outcome is not necessarily limited equity co-ops, is it? Okay. So I'm talking about TOPA. So if tenants purchase their building, their units, then it's no longer affordable rental units, it's condos. And that's a huge benefit to the people who live there. But it does mean that we have less affordable housing going forward.
Yeah. So prior to my role at Mikasa, I was a tenant organizer, helping tenants go through TOPA. And, in my 5 years of experience, I've never seen tenants successfully buy their property to turn it into a condominium, mostly because low-income tenants, can't guarantee that everybody in the building will be able to qualify for a mortgage on their own, which is, why Mikasa promotes the limited equity co-op model. I do see what you're saying about it when there is a condo conversion. It takes it out of the affordable rental market. However, I don't think that the majority of TOPA or existing affordable housing has that outcome.
Okay. Well, limited equity co-ops are ownership as well. So that still does have the result of removing affordable rental housing. So it's a trade. I mean, there's no perfect answer. I'm just trying to grapple with all aspects of our program and trying to take a fresh look. But let me go back. We were talking about just now Daniel Hernandez's building. But I think Marlene Manzo lives in a different building. I think she lives in a building that's already a co-op. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So she mentioned some really good points, that there are limited pathways to home ownership for people with limited incomes. Limited equity co-ops are one of those, but sometimes the buildings need financial investments. And so she was suggesting that we need more money in the Housing Production Trust Fund for this purpose. What I'm wondering is, do you happen to know if the residents at Marlene's building have applied for funding?
They have, yes.
Okay.
And they were rejected in I think it was 2020. And then they are applying again this year.
Do you happen to know why they were rejected?
It's not clear. I don't have the specifics.
Okay.
But we can follow up with your office if with the specifics on their application.
Appreciate it. Okay.
And if I can just add, in my written
Please.
testimony, my written testimony was much longer. I have some information there about how limited equity co-ops are disadvantaged in the NOFA process. The NOFA process does prioritize sometimes new construction or adding units in a way that, small buildings with existing tenants can't really compete in the same way.
If you would follow up with that information, we'll look at it. If you haven't already submitted your written testimony and any specifics you have about Marlene Manzo's building would be really helpful for us. So please do share any information you have.
Great. Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Barca, I want to clarify something in your testimony. We were talking about the land purchase program. You said you don't think this land, if the district acquires it, should go through the 10801 process. Is that right?
No, I think it should. And right now the BSA says it doesn't need to.
Got it.
And so I disagree vehemently with that.
Okay. I'm trying to, as you were testifying, I was trying to grapple with the pros and cons of this going through the 10801 process. And I do see some benefits there. So there's a land purchase program proposed in the BSA, no funding sort of to go along with it. Do you see this program moving forward without funding in the budget?
It's a great question. I mean, I am open to setting up, the fact that the program could exist and maybe it gets funded next year. There's nothing wrong with placeholder, right? I would rather see that exist than not exist. Obviously, if the point is to acquire land, you need money to do that. So, it's not going to actually do the thing that's in the title until there's money. I am certainly not opposed to it existing and then figuring out where the money can come from in FY25. But, I would hope it would move forward. I also, I am open to it being in the BSA with no money. I'm open to it being legislation. Either way, I'm glad to see the concept moving forward and that there's a concrete place for it that's not DHCD's PAD division, because that's just not what it's necessarily set up for. So I could see it moving forward. I'm happy. I too am kind of it could work like this, or it could work like this. So I'm with you on that.
So it's in my head, if the district acquired single family homes or apartment buildings and set an income cap on those, I don't immediately know what the benefit of the 10801 process would be. But I think we all need to know a bit more about what the vision is here.
I think that's fair. I think, you're right. It depends on what it is. And part of this may be, instead of immediately setting up the income caps that are provided for in the BSA, looking at that with 10801 and saying, what are each of these supposed to do? Because again, ideally, we also wouldn't take land through the disposition process all the time, right? The district would hold on to some of it. So figuring out when that is supposed to occur. And what is the more appropriate situation for holding on to something versus going through the disposition process, in which case, you're right, for acquiring single family homes and small multi-family buildings, which we definitely support, maybe 10-801 is not perfect, but like, let's make sure when we're applying 10-801, it's being applied to the max and not just running this parallel program where things might then fall through the gaps.
Right. I appreciate that. I plan to ask a bit more about this program with the director later, so we'll learn a bit more. Robert Warren, I appreciate your testimony and really to focus on displacement, various housing issues, and you mentioned issues with public housing and concerns with the New Communities Initiative. I agree. I see a lot of displacement happening, and sometimes even if it's not deliberate, sometimes you have to be deliberate about your goals. If your goal specifically is to not displace people, then you have to plan around that. I see a lot happening with public housing right now that is leading toward displacement. I don't think the issues are being met with the urgency that they need, which is why I'm raising a flag there. I see issues happening across the agency that are having a severe impact on the stock of public housing. And when I sort of ask questions to give me indication about the level of seriousness of addressing these in a deep and systemic way, I don't get the answers that give me any reprieve from my concerns. So I'm going to keep raising these issues. I know it's making some folks uncomfortable, but I don't think transparency around public housing operations should make anybody uncomfortable. I think that's the place we need to be dealing right now. So I'm trying to be transparent about what I'm seeing. I'm encouraging the agency to be transparent about what they're seeing. But at the end of the day, we cannot risk losing more public housing either deliberately or through neglect. But I do hear you in your testimony about the need for more funding in our various programs. I would say this, Mr. Warren, but with the gaps in between what many of us want to see for the Housing Production Trust Fund and for Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the Office of Tenant Advocate in particular, I don't see a way that we can fill all of those within this committee. I am trying to find every dollar I can for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program as one of my key priorities. Do you see, Mr. Warren, if we have to choose to say, okay, between the Office of the Tenant Advocate, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and the Housing Production Trust Fund, is not ideal to make a choice, but do you have thoughts on how you would prioritize filling those gaps?
Yeah, I believe that, like I said, collectively, if we have these agencies that are working together, we know the DC residents who are, living in impoverished conditions and should be receiving assistance from DC tax dollars. And it's just a matter of us being fair, and us trying to, do the mission of the of the agencies that they're supposed to carry out. Department of Housing and Community Development is supposed to develop all communities, not just those influenced communities or developed community for influent residents. It's supposed to be about building up folks. And so I believe if Department of Housing and Community Development also develop a voucher system based on the LSP voucher, along with DHS and the Housing Authority, and that system is connected, like Mayor Bowser said that she supported the creation of folks in the District of Columbia over the age of 55 on certain fixed incomes qualifying for housing assistance. I don't know what's so hard about that. And I don't know why we collectively can't do that with our tax dollars. I think that's only fair. And to keep saying that, we can't be fair, with poor people in the District of Columbia, or when things are short, poor folks have to be the first people that's cut. It's just so immoral and just so unjust. Mm-hmm. And I quote the New Community Initiative for the reason that initiative is about three-tier housing and rebuilding, taking public social housing and building three-tier housing for that land. And so if that's the case, we should have rental housing all through the city in all 8 wards, with 1/3 of those rental units being made universally affordable. And I think we can do that. I don't know
Reginald
if
Black,
that's the question, but that's just where I believe. The mayor said she supported what the President Bloomberg was running on, what he was running on when it came to people, specifically elderly people. I testified last week about how we're seeing all these elderly people living on the streets of Washington, D.C. I mean, it's just a total disgrace. How are we going to have our grandparents and parents living on the streets of Washington, D.C. and saying that we can't help them?
Let me ask Mr. Black a similar question. You highlighted some of our key programs in your testimony. As I'm looking at the budget in this committee, I'm trying to figure out between the Housing Production Trust Fund, Preservation Housing, the Office of the Tenant Advocate, and Emergency Rental Assistance Program, sort of which buckets to fill first. Do you have thoughts on how we should be prioritizing that?
There is more of an integrated strategy on that. I think protections for tenants could run through the Office of the Tenant Advocate. So maybe you want to try to sort of break out some funding for the tenant advocate to assist or administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And then with the Housing Production Trust Fund, some of that definitely needs to be available for public housing residents, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act residents who wish to develop their properties. The thing about it is, like, we can use our trust fund dollars more effectively than we already do. And I think that is the way to start filling some of these gaps. This is why we support People for Fairness as for at least $215 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund annually, because then that reflects just, a fifth or sixth of getting to an overall 9% total expenditure on our housing continuum. And that gives you the flexibility to be able to then fill some gaps with funds that are dedicated towards certain populations. If you take a look at what's going on with the housing, the Section 9 housing that DCHA administers, and them being $2.2 billion in disrepair, that actually breaks down to $272 million a year that agency could have been asking for. And recently with the Repair and Maintenance Fund, you got to $50,000 to repair that. That kind of money and investment needs to be available also in the Housing Production Trust Fund. We're talking about at least $54 million per one of those properties that is in disrepair. And this can apply also to buildings that are undergoing the TOPA process, and also those who may be needing emergency rental assistance. And I think, like, if we try to streamline and produce a way for the Office of the Tenant Advocate for those marginalized populations to kind of mitigate and sort of facilitate some of these funds that are kind of above what the mayor is proposing in her budget, I think that's the way to fill the gap, is create MOUs and different types of understandings on how to better use trust fund dollars to get at the statutory 50%.
We'll be discussing that with the agency. Rachel Ellison, you have a unique perspective given various aspects of your background. Do you have any thoughts on that question of how we prioritize which buckets to fill first? Rochelle, did I say Rachel? I'm sorry.
You said Rochelle, it's okay.
Okay, good.
I think the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is one of the most important programs that we have, because it's not only housing prevention, it would help the unhoused neighbors get housing. That's what my focus mainly is on, is permanent supportive housing and ERAP. So I don't have any idea how it should be. I think all of them should be filled across the board. And when you have to choose, it's just a sad situation, you know, coming from the chronic homeless population and now serving our unhoused neighbors, you know, seeing like Mr. Warren said, older adults out there, any adult, but especially 60, 70, 80-year-old individuals out there in the street. I have no idea what Washington, D.C. is doing. It's truly sad, and trying to connect them to services, they're beyond the point of wanting to be connected to services at this point because they just don't touch the government.
Yeah,
I'm going to continue to advocate and continue to use my voice to stand in the gap for them.
I appreciate that. Shannon McQueen, you suggested in your testimony that we need increased transparency around the Black Home Ownership Fund. What would this transparency look like to you?
So what it would look like is, per the recommendations, 10 recommendations were made. Clarity on specifically how funds will be spent and how they can be accessed, and also a clear timeline of what that looks like. So how the money will be used, what the timeline looks like, and just clarity on how people can access that funding.
Okay.
So really looking at like the timeline, the access, and then accountability.
Okay. And you mentioned that Manna has 316 units ready to be renovated. And I think you were saying that they were obtained through acquisition funds, but you need preservation funds in order to sort of complete the job. Is that right?
So we need additional funding to complete that. Yeah, from the DHCD. So basically, they're in the process, but to finish them and to have them available as units, we would need additional funding.
So you got acquisition funding through the district?
Right.
Does the application for acquisition funding, does it contemplate or ask questions around how, after you acquire it, how are you going to renovate it so that it becomes affordable housing?
I can look into that and get back to you when I talk to our development team.
Okay. I worry about what happens to those units if you don't get money for renovation through the government. So I appreciate you circling back with that. Cap Peter, I appreciate your testimony, particularly the focus on ERAP. We are trying to fill that gap. We're looking everywhere, and I think, as I mentioned at one of our hearings last week, going to other committees as well. When I chaired government operations, we cut funding in our committee to send to ERAP, among other places. Now we're going to be asking other committee chairs to do the same. The gap is just so deep.
May I state something?
Please.
I think that with the amount of priorities before us, I do feel it would be nearly impossible to be able to find funding for everything. And I think that the reason why these hearings that the council here does are important, because there's so much, and we feel for both you and for the executive on the decisions that you have to make. And we think that throughout the public process, we can fill those gaps. I think together, we really can. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing, appreciate all the work that the mayor has done. And we know that together we can find the path forward.
Sure, we are going to find a path forward. It's not going to be pretty, but we are going to figure it out. Kirsten Williams, I want to clarify something in your testimony that you were highlighting. I think is really important. You were talking about home economics. What I was sort of hearing in the discussion was financial literacy, to help make sure, because getting people housing is one thing, but people being able to keep that housing, to budget, to understand how leases work is a separate thing. what do you think about financial literacy, financial education? And when do you think it should happen? Should it start in school, or should this be something available to adults? Oh, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Kids, can y'all be quiet real quick? Okay, sorry. Shh, be quiet. Okay, so what I wanted to mention, like, my business actually getting financial literacy out, but the lack of just starting and not help with business is like really hurting me right now. But I would like to like have more other small businesses to have that for adults, because a lot of people don't know, or coming out of high school, they need to have that back into place, you know. So that's what I wanted to maintain. Like, that's why I started DC Robin Hood, to help low income, giving them enriched programs, like, because let's be honest, in some areas, a lot of low income needs help. Like, I'm a mom of 5. It took me a long time to learn that my kids need a schedule. I have 5 kids now. You know, it took me a long time to learn how to maintain a home. It took me a long time to keep it together. So I feel as though I wanted to reach out to everybody in my low income communities to give them stuff like that. I just got my Parent Cafe certification. Parent talks needs to be helped, and like classes need to be available so low income to thrive, because there's a lot of prejudice, but on the same side, let's be honest, a lot of these homes look terrible because how we keep it too. And as well as slumlords don't fix their problems. So it's on both accounts. And I think that if we have classes for low income, it would be much better, you know.
I appreciate that. Mayor, I really appreciate that that suggestion, and congrats on getting that certification. Allows you to pass on what you're learning to other people. Nahama Masliansky, let me ask you a question around the advocacy for more funding for HPTF. So Housing Production Trust Fund went up to $100 million early in Mayor Bowser's first term. Then it got to $400,000. And for most of us, the city doesn't seem any more affordable. So what do we make of this?
It takes time for the money to get through the RFP process and then be used, and for the units to appear. It can be years. But the money is essential. If I might, a quick story I hope is going to be helpful. The board of So Others Might Eat decided in 2004, we're direct service organization started as a soup kitchen. We had 3 buildings. And we decided in 2004 that the lack of affordable housing was driving people into homelessness. What could we do about it? How could we go upriver to keep people from falling into the river and drowning? And we decided to take on the responsibility of expanding our fundraising and our services significantly. It's a risk to develop 1,000 new units for 2,000 more people trying to live at 0 to 30% of AMI. And at this point, we've developed more than 24 units of buildings, and we're serving something like 1,400 more people. And those folks in our housing and in other developers, nonprofit developers' housing, are not counted as literally homeless anymore. We have reduced the pressure on the public fisc by giving people places to live where they can afford. We also campaigned with Fair Budget Coalition for the initial adoption of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, because that keeps people from falling into the river at the very last minute. Right. That's necessary as well. So where does wisdom find a balance? Both are absolutely necessary. It's important to have the units that will come online in 1.5 years, 2 years.
Yes.
And it's important to keep people from being evicted right now and having no place to go. But I think overall we have done a good job collectively at reducing some of the pressures on homelessness by actually having people move into renovated or newly built housing throughout the city that is dignified and that provides supportive services on site, such as SUMS. We provide, among other things, the financial literacy we just talked about, parenting skills, and a variety of resources, including food and nutrition, you name it, it's available to our residents. And that's where some is coming from, and we so appreciate your interest in what we are all doing and how we are trying to prevent further suffering in the city. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Let me take this time to note that the Housing Production Trust Fund Board, which makes some critical decisions, has vacancies, and we need to fill those vacancies. We need good, thoughtful people on that board vetting the applications, and that is a way to address many of the issues to serve the city in an important and unique way. So if anyone in any of these panels or listening is interested, please reach out to the mayor's office, the Office of Talent and Appointments, and or to DHCD on your interests there, because we do need to get that board full. So let me thank every person who testified on our first panel. We are going to move to our second panel of public witnesses, starting with Maris Johnson, Kiera Colin-Torres, Shirley Horning, with Senior Staff Attorney with Legal Aid Society of DC, Judy Esty, Executive Director of the Platform of Hope, Kevin Petty, CEO of Amazing Gospel Souls Incorporated and Philemon Mission Transitional Facility, Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, Carol Eaton, Board Director and Secretary/Treasurer of the Northwest Opportunity Partners CDC, Abiola Ogoro, Executive Director of Disturbing Inequity, Michael Syndrome, Public Witness, Benjamin O'Hara, Bilingual Housing Counselor with Central American Resource Center, Eliana Golding, Senior Policy Analyst at DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Yvette Banfield, Chief Economic Development Officer at CNHED, Carla Reed-Witt, Co-Founder of Decoding Dyslexia DC, Akila Smith, co-lead of the Rhonda Whitaker Streets for Life DC organization, Laura Levinson with the Sierra Club DC chapter, Gary Whitcomb, Director of Economic Development at the Downtown DC Business Improvement District, Dean Hunter, CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, Keith Carr, CEO of Thomas D. Walsh Property Management, Barry Madani, CEO of Solid Properties, Felipe Ernst, CEO of Ernst Equities, and Yasmin Sayin, Executive Director of the DC Policy Center. Give us a moment to get everyone on, and then we will get started with this panel. Marissa Johnson, please accept promotion. And I think you're on. Marissa Johnson, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
I'm so sorry. I'm a little unprepared. Good morning, you guys. I just wanted to have one thing to say. So I've noticed that I'm trying to move again. Unfortunately, I have to rent again. And a lot of these places that I'm trying to rent to are only like 1 or 2 bedrooms. I was wondering, since some of the developers are not making 3 and 4 bedroom condos or units anymore, I would have to probably like rent a house or something like that. Is there a way to get them to expand the bedrooms for larger families?
Good question. I am trying to do that. In many of our programs, we measure the number of affordable units, but not the number of bedrooms. And I think, to your point, this is something that is really important. So it's something I've been pressing on for a couple of years now that I'm chair of the housing committee. I'm hoping I can make a little more traction. I've discussed this with the new acting director of DHCD. I think they understand the issue. So Ms. Johnson, my hope here is that help is on the way in terms of pushing for more multi-bedroom units. Also, when we develop housing on public land, I'm trying to change the law so that we increase not only the number of affordable housing units, but also the number of multi-bedroom 3 and 4 bedroom housing units. So I am with you, Ms. Johnson. I promise you I'm working on this issue.
Okay, and I have one more question. So I noticed they've been doing a lot of development in the wards 5, 7, and 8, but I was wondering, instead of everybody being crowded in one place, can they start developing in wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6? Because I barely see anything going up in ward 6. And I just wanted to know, why is it so focused on those 3 particular wards?
You speaking to my heart, Ms. Johnson. I think that's a problem as well. Concentrating all of our, low-income housing into, a few areas has a lot of harms. So some of the ways I've been trying to push us to expand affordable housing is when we convert downtown buildings into housing, I think the focus should be low and moderate income housing, not exclusively, but that should be a focus. The bill I mentioned, Common Grounds Act, that changes the way we redevelop public land. We do own public land in all wards of the city. So when that land gets developed into housing, I want to see more affordable housing. That would help us do that. I've also been pushing for a few years now an affordability covenant program, because I want to see the government purchasing units in Ward 3, in Ward 2, in Ward 1, in Ward 4, in all the wards, purchasing those units and putting a cap on the rent so that we are expanding affordable housing. And then when there are opportunities to build affordable housing in our more traditional ways, using housing production trust fund or other things, I'm pushing to do that more in other wards of the city. So Ms. Johnson, I'm seeing the same issues you're seeing the same issues I'm seeing, and I am working on these aggressively.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing those questions and concerns. Our next witness on this panel is Shirley Horning.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Shirley Horn, and I'm a senior staff attorney in the Consumer Law Unit at Legal Aid of the District of Columbia. For DHCD's fiscal year 2024 budget, Legal Aid DC asks the committee to prioritize Black homeownership preservation as a homeless prevention measure. Specifically, Legal Aid DC asks the committee to, 1, direct some of the $8 million enhancement for the Black homeownership strike force fund toward preservation. 2, to approve the $1 million enhancement for the heirs property services. And 3, to locally fund the DC Homeowner Assistance Fund when the federal funds are depleted. Additionally, we asked the committee and DHCD to consider expanding HPTF to offer interest-free loans to avoid foreclosure. and to enact protections from foreclosure for all homeowners who are waiting for DHCD to approve or pay homeowner assistance fund assistance, regardless of when they applied. Having wealth means having staying power, and home equity is the single largest contributor to household wealth. The typical homeowner in the DC metro region accumulated $286,200 in home equity after just 10 years. However, that wealth is not evenly distributed, and in DC, white households have a net worth 81 times greater than Black households. Of course, home equity is not merely the primary source of wealth in the country. Home ownership also provides long-term housing stability, and unfortunately, Black homeowners are at much higher risk of foreclosure than their white counterparts. The Census Bureau's Housing Pulse survey from March 2023, so just last month, indicates that 7,420 households in the district are behind on their mortgage payments. Nearly 92% of those people identify as Black. Foreclosure, as you know, has devastating effects on families and communities. For many of Legal Aid's homeowner clients, their monthly mortgage payments range from $750 to $1,300, far less than private market rent for an equivalent property. So foreclosure doesn't just mean losing the home that they own, it also means losing the only affordable housing option. So families who are foreclosed upon can therefore go from living the American dream of homeownership to being unhoused, living on the streets, couch surfing, or in shelter. To help retain this source of affordable housing and generational wealth, we asked the committee to direct some of the $8 million enhancement for the Black homeownership strike force toward preserving Black homeownership. Preserving homeownership not only helps to close the racial wealth gap by retaining the home equity already gained, but it also prevents foreclosure and eviction. Legal Aid supports the $1.5 million enhancement for the heirs property services for that same reason. Heirs need legal help getting on the deed to their family homes after the owners passed away. Otherwise, the family is at greater risk of foreclosure if payments are missed, simply because the heirs who are not on the deed have far fewer legal options. Legal Aid also asks DHCD to consider expanding the Home Purchase Assistance Program to offer interest-free loans to help save homes from foreclosure. Legal Aid DC regularly has clients with second mortgages, specifically home equity lines of credit, with high interest rates that jeopardize their home ownership. One way to counteract the discriminatory lending and reverse redlining is by offering interest-free loans to existing homeowners who cannot modify or refinance their loans. Interest-free loans for home preservation would also make the $8 million go further, as the cost to pay off a second mortgage or to reinstate a first mortgage is less than the $202,000 maximum for down payment assistance. Lastly, Legal Aid asks that the committee introduce legal protections so that no homeowner is foreclosed on while waiting for the homeowner assistance fund approval or payment, regardless of when they applied. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. Our next public witness is, I think, Judy Esty.
Good morning. My name is Judy Esty, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope, which is a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that engages with cohorts of economically vulnerable families of color to define and pursue their goals across the spectrum of housing, health, education, finances, and employment. We are a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and are in solidarity with our comprehensive platform. I'm also co-chair of the housing group for FBC. I see many of my colleagues on the witness list here today. I'm here today to testify on behalf of increased investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund, as well as the appropriate allocation of HPTF dollars to build more 0 to 30% AMI units so that the funding is going to where it is most needed. Creation of new affordable housing specifically for 0 to 30% AMI units, and as a witness just noted, more 2 and 3 bedroom units so that families have the sufficient space they need, particularly Black and brown families in DC, is critical to ensuring that this city is responding to the historic and now deepened racial inequities and access to housing in DC. The need for deeply affordable, as defined by 0 to 30% AMI housing in DC, has only gotten more and more desperate as families have faced deep financial hardship from the pandemic. We know that housing is critical to family success in terms of health, access to resources, safety, and ability to accomplish their goals. And as most folks know, despite the regulation requiring that 50% of HPTF be used for the creation of 0 to 30% housing, DC has repeatedly failed to meet this benchmark. The Washington Post has published a story just this morning that reports that once again, the 50% goal was not met. And instead, in 2022, only 19% of HPTF dollars went to 0 to 30% AMI units. This is actually less than in 2021, when only 28% of funding was spent on 0 to 30% AMI. And in 2020, we know that $82 million was found to have been misspent. As a reminder, in last year's fiscal year 23 budget cycle, new requirements were put in place to increase oversight and accountability of our HPTF dollars. And while it's great to get legislation passed, I really do applaud everyone's hard work. If it doesn't actually change anything, and if it isn't enforced, then it doesn't have an impact. So I'm extremely curious to know what the response to this report will be from this committee and what oversight steps will be taken in response to this news as we look to a tight financial landscape. As noted in the Post article, it is required that the mayoral administration produce a report on the Housing Production Trust Fund, and yet this administration has failed to do so since 2016. I'd also like to raise the importance of fully funding LRSP, local rent supplement project vouchers, both project-based vouchers and tenant-based vouchers, since this is a critical part of the funding equation in the creation of 0 to 30% AMI units. The Fair Budget Coalition has called for $17.33 million in LRSP funding from DHS and DCHA in fiscal year 24, and yet the mayor's proposed budget did not include any dollars that I could see. The number one thing that families in the Platform of Hope ask about and worry about is housing. They're worried about the rent. They're worried about eviction. They're in insufficient spaces with landlords that intentionally don't make repairs in the hopes the families will move out. It's truly hard not to become completely cynical about the landscape of affordable housing when we hear and see so many stories of families struggling. And yet I have seen a few families, just a few, get into affordable housing units. I have seen the impact that moving into a new, clean, and safe unit can have on a family's well-being. It resonates across their educational, financial, health, and socioeconomic goals. So I want to uplift the hope that the Housing Production Trust Fund can represent, but only if we invest in it and invest strategically. Thank you for your time and energy on these issues, among others. I see that you're asking questions about the prioritization of dollars, and we are here for this conversation and hope that you will encourage to be an advocate in this space, as well as produce the oversight needed to make sure HPTF continues to be the strategic resource that the city so deeply, deeply needs. Thank you for your time.
So much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Trout. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today on the FY24 budget. CNHCD recognizes that this will be a challenging year for the district because of the revenue projections and other tough choices we face. As a result, CNHCD has modified some of our asks, but feel compelled to urge the council to invest in our most vulnerable populations and the programs which support them. We paid close attention to the mayor's budget presentation and noted the focus on the revenue losses and projections, and must address financial gaps, including the district's pension fund, raises for teachers and others. And we find that these investments are critical as they have been portrayed by the mayor and in the budget. So in an attempt to be contributory in this challenging moment, we have moderated some of our asks, although they are still higher than the mayor's proposed in several critical programs. The first is the Housing Production Trust Fund. The Housing Production Trust Fund continues to be the primary tool that enables affordable housing developers and renters wishing to exercise their TOPA rights to preserve or create affordable rental or homeownership housing across all 8 wards of the district. The HPTF requires covenants to be placed on properties that keep them affordable for a certain period of time. Typically, rental units must remain affordable for 40 years or longer, and home ownership units must remain affordable for 15. Those organizations, nonprofit and for-profit, who provide deep subsidy housing are also exposed and vulnerable. Prior to the pandemic, they were challenged. If the mayor was to continue increasing investments in the HPTF, that they needed to scale up. Organizations producing 1 project a year were challenged to develop 2 or 3. As a result, many acquired additional buildings, arranged financing, and even dipped into reserve funds. We now see a backlog in projects being advanced for underwriting, and that combined with interest rate and construction cost increases creates real vulnerability for this inventory and these organizations. As a result, CNHCD strongly encourages the council to increase the mayor's investment of $100 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund in FY24 to at least $200 million. Similarly, CNHCD is calling on the council to provide an additional $10 million for the Housing Preservation Fund. The HPF is a public-private source of acquisition and critical repairs financing. It's a bridge loan until projects can secure permanent financing. The HPF leverages public investments 3-to-1 with private investments. So $1 in district investment leverages $3 of private investment for a total of $4 available for the affordable housing projects. The HPF has become a critical source of acquisition and critical repairs financing for tenant organizations exercising their TOPA rights. However, the mayor's budget includes no new funding for HPF in FY24. The rationale expressed for no new funding is that the repayment of HPF loans will make the fund self-sufficient. However, the rate and number of repayments over the coming few years are unpredictable. Therefore, CNHED is concerned that assumptions that the HPF will reach self-sufficiency may be premature. And the HPTF, with the HPTF dramatically reduced, there will be fewer long-term financing options available for projects with these bridge loans. This will cause them to hold on to those funds longer, further depleting the HPF and reducing the likelihood of reaching self-sufficiency. We'd like to applaud the mayor for adding the additional $8 million in HPAP. CNHED estimates that $55 million are needed to serve the same number of households as last year. However, due to the financial constraints that the district is in, we think that this $8 million additional funds is sufficient. CNHED is deeply concerned, however, by the proposal to eliminate TOPA rights in the downtown revitalization zone. The goals of TOPA have been to preserve affordable rental housing, provide opportunities for homeownership and low-income tenants, minimize displacement in existing tenants, encourage the formation of tenant organizations, and strengthen the bargaining position of tenants. TOPA's public benefits are maximized when combined with affordable housing funding, policy, and coordinated practice that supports its goals. TOPA has the potential to help facilitate the district recovery and housing goals, including achieving Mayor Bowser's goal of creating 12,000 new units of affordable housing by 2025. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding our testimony that you might have.
Thank you so much, Carol Eaton. Welcome.
Here we go. Good morning, Chairman White. Thank you for having me today. My name is Carol Ayton. I am representing Northwest Opportunity Partners Community Development Corporation. Our mission is to increase affordable housing and expand economic opportunities for Black and Brown businesses in Ward 3 for a more racially and economically inclusive community. This is a tight budget year, of course, and many important housing programs have been severely reduced in size. We join with others across all 8 wards in strongly supporting restoration of funding to these programs, especially the Emergency Rental Assistance Program that keeps people from being evicted. My testimony will address an item that might seem small potatoes in the larger scheme of things, but could be make or break in terms of the ability to create affordable housing in Ward 3. The high cost of property in Ward 3 is an economic barrier to making real progress on the mayor's goal of 1,990 new affordable units, housing units in Rock Creek West by 2025. Therefore, Northwest Opportunity Partners proposed an acquisition fund to purchase property on which to build affordable housing. We've been pleased by the positive reactions of many housing experts and advocates. We very much appreciated Councilmember Fruman's budget request for an affordable housing acquisition program and have been heartened by the interest in our proposal by staff of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. We applaud the mayor for including in the fiscal year 2024 Budget Support Act legislation to establish the Land Purchase Partnership Program Act of 2023 to purchase property for affordable housing. This is a significant first step and can be a useful additional tool in creating affordable housing in the district when funds do become available. It would allow DHCD to become a partner with mission-driven developers in creating new affordable housing akin to what has been done elsewhere in the city on publicly owned land, of which there is very little in Ward 3. We strongly urge the council to adopt the general intention of this provision of the Budget Support Act. Of course, the devil is in the details. Therefore, we hope the council will take a hard look at this authority to anticipate possible unintended consequences. For example, the council might want to make it explicit that this new authority cannot be used to buy land on which housing is already located unless it would significantly increase the number of units, nor should it replace one type of affordable housing with another, like rent-controlled buildings, which would be akin to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic as we just exchange one kind of affordable housing for another. Also, considering that DC would be taking the land costs out of the financing equation, the required number of affordable units, 50%, is too low and the level of affordability is too high, 80% or less. We realize that some flexibility is needed to make projects financially sustainable, but any expenditures should be required to meet the most significant housing needs. We believe that those who work in Ward 3 should be able to live in Ward 3 unless and until public purpose land is acquired. Affordable housing in Ward 3 will be an excessively discussed but underachieved objective. Thank you for the opportunity to share our views.
Thank you so much. Abiola Agoro, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White, council members, fellow community members, and advocates. My name is Abiola Agoro, and I am the Executive Director of Disturbing Inequity, a nonprofit dedicated to eradicating systemic inequities through intentional deconstruction and community building. We are also a Black-led nonprofit with Black staff, which is becoming even a rare occurrence in the district. Today, I am here to advocate for the people of District of Columbia, and more specifically, those who are often left unheard, the unhoused population. Mr. Chairman, I know that you have heard me mention his name before, but today I'll more formally discuss him. This is Milan Stevenson. Milan Stevenson has been homeless on and off throughout the last 2 years, despite his service as a veteran. I myself have been working with him since September. Despite many emails by myself, as well as executives across multiple social justice organizations, including the DC NAACP, Milan remains unhoused. We have been given the wrong numbers, we've had emails ignored, we have been endlessly redirected, and this is on top of normal day jobs and us having consistent access to internet, self-service, and transport. Despite all of this, Mr. Stevenson has remained vigilant and hopeful, often following up with me whenever possible, trying to ascertain legal help as well as transport. How is anybody without basic access to necessities supposed to get basic access to necessities when they have to have basic access to those necessities to achieve that? It puts everybody in a very uncomfortable and problematic situation. I say all of this to say we must better create collaboration between Better Services and the DC Department of Housing and Community Development. I know that the budget has been diminished, sadly, and the Housing Department does not receive priority in allocations, but if any additional resources could be utilized, not only to benefit civilian citizens of the district, but also returning veterans, it would have a substantial impact. Somewhere the process needs to be streamlined, so instead of a not my problem response on every level, there's an active process that involves basic care and compassion for the people that deeply need it most. Due to not having access to the inner workings of the department, we on the outside can only do so much, but I, alongside my fellow community advocates, would make a formal ask for a committee or a series of open meetings of community members to better address the pipeline between housing access for veterans and the Housing Production Trust Fund. As I mentioned last meeting, additionally, an allocation towards more classes on home ownership, grant applications, and housing applications that all residents generally need. I also know that one of the mothers brought up earlier in her testimony the need for classes on motherhood and other additional services. I know me and my organization would be more than happy to help the district on those for free, even to make sure that people are able to really get access to housing and to resources generally that benefit the community. Housing is a human right, and we need to put the humanity back in DC Housing and Community Development Division. Thank you for your ear, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to seeing further collaboration.
With us, this panel is Benjamin O'Hara.
Hi, good morning. My name is Benjamin O'Hara, and I'm a bilingual housing counselor at Carecen, Central American Resource Center. This is a summary of the testimony that I submitted for the committee's record. So Carecen was founded in 1981, and it fosters the comprehensive development of the Latino community by providing direct services while promoting grassroots empowerment, civic engagement, and human rights advocacy. Our organization works to help integrate our clients to increase their success in their new community. Currently, the focus of Carecen's housing program is on preventing displacement and promoting financial sustainability, leading to the creation of wealth for low-income immigrant residents. Carecen offers technical assistance to tenant associations and cooperative boards to preserve existing affordable units for DC tenants, as well as buildings that go on sale for conversion during the TOPA process. Carecen also offers individual counseling and educational workshops on topics like foreclosure prevention, credit and financial management, and tenant rights. Carecen also helps homeowners avoid losing their homes to foreclosure and counsels them on how to negotiate with banks, avoid foreclosure rescue scams, and improve their financial management skills. We help clients overcome the language barrier to exercise their tenant rights in the face of negligent landlords. An example of this is one of my clients renting an apartment in Ward 5 who came to Carecen because their building manager was threatening to evict her and her family. The manager was falsely accusing my client's daughter of tampering with packages in the hall and of having vandalized the entrance door of the building. She also repeatedly made fun of my client for speaking Spanish. My client always paid rent on time and had asked management to make several repairs to her unit without any response. My client then received a 30-day notice demanding that she pay $1,400 for the vandalized building entrance door to avoid being sued for eviction. Thanks to Carecen's education, my client knew that she could successfully fight this outrageous accusation, so she and I sent a letter in response to the 30-day notice debunking the company's false claims. As a result, the management company did not pursue an eviction case against my client, and they've begun to make the long-awaited repairs to her unit. This story is one of many, and it shows that abusive and negligent landlords are still a major problem in this city, and that community organizations like Carecen are vital in defending tenants' rights and helping immigrant communities navigate these challenging situations. In the coming fiscal year, our community will need housing counseling and affordable housing more than ever. Tenants in rent-stabilized units are facing a record 8.9% rent increase starting in May. However, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, wages and salaries for workers in the DC metro area only increased by 4.3% over the course of last year. This means that low-income tenants in DC, the majority of whom are Black and Latino, will likely have difficulty meeting their monthly living and housing expenses. For this reason, it's imperative that DHCD maintain its budget for CBOs like Carecen to provide housing counseling for low-income tenants in this precarious position. Carecen is here today to support DHCD and ensure that the City Council approves its requested budget that will allow DHCD to continue addressing our community's housing needs. We want to ensure that neighborhood-based activities are funded once again. With these funds through DHCD, Carecen ensures that Latino immigrant residents in DC have the resources to understand, navigate, and anticipate housing issues. As the Latino community in DC continues to grow and evolve, it is critical that its members access the DC government through a culturally competent organization. By supporting the programming of Carecen and other community organizations, DHCD helps to ensure that the Latino immigrant community is educated about their housing rights and fully utilizes the resources provided by the city. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Eliana Golding, welcome.
Good morning. I guess still morning, Chairperson White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eliana Golding, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Today, I will focus my testimony on the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for DHCD, and I will ask the council to invest in the preservation fund and designate a portion of the Housing Production Trust Fund specifically for preservation projects. I will ask to continue pushing for transparency in order to appropriately target investments in the trust fund, to protect the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and to cap the allowable rent increase under rent control to 5% for all tenants to prevent an eviction crisis. The council must invest deeply in initiatives aimed at preventing the displacement of residents with low incomes, particularly residents of color. A 2019 report from DemPed showed that Black residents are 3 times more likely than white residents to move due to an inability to pay their housing costs. Generations of deliberate policy choices have led to the steady disappearance of affordable housing, one of the main drivers of this displacement. DC Council must advance racial equity in the district by adopting a holistic, reparative approach to budgeting for fiscal year 2024 and beyond. Preservation of existing affordable housing, whether it is naturally occurring or covenanted, is an essential part of a robust anti-displacement strategy for the district. The Preservation Fund needs secure funding for fiscal year 24 and in the financial plan. Unfortunately, for the second year in a row, the mayor's proposal did not allocate any additional dollars for the fund, claiming that it is now paying for itself through ongoing loan repayments. However, volatile market conditions, a continued spike in inflation, and the lack of permanent financing options from the district government are all factors that are slowing repayments into the fund. The Preservation Fund cannot be self-sustaining without reliable loan repayments, which depend on low-cost gap financing from the trust fund. A lack of guaranteed permanent financing leaves many projects and hundreds of units stagnating in disrepair as nonprofit or mission-driven affordable housing developers wait round after round after round for takeout financing needed to make direly needed renovations. Dedicating a portion of the Housing Production Trust Fund for preservation would prevent this untenable financial situation and help improve living conditions of residents throughout the district. The council can remedy this situation by setting aside at least 25% of each funding round for projects receiving preservation dollars. The table in my written testimony shows the level of need as indicated by the Preservation Fund managers. Concerning the use of the Housing Production Trust Fund, unfortunately, DHCD continues to struggle to meet the statutory requirement that mandates that 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund goes to the production and preservation of deeply affordable units. The FY22 HPTF annual report, the first such report since 2015, indicates that only 19% of trust fund dollars went to deeply affordable units. The council must work closely with the agency to ensure that it is complying with the statute and deploying trust fund dollars and the money allocated through the project and sponsor-based local rent supplement program as ongoing operating subsidies. TOPA is a vital right for district residents. Initially intended as a way to facilitate actual tenant purchase of residential properties, TOPA has become a way for tenants to negotiate for their own housing stability when their building owner decides to sell the property. Following TOPA laws strengthens communities and ensures that tenants, particularly tenants with low incomes, have leverage to stay in their homes. In an increasingly hot real estate market, TOPA is under threat on multiple fronts, and the council must act now to protect this essential right. For more than 5 years, lawmakers have neglected to fund the First Right to Purchase program. This program, when active, offers many tenants with low and moderate incomes, the majority of whom are Black or Brown, the first opportunity for homeownership by providing low interest loans to tenant groups, creating a path to create limited equity cooperatives when their landlord decides to sell. If the district wants to work towards meeting its goal of achieving higher rates of Black homeownership, there must be funding available for tenant purchase projects. Advocates have been asking DHCD to reopen this program to new applications and to fund FRPP at $30 million per year for about 5 years. However, DHCD has declined to accept applications and has not created a similar program to replace it. In this year's performance oversight documents, the agency wrote, quote, TOPA acquisition funding is available both through the consolidated RFP and the Housing Preservation Fund, end quote. However, co-op homeownership projects very rarely receive trust fund dollars. In FY 2020 and FY 2021 combined, only 4% of HPTF funded units were for co-op or homeownership opportunities. In FY 22 and 23, HPTF funded 0 homeownership units. Lastly, related to TOPA, the mayor proposed FY 2024 Budget Support Act includes a subtitle that exempts downtown commercial to residential conversions from TOPA. Such an exemption unequivocally threatens tenants' rights in the district. This provision should be struck from the BSA, and the council should send a strong message to developers that they must abide by district law when doing business in the district. And finally, on May 1st, 2023, DC residents living in rent-stabilized housing will face an allowable rent increase of 8.9%, the largest increase in the 4 decades of the program's history. The DC Council must take action to address this untenable rent increase. Council should pass emergency legislation to cap allowable rent increases at 5% for all tenants in rent-controlled housing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I very much look forward to discussing these recommendations with you.
Thank you so much, Yvette Banfield. You are up next.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I'm Yvette Banfield, the Chief Economic Development Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. CNHED requests Council to commit $4.1 million in the FY 2024 budget to continue supporting the Small Business Technical Assistance Program, also known as SBTA, which is administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. This well-established DHCD program provides resources, technical assistance, support, and training to small and micro businesses and entrepreneurs located in low and moderate income areas in the district. Currently, there are 14 nonprofit organizations offering assistance to small businesses. The value add of the SBTA program in aiding BIPOC and immigrant micro and small businesses and entrepreneurs is immeasurable. The diverse array of the services that SBTA provider organizations offer as a result of the funding that they receive from DHCD. This funding enables the provider organizations the ability to deepen their capacity to build, to better serve their small business clients. It is through the individualized assistance that the SPTA providers can help small businesses navigate around and overcome pitfalls, identify and take advantage of opportunities, and establish sound business practices to sustain and grow their business. Small businesses that work with a SPTA provider learn how to build durable operations. Businesses also increase their understanding and familiarity with basic economic principles to keep track of their income and cash flow, and to make better informed financial management decisions. SPTA providers or organizations also are instrumental in helping businesses get loan ready. Small businesses are an integral part of the district's local economy. Our communities benefit from having thriving, stable small businesses. They anchor our neighborhoods, our commercial corridors, they create jobs for residents, and they also generate revenue for the district. In closing, I want to add that, just reiterate that CNHED is asking Council to continue to support this vital program by committing $4.1 million in the FY 2024 budget. This investment will ensure that existing and new small and micro businesses, and again, I want to emphasize BIPOC and immigrant-owned businesses, have access to essential services that are fundamental to a healthy local small business ecosystem. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Reed, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, hello, Councilmember White and committee members. My name is Carla Reed Witt. I'm a Ward 7 resident and education, disability, mental health, and literacy policy advocate and a co-founder of Decoding Dyslexia DC. Housing instability and homelessness can be caused by many factors, including factors outside of people's control, largely related to income, affordability, health services, family conflict, racism, and systemic failures. One of those factors being low literacy. It is extremely difficult to navigate the DC housing landscape and/or to access housing support when you struggle to read. Let's say each of us has a finite number of mental stamina points for reading anything, including reading a rental agreement, a lease, and/or an application for housing support. If you have to spend too many points to read the words on the page, you have too few to understand and remember what you have read. DC is currently challenged with an affordable housing crisis. It is an immediate need that must be addressed. While we are doing that, we absolutely cannot continue to contribute to the pipeline of DC residents at risk for housing instability by moving students through our education system who struggle to read. I am testifying today to ask the DC City Council to set aside funding to train more teachers in the science of reading and structured literacy, to support schools to purchase and implement structured literacy curriculums, to reduce the number of low literate middle and high school students, and to immediately put into effect the recommendations of the DC Literacy Task Force when their report is released in September. Please do not wait till the next budget cycle. We have about 95,000 DCPS and charter school students, 69% of whom struggle to read. At least 15% of our students have learning disabilities, 95% of whom struggle to read. Our kids rely on us to prepare them for the world. They have no control over how good a job we do, and we are not doing a good job. We cannot continue to send our kids out into the world knowing that our education system may very well be a contributing factor to a future in which they may be unable to successfully meet their own needs and the needs of their families. Thank you for your time.
Next witness is Nakila Smith. You can begin your testimony. You went back on mute, so I'll need you to unmute first.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, Councilmember White, and members of the committee. My name is Nicola Smith. I'm a community organizer and a co-lead of Rhonda Whitaker Streets for Life DC initiative for PFFC. How can I argue about these issues? Can I speak if I have not received my blessings? How can I make an argument of rapid not paying a portion of my rent on time? Needing to speak about resource provision, speaking of how my landlord treats me, that would be a treat. It would let me know I'm still a citizen. This is a thing. I can't speak about these things because I'm homeless. I can't argue with homeless. This is not what I wrote in my testimony, but I just want to speak freely. You know, I have to speak of things that happened to me in my past life because I'm starting to forget what it feels like to have a home and have problems or not have problems. Like, it was so long before I slept in a bed, a real bed for sleeping on the streets. I haven't been able to cook. I haven't been able to do anything. I don't even know what the inside of a house or apartment in DC looks like because I'm living in a tent. So when I say sometimes my testimony, your wits, it's your way of thinking that you were taught. Because I'm very smart. My kids are very unique. Nobody knows I'm homeless because I left so I could be at peace. But what's hurting me is every day when I come out, you know, it's hard for me to testify sometimes because of my background. Some places I have to be, I'm not like everyone else. I'm not going to speak for everybody else, and I understand it. And I'm not going to run out of time. I'm going to speak very fast. But I just want you to understand, you know, I go through a lot so I can testify. I've been at every testimony that I'm supposed to be at. And then some. I'm trying to learn. I'm not trying. I am going to learn. You know, and it's breaking my heart seeing people out on the streets, you know, but nobody looking because they're stinky or they're on drugs and stuff. And it's really hurting my heart because I was raised, this is not right. It's not right. This lady 72 years old outside and she should be out there. She has mental problems and she shouldn't be out there. It's horrible. How is this acceptable? It's not just a DC. I have traveled to come here. So it's starting to be a worldwide problem, but it's really big. Thank you for letting me testify. I really appreciate it, and I will see you again. Oh, excuse me. When you get the chance, I have to bring back up fostering the homeless because I didn't hear anything from you. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'll come back to you with some questions. Laura Levinson, welcome. You are up next.
Thank you. My name is Laura Levinson, and I'm the Energy Committee Chair for the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. Can you hear me all right? Because some of the sound was breaking up. Great.
I can. Thank you.
Our top priority is combating climate change while keeping social equity concerns at the center of our efforts. For the following reasons, the district needs to transition off burning gas in residential buildings, methane gas, and the Department of Housing and Community Development has the central role to play in ensuring that new housing is all electric. First, burning gas for heat pollutes both our climate and our homes. It brings documented health impacts, including a 42% increased risk of asthma, aggravated respiratory symptoms, greater susceptibility to lung infections, and IQ and learning deficits in children. Second, burning gas for heat is more expensive than efficient electric heat. By ensuring that new affordable housing runs solely on clean electricity, DHCD can keep utility costs down for the low to moderate income renters and owners who live here. Councilmember White, thank you for your leadership last year in introducing and passing the Greener Government Buildings Act, which mandates that buildings owned or financed in significant part by the district government must adhere to net zero energy standards. But the act will only take effect if it is funded. If the DC Council fails to fund this new law, its passage becomes meaningless. To fund this transition for government buildings managed by the Department of General Services, the mayor's budget falls far short. The fiscal impact statement for the bill said that the bill will cost $8.4 million in fiscal year 2023 and $9.9 million in the four-year financial plan, and indicated the need for 4 FTEs to implement the policy. As far as we can tell, the mayor's budget includes no additional FTEs for this purpose, and the DGS capital budget includes only $1.5 million for retrofitting district buildings. Councilman White, the Sierra Club lies including Washington Interfaith Network We're proud to work with you on this legislation when you chair committee with oversight of DGS. We recognize there are a lot of needs for funding of housing, but we ask that you commit to us that the law you wrote and shepherded through the council is not just words on a piece of paper, and that you provide some funding from the Housing Committee to implement the Greener Government Buildings Act. Turning to the Housing Production Trust Fund, the mayor's budget unfortunately cuts funding for the fund, which is the district's largest and most important tool to create, protect, and preserve affordable housing. I know others have spoken thoroughly on this, but the proposed budget allocates only $31 million to the fund, a 91% decrease from last year's allocation. This drop in funding is problematic for many reasons, as others have noted, and including because it undercuts the Greener Government Buildings Act, which requires large new residential housing to adhere to net zero energy standards for at least 15%, if at least 15% of the total cost is district financed. This includes all new construction that receives at least 15% of its financing from the Housing Production Trust Fund. We ask the Housing Committee to insist on continued robust financial support for the Housing Trust Fund. The proposed budget eliminates multiple other sources of support for affordable housing and green energy. The Building Energy Performance Standards, BEPS, program requires owners of large buildings to improve energy efficiency. But the mayor's proposed budget eliminates $30 million in ARPA funding for helping affordable housing improve and comply with BEPS. It also fails to fund DGS to comply with BEPS. And the mayor proposes delay implementation of BEPS for 3 years. This isn't just a raid on energy efficiency, it's also a raid on affordable housing. Energy efficiency reduces costs to cool and heat homes through lower utility bills. Robbing affordable housing of funding to comply with DC's energy efficiency rules makes housing less affordable by depriving affordable housing residents of lower utility bills. These cuts across the FY24 budget are impossible to square with the council's commitments to creating and maintaining affordable housing. Please see our more detailed written testimony as well. And I have an appointment at 11:30, but we'll try to rejoin the panel after that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next public witness is Jerry Whitcomb.
Good morning, Chairman White, members of the Housing Committee, and other council members. I'm Jerry Whitcomb, Director of Economic Development of the Downtown Business Improvement District. It's my pleasure to submit testimony today and to offer the bid as a resource to you and the committee staff. The bid comprises the east side of downtown, includes a major portion of Washington's central office district, and is a center for the district's culture and entertainment venues and its hospitality sector. We're particularly proud of the downtown Day Services Center, serving hundreds of homeless individuals each day. I am testifying in support of Mayor Bowser's increases in funding and other changes to the housing and downtown tax abatements that was included in the district's fiscal year 24 budget, for which 23 budget, for which regulations are being currently drafted and hopefully available for proposals on October 1, 2023. The downtown bid agrees with the written testimony submitted by the Golden Triangle bid regarding the specific changes made by Mayor Bowser to the housing and downtown tax abatement, essential to attract investors to provide market rate and affordable housing in downtown. Why does the bid support the mayor's proposed language changes in the Budget Support Act? There are many reasons. Big picture first. The district will be making the first significant investment in downtown housing after many plans have called for downtown housing since the early 1980s, not 1880s, but none have created more than a few thousand housing units in the downtown bid area, which remains 75% office and only 6% residential. The funding and changes will spur economic development now, although the funding is out in fiscal year 2028. It will attract somewhere between $3 and $5 billion of private capital. The tax abatements will produce 500 to 1,000 affordable housing units, and the funding and the changes will have a positive net fiscal impact. And hearing the issues people have with this constrained funding this year, this is a very important point to make. In the downtown bid alone, our net fiscal impact of revenues over expenses has declined by over 210 million since the pandemic, from 750 million a year to 540. And wouldn't it be great to have those $210 million to fund the Housing Production Trust Fund and other things that people have mentioned today? In addition, there's some logical budget planning points to support this. The increase for funding in fiscal 2028 does not take funding from other needs in fiscal 24, 25, 26, and 27. The funding will be timely for conversions, as many projects will not be able to break ground for the next year or so. Also, given that office building owners are not housing developers, they will be selling their office buildings and generating deed tax revenues that will help fund the Housing Production Trust Fund. And again, finally, assuming the office market responds positively to the reduction in office supply, that will have a positive impact on revenues as well. It's important to note that a 1% change in the assessed values of large office buildings is $11 million a year. That is an important net fiscal benefit. Also, to maximize the creation of affordable housing in downtown, the downtown bid supports the mayor's comeback plan recommendation to explore modestly increasing the height limit in sections of downtown. Preliminary analysis suggests that increasing the height by 30 to 50 feet for residential only on only 1/3 of a block will also allow for the creation of 8 to 10% of the units affordable at 60% of AMI. The remainder of my testimony focuses on other improvements in the housing and downtown tax abatements, other downtown recovery initiatives, and invites you and other council members to join the downtown and Golden Triangle bids in developing an action agenda for the recovery and reimagination of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Hunter. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for holding this hearing. First, let me take this moment to welcome the new director, Director Green. Didn't get a chance to testify at our confirmation hearing. I want to just say congratulations. We look forward to working with you. Councilmember, small landlords are the largest source of naturally occurring affordable housing, and we must do more to support our small housing providers. We have to do more to support the preservation of small multifamily housing. We need to increase funds for acquisition. We need to increase funds for renovation. We love the testimony of MANA, and really going to reach out to them to support those initiatives. We need to look at increasing funding and zoning to incentivize the renovation and expansion of small apartment buildings. 4-unit apartment buildings should be able to become 8-unit buildings as a matter of right, provided that the owners are going to convert them to rental housing. That's not the case now. We need to revisit zoning and potential tax breaks to facilitate the construction of duplexes when single-family homes are renovated. Many jurisdictions are now pursuing this. They're providing incentives where you convert a single-family home, you put an auxiliary dwelling unit in it in the basement. It really facilitates naturally occurring affordable housing. We need to increase the small building repair fund. I think it's $2 million this year. It was $2 million last year. It needs to be $4 million. We need to increase emergency rental assistance. This is very vital. We think that should be doubled, if not tripled. I understand, you got to look where that money is going to come from. And I would advocate that it should come from the tenant advocacy bureaucracy. We fund the Office of the Tenant Advocate. It's duplicate. We fund the Office of the Tenant Advocate. We fund the nonprofits for tenant advocacy. We fund the Attorney General to do a tenant advocacy. We spend more money on tenant advocacy than we're spending on the provision of support directly to tenants. This money needs to go to tenants. Finally, I want to use the rest of my time to speak to the matter of this rent control bill that may move tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's going to move or not, but I just want to say that I understand this is well intended, but it will have an adverse impact on the availability of affordable housing. As you know, 2/3 of the buildings subject to rent control are 20 units or less, small apartment buildings owned by individuals. They're constructed before 1975. That means they're older buildings, right? So they have more maintenance costs. They're more costly to maintain. The costs for small landlords in the city have increased, just like everything else with inflation. Utilities, insurance, maintenance, supplies, taxes, and more. It's really untenable to single out the housing industry alone as a way to do this. The purported purpose of rent control is to prevent displacement, but we're not preventing displacement when we have an across-the-board ban without any consideration of need or income. Giving people a rent increase break who make $150,000 does not facilitate affordable housing. With that, I want to say, please don't move that bill tomorrow without more discussion. And we want to thank you for this time. And the last thing, I'd like you to commit to a town hall meeting with landlords this summer, a small landlord summit town hall with you as the chairman. Thank you.
Barry Madani, welcome.
Sorry, I was just unmuting. Thank you very much, council member. Thank you all for hearing us out here today. I also want to address as the main topic, the sort of rent cap that's sort of being discussed for emergency legislation. I think, jumping onto what Mr. Hunter said, the majority or a large portion, at least 40% of the housing stock at DC is provided by small landlords that own, 20 units or less. And I know that I don't know of any landlords that haven't been materially impacted through the COVID pandemic with the eviction moratoriums, compounded by huge delinquencies, across the board for many, many landlords who are finding it very, very difficult right now to make ends meet. Rent caps, is essentially, it's counterintuitive, but a tool that will really destroy the quality of rent-controlled housing. They don't stop the pain of inflation. Costs still increase. I know insurance premiums certainly on some of my buildings has gone up 26% this year. Maintenance costs have gone up, 15 to 18% over the last couple of years. Material costs have obviously escalated. That's just national news. Utilities are up 10 to 15 to 20%. And I know the PEPCO is about to do another increase in June, which is going to take the rate up about another 15%. These are real costs. And, by putting a cap on the income side of these apartment buildings, it's going to have a negative impact in that it sort of reduces the incentive for landlords to focus on improved quality. It's going to, effectively, reward landlords that are going to make a race to the bottom with costing, cutting corners, and ultimately deciding, where are they going to make cuts to make their ends meet. I think there's this sort of preconceived notion that landlords are flush with cash and they sit there, collecting their money, and there is no associated costs with that. But there are loans in place. We're in a very high inflationary market. Rent caps are also going to materially affect the valuation of assets across the district, which is going to have a very serious impact on the tax income that the city receives. It's going to put a lot of pressure on small community banks in our region, as a lot of those loans start to basically, go upside down as a result of the fact that the buildings will be worth less than what the mortgage amount is on a lot of them in a lot of cases. So, with a lot of that said, and with a lot of the things that are going on in the DC rental market ecosystem, from the fact that it's extremely difficult to evict a tenant, even for the best of reasons. It can take anywhere from 12 to 16 months. The DC courts are backed up. You can't get a court date until June, July if you were to file, tomorrow. There's a lot of talk about, bad landlords, but there isn't a lot of talk about how there is, a lot of tenants that are abusing the system and taking advantage of rules and regulations that have been put into place for the protection of good tenants. That is exacerbating an already a very bad situation. The rent cap, rule is going to essentially, you're not going to feel the effects today, but it's going to set in motion a very, very bad set of circumstances for a lot of small landlords who simply won't be able to afford to maintain their buildings.
Thank you so much. I do have a number of questions for this panel, and do want to thank you all for taking time to be with us. Ms. Johnson and I had an exchange already. So let me start with Shirley Horning. You had recommended in a couple parts of your testimony, diverting some of the money from the Black Homeownership Strike Force, and I think the heirs property program to preservation and preventing foreclosure. Do you see any equity issues here? So if there's a deliberate effort to retain, Black residents through homeownership and the heirs property program, is there an equity issue with diverting some of this funding?
Thank you for that question, Chairperson White. I believe maybe I was unclear in my testimony. We support the Black Homeownership Strike Force Fund. We support the $8 million enhancement. Our understanding is that $8 million enhancement is toward the Home Purchase Assistance Program. The Black Homeownership Strike Force recommendations include preservation measures. They include providing local funding for the Homeowner Assistance Fund. They include funding for heirs property services. Just to clarify, Legal Aid is supportive and hopes that the committee will approve the $1.5 million enhancement for the heirs property services, because that is consistent with the Black Homeownership Strike Force's recommendations. Our request is that the committee prioritize the preservation components of the Black Homeownership Strike Force recommendations, because it has the dual benefit of both preserving the wealth that's accrued, but also preventing the homelessness that may occur if those homeowners lose their homes, and also lose, that housing stability. And so just we're not asking that the money be directed away from the Black Homeownership Strike Force at all, but rather to go toward the recommendations that preserve that homeownership.
One of your other recommendations was with regard to the Home Purchase Assistance Program, expanding its permissible uses to include preventing foreclosure and interest-free loans for home preservation. I like this idea and have had some similar thoughts. The question I have is, at this point, I think that the program gets tapped out every year. So do you think it would make sense for us to expand the permissible uses before we reach a point where there's money left in the program?
It would be an expansion of the focus of the program. So the Home Purchase Assistance Program currently is focused on the purchasing and additional new opportunities for homeownership. But by including and covering existing mortgages, second mortgages that are high interest rate loans, and by helping to avoid foreclosure, that would be an expansion of the goals of that program, which we think would be a worthy cause. But I understand that the funds, I think it is a difficult question. Legal Aid's priority is to keep people housed primarily, and if there is the ability to provide additional homeownership opportunities, that is certainly also very important. But first, we want to make sure people have roofs over their heads.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. It is a difficult question, but I think there is a lot of merit to that recommendation. So I appreciate it. Marissa Johnson, I see you have your hand up. Do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I have a question for you and the young lady. How do you sign up for the home ownership strike force program?
Ms. Johnson, my team will get you information on that. I don't know the answer offhand, but we can find it and get it to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not a problem. Judy Esty, you mentioned something I'm focused on as well, which is enforcing the requirements for the Housing Production Trust Fund of hitting the statutory marks on the 0 to 30% AMI. You mentioned enforcement. Do you have any thoughts on what enforcement would look like?
Yes, but maybe not for testimony on the record, council member. I think what honestly I would share is that I don't think anyone's doing this out of like ill intent, right? I think there are legitimate, as you've heard on this call, differences of opinion on what the priorities are for financing. I think the challenge, however, seems to be that there is no actual ramification if the statute is not met, because we're going in the opposite direction. We are at 28% to 0 to 30% AMI units last year. All this legislation got passed, and now we're at less, right? We're at 19, right? So I think there needs to be an open conversation about why is this happening? And I did say in my testimony, and I saw this noted in the article in the Post, that a lot of it's also tied to LRSP funding, because I know that projects that are getting 0 to 30% AMI HPTF, that's one-time funding to create the unit, but they then they require the recurring annual LRSP, local rent supplement project voucher, to keep funding the unit year after year. I know that's a really important part of that equation. And so I think part of the challenge is for the developers, my understanding is they need to do mixed income housing to make sure that like the funding equation makes sense. And as also we've heard from other nonprofit developers on this call, because HPTF is so slow and like they're often left really without knowing when they're going to get money, it's delayed, they have to find financing from other projects. So I think a lot of what we're hearing is that if there was more open conversation and transparency about what's not being met and why, we wouldn't be in the situation where we have no idea what's going on until it's too late. And I think that's a lot of the frustration is, you know, it's not great timing that we only found out about the 2022 expenditures the day of the budget hearing for next year. Like we just always seem to be so behind. So if there was more actual oversight and transparency, case in point, the mayor actually doing an annual report on these numbers, I would hope that it would at least open the conversation about what the funding equation is needed to make these dollars actually be invested the way they're supposed to be.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think you are right. The DHCD, so the deadline was April 1st for them to get this report done. I made it clear to Acting Director Green when she and I first sat down that my expectation was that we would get this report. She indicated that they intended to send it, so I'm glad they are getting it to us now. The expectation is that it will continue, but we're going to talk about this in detail, why they are not hitting the 0 to 30%, and we are going to work through this issue because we have to increase it. There's no question. Ryan Trout, let me ask you two questions on the Housing Production Trust Fund. I appreciate your testimony on that and other issues. What's just briefly, what's the impact of the reduced funding in the proposed budget? Are there deals that won't go forward, or does this mean that new ideas are going to sort of stop coming in the pipeline? Are there things in the pipeline now that likely won't get funded, affordable housing projects?
Yeah, I think so. I think what we're going to see is a long tail on this recovery. So our analysis of the pipeline indicated that with just the bond cap and the new bond cap that we'll get in the coming fiscal year, that we need $311 million in HPTF just to meet the existing projects in the pipeline. And then that doesn't include projects that might forego bonds and need HPTF for preservation projects, for critical repairs, and other such needs. And so we ended up, our initial ask was going to be closer to the $346 million range, $340 million. But recognizing the constraints that the district have, we modified that down to $200 million, still double the mayor's proposed $100 million. But the reality is that that's still going to lead to a long tail. It's going to continue to create a backup in the pipeline of projects that are going to take years to come to fruition.
I mean, and that's such an important point about the pipeline. let me ask you about downtown housing, and you raised concern about exemptions to TOPA. What Jerry Whitcomb raised was, hey, people have wanted to put housing downtown for a long time and it hasn't happened. One of the things I noticed is that when the mayor made the announcement that she was interested in bringing housing downtown, which is something I've been interested in since I got to the council, I didn't see a lot of folks chomping at the bit. So do you, I think we are going to have to be open to trade-offs. And I said to the mayor, just when I was first digesting it, we have to be really clear about what our goals are and what trade-offs we're willing to make. So, you know, if we could get affordable housing downtown with no trade-offs whatsoever, don't make any trade-offs. If we cannot get affordable housing downtown without making trade-offs, then we have to ask ourselves, what are our chief goals and what are we sort of willing to trade off? No one likes to have conversations about compromises, myself included, but I do want to have conversations about affordable housing because we're not building enough. So that means we have to be able to discuss everything in this committee. What is your thought? Do you think we can hit our housing goals, of specifically affordable housing goals downtown, without trade-offs, and then specific to TOPA?
No, I don't. I think that trade-offs are going to be a part of the conversation. I think that that'll be imperative. However, I don't think TOPA should be one of them. I don't think that they should be on the table. There are other opportunities, and folks much smarter than I am can chime in on this. I see Eliana has her hand up. And our members are willing to be at the table and talk about trade-offs. However, we're pretty strong in our commitment to TOPA as a right for district residents, and we don't think that should be eroded for downtown housing.
Eliana, I think you testified on this issue as well. What is your perspective with trade-offs generally and then specific to TOPA?
I understand thanks for the question, first of all, but I understand the need to find trade-offs. You know, if we are looking to incentivize something that won't happen naturally, for example, incentivizing or offering a way to affordable housing, like through a tax abatement, for example, that has some cost. The question is, who is experiencing the trade-off? Who is benefiting and who is hurting from it?
Hey, Steve, are you on?
Hey, Dean, let me ask you to mute.
Sorry.
So who is experiencing the benefits and the detriments of that trade-off? So I just think it is, we cannot make trade-offs on the backs of tenants, period. This is a right, TOPA is a right for all district residents, for tenants. And the district government basically opening the door and saying, you know, it's okay for these projects, we won't impose this specific right for these projects. That's opening the door for future developers to basically come to the district government and say, you know, it'll be a little more expensive if we had to go through the TOPA process on this building. So can we just get an exemption on this building? Opening the door to that kind of conversation or that kind of talk or that kind of ask is unacceptable, because we know that who has power in these situations? It's not tenants. And though I appreciate the fact that we funnel or we direct our resources into empowering tenants, and I understand, of course we do that. There's a value in that, is because the way that our system works, it empowers those with funds and funding and ability to make decisions, and it does not empower those who do not. And so it is imperative that we protect TOPA for downtown. I would also encourage, one thing that did not come out in the conversations about TOPA in the mayor's budget is what is the actual cost to the developers who are saying we need TOPA to disappear in order for us to make these deals happen. Because if there's no tenants living in those buildings right now, then developers aren't having to deal with tenants in order to make those conversions. And so I think if those who are coming into this conversation saying, you know, we need this compromise, I think they also need to show the books to basically indicate why they need this particular compromise.
Appreciate that. Let me push just a little bit further. We're gonna have a lot of uncomfortable conversations in this committee over the next couple of years. One of the things that I've grappled with is if we don't see conversions, downtown, I think, is a space where we can see a lot of residential opportunity. If we don't see those conversions, is there a point at which we say having affordable, and I think, look, we've got to be focused. When we talk about building housing downtown, we have got to be talking about who can afford to live there. But if we don't see development of housing, particularly affordable housing downtown, at what point do we say, all right, I do not like this compromise at all, but I know that we need to create more affordable housing. At what point do we do that? Or do we just hold the line, period, on TOPA or anything else?
I'm not sure exactly what you're suggesting we put on the line in terms of compromise. I don't think TOPA is an option. I think we as a district decide what our values and priorities are in protecting tenants' rights and stability. Local hiring, those are things that we decided to invest in, and I don't think those are the only ways for us to get to a certain outcome.
Jerry Whitaker, why is TOPA so important to downtown housing, in your opinion? And what about showing the books? Can you be specific about what impact it has?
Similar to Judy's comment, I think there should be a roundtable on TOPA as it affects downtown conversions and TOPA in general. There's a lot of reasons that TOPA is good. There are some unintended consequences. One of the things about downtown, if we don't get these conversions going, we're probably going to lose another $300 million in annual tax revenues. That will not be going into the Housing Production Trust Fund. So all these trade-offs are there. The HIDE Act is a way to also add some juice to these deals. Is it okay to add 3 or 4 stories on, say, a third of a block, so we can improve the financial numbers for these deals? These are all these trade-offs that you've been talking about, Councilmember White, uncomfortable conversations, because some people really value the light and air that comes from our HIDE Act, but it has consequences. And so we are open to having these conversations, but at the moment, we are sort of chasing a car downhill in downtown, trying to stop that car, turn it around and push it back up the hill. And so there are many investors that will not invest in, yes, Eliana's correct, you can trade your deal before it's full because there's no tenants to deal with, but it's much easier when you have a full building and you have a rent roll that you can show people to actually sell people. And my understanding of TOPA was it came out of a concern in Adams Morgan from conversions, where longtime renters were being pushed out and people on fixed incomes. And that's certainly not going to be the case in new buildings downtown. And so I think it does make some sense to say these deals are different. I understand the concern about opening the door, but I think we can handle the slippery slope arguments by putting some guidelines, guardrails around this. And this is a difficult discussion, as you said, we have to have. And I think having a roundtable to discuss this would be very helpful sooner rather than later. But at the moment, we think it's very important for the getting the conversions going and then bringing the affordable housing that comes along, because you can't have affordable housing downtown until you have housing.
So right now, vacancy rates in buildings, commercial buildings downtown, are at historic highs. So at what point do building owners say, look, incentives or no incentives, we've got to do something different because the market is oversaturated at this point? So won't we reach a point where a tipping point where buildings are just going to have to convert whether there are incentives or not?
Well, again, that there's another step in there that they're actually going to hand the buildings over to the banks. And because I'm 67 years old, I worked on the savings and loan crisis at the RTC and the FDIC, And we had a rule of thumb that when a building goes to the federal government or a bank, it loses 25% of its value every year. And so, the conversation is you can pay me now or you can pay me later. And, if it goes to the banks, the values are going to drop to about $200 a square foot. We have some buildings in downtown that will trade that are completely empty. They're not going to trade at their current values of $500 or $400 a square foot, which are even down from $700. They're going to trade at $200 or $225. And so there will be substantial declines in property tax revenues.
Okay. I'm going to move to a different issue. So I want to recognize something that Carol Aiden's mentioned in your testimony, the Land Purchase Partnership Act. This is not a silver bullet, but we know that all the affordable housing programs that we're using right now aren't getting us where we need. So we need new tools in our toolkit. I think we need to not be just looking at, what are the home runs that are going to create thousands of units, but what are some of the base hits, that are going to get us little by little more affordable housing. And I heard a couple recommendations from Dean Hunter as well. I'm really curious about how these new programs would add to the expansion of affordable housing here in the city. So I'm excited to see development of this concept of the Land Purchase Partnership Act, and we'll keep trying to move that along.
Thank you.
A question for Abiola Agoro. Spoke about Mr. Stevenson. If you are still with us, excellent. He hasn't been housed. Why hasn't he been housed? If we can discuss that, has he been approved for a housing voucher? Is he stuck in that sort of bureaucratic process, or is it something different?
It's my understanding that that is the primary part, especially every single time we have called and tried to refer him to something, we get referred back to only work with Veterans Affairs. But the problem with that is in Veterans Affairs says, call the housing department. So we haven't even really been able to get consistent answers. And like I said, we've been given incorrect numbers. I've told, call this person at this extension, that person doesn't exist. When we do call it, they'll say, well, I need his military number. We give them the number. We don't hear anything back. And then they'll say, we need to be able to call him. He doesn't have a phone. So we'll say, call us. We don't hear any calls. So it's been really us, as far as we're aware of, just stuck in that back and forth bureaucratic process. But it's my understanding that all he really has been asking for is just a basic housing voucher if possible. I know he's trying to get legal help because he has not heard anything from anyone, and he's still dealing with going back and forth from shelters. He stays near the Penn Quarter area, but he stays at a shelter on New York Avenue and 2nd, I think. But yeah.
Does he have a case manager?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think he's ever been formally assigned to a case manager. Yeah.
If you haven't, given what you just said, I recommend talking to either Miriam's Kitchen or Pathways to Housing. I think either organization can help navigate because they have a ton of experience here, and I think they could get him on the right track. Unfortunately, there is still a backlog. So once people are approved for housing vouchers, it still takes sometimes years to get them into housing. I'm actively working on that issue now. And I know DHS and others in Interagency Council on Homelessness, folks are focused on it. I'm trying to push us a little bit more there. But as I do that, please touch base with either Miriam's Kitchen or Pathways to Housing. And if they are not able to help, reach out to my office.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eliana Golding, there was another issue I wanted to ask you about. This is something that's come up in a lot of testimonies, but Preservation Fund, you testified for the need to dedicated funding for the preservation fund. One of the things that I'm struggling with is the Housing Production Trust Fund is supposed to be used for preservation as well. So why do we need a dedicated preservation fund? Or yeah,
great question. They're used for different purposes. So there's actually a number of people on this call, including Ryan, who could also speak to this. But the preservation fund is intended for acquisition and basically pre-redevelopment financing. So as Ryan mentioned in his testimony, for critical repairs. And so that money is basically stage one. We acquire the building and fix any fixes so that people aren't living in hazardous conditions. And then the Housing Production Trust Fund, that offers more permanent financing. And of course, it's not the only financing source, but it's what developers use to leverage other sources of financing. And so it's basically, preservation fund is bridge loan essentially, and then trust fund as permanent financing. We need both to make those projects successful. So they are separate purposes and they need to work together.
did you have anything to add to that?
I mean, I would just add that the trust fund is also, it helps then pay back those preservation funds. And so that is supposed to be a revolving fund. But if those projects can't get permanent financing, those funds are either stuck in the deal or they have to look elsewhere, or the deal doesn't work, right? And so I think the goal was to have the fund self-sufficient within 3 years. But the longer those funds stay in the projects, the longer that's going to take.
Right.
You're again going to get more pressure. And I believe in an earlier testimony, Mikasa mentioned that only 2 out of the last of 22 projects funded by HPTF were for preservation. It sometimes, particularly if they're tied to the low-income housing tax credit, and you're competing for those dollars. Sometimes the way the QAP is written, particularly in previous years, a preservation project just doesn't measure up compared to the net new units of a production project.
I can put a finer point on that. It's that the QAP, the way that the formula works is that there's certain weights for different types of projects, and preservation receives comparatively a very low weight, 5 points. Something like it's the fact that the project exists within a certain planning area can receive up to 25 points for that. And so in these rounds, it's nearly impossible for a preservation project to compete against others, which is why we're advocating for there to be, why I'm advocating for there to be a set aside within the trust fund for those preservation projects, so that the preservation fund, a program that the district government created and put money into, can actually be used as intended as a revolving fund. But the way that things are operating right now, that's not happening.
Appreciate that. Yvette Banfield, I appreciate your testimony. There was one critical piece that you may have mentioned and I missed it. What's the connection between the small business supports and services that you were testifying about in CNHED's work?
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Yes, you gave some terrific testimony about the importance of small businesses and needs for the right supports and services for them. How does that connect to CNHED's work?
It connects directly to our work. One, because as you know, many of the organizations, practically maybe all of the organizations that receive funding from DHCD to administer or to operate the Small Business Technical Assistance Program are members of CNHED. They're part of our working group. We collaborate with them. We also direct businesses that come our way to their programs. We also promote them in any way that we can on our website. We're actually in the process of refreshing our DC Small Biz Help website, which helps us to, again, direct businesses to these organizations. We promote their workshops and their trainings as well, so that businesses have an idea of what's happening or where they can go to get services. So CNHED, as a champion of small business ecosystem, And as the coordinator or quarterback, if you want to call us that, in terms of supporting small businesses and the support organizations, we are that connective tissue on the outside in the community to making sure that small businesses and these organizations are able to connect with each other.
Carla Reed-Witt, I think you are still with us, yes. I appreciate your testimony about the difficulty navigating the housing landscape for people who struggle to read. And I think that training more teachers in the science of reading, as you mentioned, is critically important. It, in my opinion, requires a foundation of keeping teachers, which we and many others are not doing a great job of right now. So I just wanted to note to your testimony that I did introduce a teacher retention bill that came from data directly from teachers about what would help keep them in our schools and in our classrooms. And one of the things I'm trying to get done in this budget is a flexible scheduling pilot for teachers. One of the things they could do is meet and congregate around the science of teaching and really improve their skill sets there. So I'm hoping we can get that done, and saw it as relevant to your testimony. So I wanted to mention it. Nikila Smith, if you are still with us. Excellent. Have you been approved for a housing voucher? And if there's any question I ask you that you don't want to answer here, we can talk offline.
It's okay. I'm not familiar with everything that's going on in DC, but I know I did a SNP. I know my score, and I was told I would have to wait 1 or 2 years.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that is just a huge problem, is that people are being approved for housing vouchers. We have the vouchers, but it's taking 1 to 2 years to get people into housing. I am actively working, as I mentioned earlier, to unclog that backlog, and there are a lot of folks smarter than me who are at the table. So I am optimistic that we can get there, and I'm going to be meeting with folks, pushing folks like this week on this issue. So Ms. Smith, I just want you to know that I am working hard to make that process quicker. And to do that now. So I appreciate you sharing your testimony. It does really help us do our work better.
I think can I ask you one question?
Sure.
So when I talked to you, I think we are supposed to come together with our ideas. I gave you a very good idea. I want to know if you had a problem with it. I'm going to ask him.
I appreciate it. I am still working through that idea. We've had a lot of really good ideas come at us, and I'm trying to make sure I give them all due attention. So it is in my queue of ideas that I'm going to work through. And I do think that there are folks that can help sort of give me some initial information on this. So I promise you I do have the idea, and I'm going to work through it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Dean Hunter, I know, had to leave. Oh no, Dean Hunter,
I'm here.
You're still there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate the recommendations in the first part of your testimony. I'm going to be looking into those. Your points about majority of rent control buildings being smaller buildings, they're older, cost more to maintain, costs on landlords have increased. Those are real points that we have to consider. What I never want us to do is something that is good or feels good in the short term and hurts the people that we're trying to help in the long term. I hope that on emergency, there's only so much we can understand the numbers, like in real terms, how how are small landlords being impacted, and how would they be impacted by legislation meant to help folks tenants who are also struggling? That is something that I hope we can work together on. And I know that you have been in conversations with my staff and sharing information and data. But this is something that I really want to understand with a greater degree of specificity. What I'll say to you and Mr. Madani is that at this point, emergency legislation cannot carry a fiscal impact. It cannot have a cost. At this point, the administration is saying every idea to address the 40-year potential increase in rent on an emergency basis, every one of these ideas would carry a financial impact. So as of right now, 12:09 on Monday, no emergency legislation can move forward. I am still trying to work through this issue, but let me ask you, since you're here, a 6.9% cap as opposed to 8.9% cap, do you see that as being devastating to any landlords?
It does have an adverse impact, particularly where, people don't understand the margins of profit are really small. You get the same cost of inflation that everybody else bears, housing providers bear in their business. Every business has the same high cost. So if inflation is 8%, that means it costs 8% more to run that property. You're paying utilities, labor, maintenance. So the profit margin, particularly in this rent control formula, is just that 2%. The reality of the matter is not every landlord is going to raise their rents 8.9%. Right. And one of the big problems is this: it's an across the board. It's just like everybody gets a break without tailoring it to the need. I sent you a proposed amendment that would focus this on people who demonstrated a need. If you raise your hand and say, I'm having a problem, you deserve relief. But people that make what you make, they can afford to pay the rent increase and don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Mr. Madani, if you are still with us.
He may have left. And let me just say one other thing, Councilmember, about TOPA. I'm really glad you're focusing on TOPA. I please ask that you consider a roundtable, a major roundtable or summit on the issue of TOPA. There's a lot of problems. It needs reform. It needs your attention.
I appreciate that. We're going to be digging into a lot of difficult issues in this committee, and just fair warning for everybody here. Making progress means that you are having difficult conversations and making difficult decisions, but that's what we have to do, and we need everybody at the table. My hope and goal is that I know there are very strong thoughts and preferences. We all have got to come to the table and be willing to talk past and talk through our preferences, because we've got to make progress. We cannot stay where we are in this housing climate. Laura Levinson, I'm glad you were able to make it back. Just a quick note on your testimony. I know you put me on the spot and said you hope I will provide funding from the Housing Committee for the Greener Government Buildings Act. This is a bill I believe in a deep way. In my previous committee, every single year, I cut budgets of our agencies and sent them to things like housing, violence intervention, and education. At this point, we don't have anywhere near the money we need to cover the gaps just in our committee. So I'm going hat in hand to every other committee. I hope that we can figure out funding for the Greener Government Buildings Act. I don't see how we could do it from this committee, but we also are still scrubbing the budget. So, I don't want to say that definitively. I'm just trying to be as transparent and communicative as possible with folks about what I'm seeing. But my hope is that we can figure that out. There are a lot of adverse impacts from this budget proposal on the environment, and I want us to be very mindful of that and the impact it can have.
And
I did have. And let me ask you
wanted
one
to say,
question.
oh, sure.
Actually, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll come back to this question.
All right, thanks. Well, just, we appreciate how much need there is for funding for housing programs, absolutely. And just want to reiterate the importance of greener housing in terms of lower costs and better health for residents, but also in terms of implementing the Greener Government Buildings Act. It could be, even if your committee could help scrape together a little bit of money for some additional staff for GS, that's kind of pocket change in the scheme of the budget. Something like that might be really helpful. Realizing that you're not going to be able to pull multi-millions from housing, which has such great needs. But even a small amount, you know how hard it is.
Yes. I appreciate that suggestion. One last question. I think it started your testimony with some data on asthma, respiratory, IQ, learning deficit issues. Could you send us what you were citing?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, it is footnoted in the testimony.
Excellent. Then we'll
and
pull it out.
A lot of what I cited there is from a study from RMI, but there are many studies now. Actually, it's not new. It's just we haven't heard about it until recently. Not surprisingly, the gas company doesn't really want us to know that our gas stoves and our gas appliances are causing indoor air pollution that's severely harmful to our health. So there are a bunch of studies, but several of them are in the footnotes for the testimony, and happy to send more.
I appreciate it. And this is, I've actually been a little surprised in the past several months, the increase in conversation on this issue. So I'll look at the citations in your testimony, and I appreciate it.
And you're right, it's become a bit of a controversy, and the right wing is saying, you're going to pry my gas stove out of my cold dead hands and crazy things like that. But when I found out, the indoor air pollution that my gas stove was causing, I couldn't give it up fast enough. And my boyfriend has had fewer headaches since we bought a new induction range. So interesting, anecdotal, but it worked for us.
Barry Madani, I appreciate you rejoining. Let me, can you tell me how many buildings do you own, and how many units total?
I own about, I want to say about 20 buildings. I think it's about 630 units in total.
Okay.
And I also actually it's 800, including a large sort of asset on 14th Street, which is about 233 units. But a lot of my buildings are in sort of affordable neighborhoods in Southeast and Northeast. And we sort of we self-manage a lot of those properties under the Solid Properties banner. And so, the organization should be quite, reasonably known by the DC Housing Authority and others.
If there were, and I know you heard me say to Mr. Hunter, at this point, we cannot do emergency legislation tomorrow. I am still working on this, but at this point, we cannot because of the fiscal impact. But if there was a 6.9% cap on rent increases in the rent control units, as opposed to 8.9% cap for 1 year, would that have a devastating impact on you and on the units?
The reality is that even the 8.9% is a far cry from the increases that we've seen over the last 3 years. As you know, I mean, we had a rent freeze in place, certainly on the housing voucher program since 2018. Costs have only been increasing over the last 3-4 years. A lot of other sort of elements that have been kind of part of this ecosystem of housing are kind of creating unintended consequences and ratcheting more and more sort of problems onto landlords, and small, medium-sized landlords particularly are feeling the brunt of that more than your JBGs. Who have massive institutional dollars behind them, but the sort of small mom and pop operators, which I consider us a part of. I mean, I appreciate that it seems like a lot of units, but this is something that's been built, bootstrapped from a 9-unit building, 15 years ago, to where we are today. Is I've never seen such financial pressures on our buildings that I've seen over the last 3 years, between the eviction issue, with the timelines to evict the tenant, because I always tell my folks, our job as a housing provider in DC is to protect our great tenants from our bad tenants. And unfortunately, the tools we have to get tenants who are, in violation of their leases, for, having pit bulls that are biting people, or, acting or not paying rent for several years.
Dogs. I have a pit bull, and he's sweet pup. So let's just say dogs.
A pit bull that's biting people.
Yeah,
Your pit bull
any
doesn't bite
dog
people.
that's biting people is not great.
Yeah. Any dog that's biting people. I only bring that up because I'm actually dealing with that situation right now. I just don't have the tools to deal with it in a timely manner. It's going to take me, at the absolute best case scenario, 9 months. Reality is probably 14 months. Today, if I'm putting a tenant on notification, I've got to give a 30-day notification. Then I think we've got to give another 60, and then, then you get a court date. Courts are about 4 to 6 months out from hearing cases. I know it's not a DC problem. It's a judge and court issue, but it's kind of creating this compounding effect, throughout the industry, which is, causing landlords to just, build up hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dollars of delinquent rent. I was just looking at a building, reviewing it before this call. We have $300,000 on just that one property. That property generates $65,000 a month in gross rent before costs and expenses. I have a backlog of $300,000 on that. I mean, it's not recoverable, because also once you get those folks into court, they're never going to pay it. It's just, it's a case of just writing it off. But on the question of the increases, we're simply fighting a lot of inflationary costs like everybody else. And, the margins in real estate are not, huge like everyone assumes, because you're putting on debt on assets. You do put your equity down, but, you have a mortgage to pay, you have interest to pay. God help you if you have a floating loan right now, because there's no way you're going to make it. Utility costs continue to go up, but there's always this conversation of capping the income, but there's never a conversation about capping the cost. Taxes go up, utilities go up, insurance premiums are up. We just signed our insurance premium for this year. It's up 26% over last year, which is a huge amount of money. And so does it affect you for a year? The question is, if you cap it every year, and let's say we pick a number, it's 5%. If it creates a ratcheting effect, right? If costs increase above 5%, then that ratchet gets tighter and tighter until eventually landlords are going to lose their properties, and there's going to be a lot of small, medium-sized landlords. It's the whole program is going to incentivize landlords who are into cutting costs and cutting corners to make ends meet and doing things at the cheapest possible dollar amount, and it's going to remove a lot of good landlords out of the system, because they're going to realize it's just not tenable to do business here.
Roughly, what number or percentage of your units are rent controlled?
Probably about, if I would have to say, probably about 40%.
Okay. And what's the average rent increase of the non-rent controlled units this year?
It's case by case, but we've seen, this year we've seen, I would say last year is where we saw the rent increases really, but anywhere from 8 to 12%.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you being with us today. I want to thank everybody from this panel. Just lots of robust discussion that highlights many of the things that we have to grapple with in the budget and outside of the budget. So I think everybody in this panel, we will be talking more. So thank you again for being with us. And we're going to move to our final panel of public witnesses for today, starting with Taylor Novell, Executive Director, who speaks for me, Nikaya Petrovic Mujahid, Fair Budget Coalition, Jenna Israel, DC Community Organizer with Jews United for Justice, Bianca Palmiciano, a volunteer with Jews United for Justice. Courtney Cooperman, a volunteer with Jews United for Justice. Daniel Michelson Horwitz, volunteer with Jews United for Justice. Candace Johnson, public witness. Forrest Wilson, the cooperative at 1477 Newton. Shaylin Wooden with Ben E Cooperative. Sheen Miriam Gizal with 3218 Wisconsin Avenue Co-op. Joanna Savage, managing attorney with consumer advocacy and home ownership preservation practice with legal counsel for the elderly. Maya Shepard, senior staff attorney with legal counsel for the elderly. Ann Murphy, a representative with Ward 3 Housing Justice. Martin Mellett, Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing. Francois Sims, Public Witness. Victoria Gray, Public Witness. Michael Hopkins, member of the United Church of Christ, Potomac Association Justice and Witness Action Network DC team. Victoria Gray, Public Witness. Kadir El-Amin, Co-Director of People for Fairness Coalition. Abby Shinkur with Baldwin House Community Collective. Jalen Gross with Black Swan Academy. Naomi Red, student. John Settles, managing member of Kazan Community Strategies, LLC. Kelly Neely, community organizer with Woodner Tenant Union. Commissioner Robin McKinney. Michael Syndrome, who was supposed to be on a previous panel, so I'll bring him up first. That is it. Give us a moment to get everyone queued up, please.
Mr. Chair, Michael Syndrome, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Give me one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syndrome, glad you were able to join us. You'll be first on this panel. You can go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it's afternoon, Mr. Chair, and all those with the sound of my voice. Michael Syndrome, disabled veteran who has served our country more than most. Thank you for the committee's indulgence, and I must give a Sean Cuttinghigh, a very efficient, effective staffer who was facilitating my ability, and all others, no doubt, to be able to weigh in. He deserves a raise. Good help is hard to find, and contented cows give better milk. And so I want to applaud your efforts on legislation for with regards to being beholden to we the people, the sovereign body. All too often it's overlooked that at the end of the day, we know no hold 'em when to fold 'em. There's recall initiative. I understand one of your colleagues is the hot seat initiative recall, but be it as it may, applaud your efforts to combat fraud and corruption and unjust enrichment. Along those lines, too, just want to make mention, the council chair is precluded from outside employment. The rest of council members should be as well. The public trust should be at the forefront. And certainly the dollar amount that's taken in yearly, whatever it is, astronomical sum, should be sufficient to pay for necessaries and whatnot, notwithstanding prime realty at the Granite building, the Wilson building there, inlaid with granite. That outside employment should not be, is totally out of order and not necessary. So I want to, Department of Housing and Community Development, the contact at Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, Benjamin Arnold, who is a foreclosure prevention and mediation administrator, does a yeoman's job. He's excellent. Aside from Disby, other staffers who don't seem, when the cat's away, the mice will play with this teleworking and whatnot, just are not following the law or doing their job. Karima Woods is the commissioner, as you may be aware, and even trying to weigh in with your colleague, Kenya McFluffy, is not possible. Kelly there, the staffer, runs an interference and doesn't permit that to happen, which is not good. So I want to bring it to your attention so that, put on the record, there's supposed to be an upcoming There was supposed to be week previous, but they canceled it, upcoming. So I do have a number of items I want to bring to the council's attention for due deliberation. So again, with the Housing Department of Housing Community Development, they are administering the Housing Assistance Homeowners Assistance Fund, and it's good that that is put in place. There is a cap currently, to my understanding, of $120K. That needs to be raised. Mortgages are extremely expensive, as are HOA, and with COVID, that has extended for the longest and still ongoing. Isn't it amazing, Mr. Chair? With all the technology, we've yet to isolate the COVID virus or whatnot. And moreover, if what you've been jabbed works, why do you got to go back for round 2 and round 3 booster? But the point being is that this is going on for a protracted period of time, meaning that folks have been out of business, out of work for the longest, and the good mayor shutting down single businesses, which is not good either, and to recoup restaurants and other entities that have not been able to rebound, need our help. But back to homeowners, it's cold outside, and being homeless ain't no joke. So the $120K is helpful. It is most helpful, but that needs to be increased on the HAF Homeowners Assistance Fund. Maybe I would suggest $200K would be a nominal, reasonable figure, but something more to make certain that we can retain our homes. Again, being out of work for the protracted COVID, which we have no responsible for, we're innocent bystanders on all this. The Lord's still in control. But to make certain that the mantra has been, stay DC. Well, why would you want to stay if we're outpriced, if our home's taken away, and we have, more expense than is feasible, than we can handle? So that, again, to increase the HAF allotment. And again, at DHCD, Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, Benjamin Arnold, who is the Foreclosure Prevention and Mediation Administrator, does a yeoman job. Mr. Chair, I'm not one to give compliments lightly.
You are not.
And they come from the heart, and they're truly meant, not to sugarcoat or to, and full well, we've had with Ramada, we meet and talk a lot, Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, that still owes me. That you'd indicated way back you're going to take care of that, but they were giving you a hard time. We need to circle back around and get that resolved, because it's not been. But the point is, like you say, when I give compliment, it's meant, and it has meaning to it, not to sugarcoat. So that has to be taken under advisement. So Benjamin Arnold over at DHCD. The rest of them, one of the inspectors too, Robert Leproto, he's excellent. And it makes no sense that the only fraud investigator with DHCD doesn't have transportation, because you need wheels to get around. Yeah, the Ramada train and bus is good. They take forever and a day. The bus does anyway. They're good, but the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So if you hamstring your only fraud investigator or two, that does a disservice, not only to DHCD, but to we the people, to get things done.
Mr. Syndrome, you are about 2.5 minutes over your time. So let me ask you respectfully to summarize in about 15 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to close with, it is the veteran. It is the veteran, not preacher, who has given us freedom of religion. It is a veteran, not reporter, who has given us freedom of the press. It is a veteran, not poet, who has given us freedom of speech. It is a veteran, not campus organizer, who has given us freedom to assemble. It is a veteran, not lawyer, lawyer, who has given us right to a fair trial. It is a veteran, not politician, who has given us the right to vote. It is a veteran who salutes the flags, who serves under the flag. God bless America and our troops. Again, hats off to a job well done for Mr. Cunningham and to Benjamin Arnold. And if you got any questions, I'd be delighted to field them at this time, sir.
Thank you so much. Lauren Taylor, welcome. You are up next.
I take you don't have any questions for me.
I'm going to have to ask questions. I don't at this time, Mr. Central.
Because my phone's going to cut off, and I'm on a landline, so that's the reason I asked, sir.
I appreciate it. That's why I made sure you went first.
Thank you. God bless you. Be
Thank
praying
you.
for you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Same to you.
A good
Lauren
God.
Taylor, welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, community members and advocates. I'm Lauren Taylor. I'm a tenant organizer and a manager of the Affordable Housing Preservation Program at the Latino Economic Development Center. I'm also a Ward 1 tenant. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to focus my testimony on three things: housing preservation, TOPA, and rent control, and the very important intersections between all three. First, the Housing Preservation Fund. It is essential to have dedicated, set-aside funding for housing preservation. We are part of numerous TOPA processes throughout the city, and in building sale after building sale, we're hearing from affordable developers that they cannot put a proposal forward and they cannot bid on a building because they cannot count on getting funding as part of the traditional process through HPTF. We know that we are missing out on huge opportunities for affordable preservation as part of just the standard building sale and TOPA process. I believe that council can fix this by earmarking funds for preservation. I know Ileana spoke a little bit more about this in detail about how that point system works and why it's important to earmark those funds. Additionally, we need to make sure there are funds earmarked not only for acquisition, but also renovation and repair. A short story to illustrate this: I work with several, actually 3 small 12 to 15 unit buildings on Eastern Avenue in Ward 7. In 2018 and 2019, HCS and LEDC supported these buildings in a TOPA process, and MANA ultimately partnered with TM Development and purchased a larger portfolio, including these buildings, that was a total of 253 units. At the time, we were thrilled to have a local, mission-driven, affordable developer purchase this large portfolio in Ward 7 and 8. And the goal is long-term affordable housing. There's a plan for renovation and repair. Unfortunately, despite having gone through 2 rounds of applications for HPTF funding, the buildings were never awarded funding. And the conditions have eroded and deteriorated over time to the point that some of the units are actually unlivable. We are hearing terrible stories from tenants about ceilings, roofs collapsing, major water damage that is creating systemic mold issues. We have serious concerns that if there's not set aside funding for housing preservation, that we're going to see our existing supply of affordable rent-controlled housing erode into slum-like conditions. And unfortunately, not because of, I think, anything by the management or owners, but because of the lack of funding, we're starting to see that with this portfolio. We do think the council can act. We do think prioritizing funding for preservation can be the intervention that makes the difference in this cluster of buildings. The next point I want to make is that we call upon council to join us in strengthening and not eroding TOPA. First and foremost, 2 years ago, DC implemented a temporary moratorium on voluntary agreements. We ask you to make that moratorium permanent. That moratorium was extremely effective in stopping the practice of basically taking buildings out of rent control. Essentially, rent control still exists, but voluntary agreements allow a one-time increase well beyond what rent control would allow. This increase means it's effectively no longer affordable, even though it might be under rent control at a much higher rent level. It also incentivizes the displacement of previous tenants because most of the agreements we saw were 2-tiered, right? So tenants who lived there already didn't have the voluntary agreement and they had to approve the voluntary agreement, but they wouldn't get the substantial rent increase. New tenants would have to pay this massive rent increase, and then the landlord was incentivized to push the older tenants out. And we saw a pattern of eviction by neglect and the neglect of the older tenants' units because landlords knew that they could make much more money on newer tenants coming in. We think the moratorium on voluntary agreements is a really important tool to continuing to protect affordable housing and TOPA rights in the city. Second, we ask that you do not put, that there is not a moratorium or a exemption for TOPA in the downtown development project deal. TOPA is critical for funding affordable housing and for continuing to support affordable housing throughout the city. I think it's a false dilemma to choose between TOPA and affordable housing in downtown, because I think through enable tenants to secure affordable housing
All right.
Finally, we urge you to possible. I know there's a fiscal. Go ahead.
Go ahead with your final point.
Sorry, very last one. Encourage you to please approve or cap on increases at 5% and eliminate the 2% over inflation. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm available for
Lauren, I'm sorry to let you broke up the last point. Could you make it again, please?
Sure. We ask council to pass temporary and permanent legislation to cap rent increases in rent-controlled buildings at 5% and to eliminate the additional 2% on top of inflation. We know that landlords are facing increased costs, but there's no reason that tenants should have to pay on top of inflation. And inflation was in the last year 6.9%. Tenants shouldn't be paying 8.9%. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jenna Israel, welcome.
Good afternoon, council member. My name is Jenna Israel, and I am a tenant in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and DC Jobs with Justice. My testimony today opposes a harmful tax abatement program for developers and supports emergency and permanent legislation that eliminates the 2% on top of inflation allowed by current law and caps increases at 5% for all rent stabilized units. Jewish texts teach us that everyone, regardless of race, income, or zip code, deserves resources sufficient to their needs. We often draw on this value to underscore the importance of providing support to DC's most vulnerable residents. Today, I want to point out the flip side of this idea, namely the indictment against greed. Especially in a year when the budget is tighter than we would like, we have a moral duty to make sure we're delegating public resources to the residents who need it most, not giving taxpayers and tenants money away to developers and landlords whose needs are already met. The mayor's budget proposal includes a tax abatement for developers converting commercial buildings downtown into residential buildings. Not only is conversion an inefficient method to create housing, this program will not create any meaningful affordable housing, as the mayor's proposal would reduce the program's already abysmal requirements for affordable housing. We should not be using taxpayer dollars to incentivize developers to do what they're already going to do, build housing with limited affordable options, especially when there are more practical ways to produce affordable housing. What's more, the homes created through this program would be exempt from first source laws and the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, a program DHCD oversees. TOPA rights are absolutely essential to helping tenants become homeowners. And when a group of organized tenants are able to buy their building, it's an incredibly effective tool to keep DC residents in their homes. We urge the council to, at the very least, roll back these harmful changes to the abatement, revert back to previous funding levels, and shorten the timeline on the abatement. 20 years without reapplication requirements is far too long. Another crucial program DHCD administers to keep DC residents in their homes is rent control. As you know, council member, tenants in rent stabilized units are facing a possible 8.9% rent increase on May 1st, the highest allowed rent increase since rent control was passed in DC. One of the reasons this number is so high is because the formula for the allowable increase for rent-controlled units is inflation plus 2%. This 2% puts an extra burden on renters that their landlords don't have to shoulder and in fact profit from. Landlords' profit margins should not be prioritized over the basic human right to housing for all DC residents. JUFJ and our partners urge the council to pass emergency and permanent legislation that eliminates the 2% on top of inflation allowed by current law and caps increases at 5% for all rent stabilized units. We appreciate you continuing to push for the possibility of emergency legislation, and if that is impossible, then permanent legislation is needed that strengthens the core values of rent control, providing low barrier stability and predictability to residents. The council needs to decide who it's prioritizing in this budget, developers and landlords or low-income residents and tenants. JUFJ looks forward to an FY24 budget that moves us towards a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Bianca Palmisano, welcome.
Hello, council member. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Wonderful. So my name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a current resident of Ward 1, a registered nurse and a former homelessness services provider. I'm grateful to be testifying today along with Jenna as a volunteer for Jews United for Justice. I want to express my disappointment with the current tax abatement allowance for developers that are converting commercial buildings to residential. and its subsequent reduction in affordable housing requirements. I know this has been a big topic of conversation already in this hearing. I am asking the final fiscal year 24 budget remove these abatements and reallocate funding from this project to housing programs that actually support DC residents, such as permanent supportive housing vouchers. So I work as a sexual assault nurse examiner, and when I ask my patients for an address in DC, several of them list the drop-in center on New York Ave or the Pat Handy shelter on K Street. And what's hard for me is when they're at their most vulnerable, they're receiving care after sexual violence. It's heartbreaking to hear that the home they're going to return to is on the street or in temporary congregate shelter. So my patients' experiences of living in downtown DC stand in pretty stark contrast to the way the fiscal year budget plans for housing in that area. Modeling from Homeward DC 2.0, DC's strategic plan to end homelessness shows that 1,260 new units of permanent supportive housing are needed for single adults in fiscal year 24, and many of my patients would benefit significantly from a voucher. Instead, I feel this residential to commercial scheme represents an abdication of responsibility for housing our most vulnerable residents. The tax abatement structure bakes in exemptions to affordable housing requirements for developers, allowing them to prioritize high-income tenants instead. We can't really afford to ignore the fact that commercial to residential conversions are at best questionably financially viable, or these tax abatements and affordable housing concessions wouldn't be necessary to attract developers. Last but certainly not least, this budget sets a dangerous precedent by exempting commercial property owners from requirements to hire DC residents. During my term working directly in employment services for the homeless, I found that many of my clients actually had experience in construction and commercial building, and I can only imagine how betrayed they would feel to know that this budget guts both requirements for their housing and protections for their right to priority hiring as DC residents. I became a nurse to help people in DC live healthier, safer lives, and my commitment to this doesn't end when they leave my exam room. I imagine you hold a lot of similar values to me, and you want to see all DC residents safely and equitably housed. I hope you'll agree that prioritizing developers for commercial to residential conversions is not the way to advance housing equity, and that you'll stand with me in redirecting your efforts towards more proven measures, including reallocating the tax abatement funding to programs like permanent supportive housing instead. Thank you for your time.
Courtney Cooperman, you are next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Courtney Cooperman, and I'm a resident of Ward 2 in West End. I serve on the Housing Security Working Group of Jews United for Justice, along with Jenna and Bianca. We're a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. My testimony today will focus on the need for emergency legislation to eliminate the 2% on top of inflation in allowable rent increases for rent-controlled homes and to cap allowable rent increases at 5%. Our Jewish tradition instructs us, if there is a needy person among you, do not harden your heart and shut your hand against your kin. Rather, you must open your hand and lend whatever is sufficient. Because DC's rent control law allows rent increases of 2% on top of the rate of inflation, rents are rising faster than wages for DC's lowest income workers. Residents of rent-controlled homes who face scarce affordable housing options must set aside an even greater share of their income just to keep a roof over their heads, diverting resources away from groceries and other essentials, at the same time as the SNAP emergency allotment, which is a lifeline for low-income families, is expiring. In this moment of great need, we cannot harden our hearts, resign ourselves to inaction, and allow an outdated law to put tens of thousands of renters at risk of eviction and homelessness. The council must do what is sufficient to keep people stably housed. I am also a DC renter, and in April 2021, my roommates and I signed a 2-year lease, which guaranteed that our rent would remain the same until May 2023. At the time, we actually weren't sure whether this was a good decision. 2 years felt like a big commitment for a group of very recent college graduates that had only moved to DC a few months ago. But the landlord really preferred a group that would sign for 2 years, and the house was perfect for us. As inflation picked up and rents spiked, it became clear that we very much made the right choice. Unlike most DC renters, we had the security of a 2-year lease that shielded us from exorbitant rent increases in a ruthless market. We were even fortunate enough to recently renew our lease for another year at the same rate, so our rent will remain stable until May 2024. I am grateful that I have the certainty of another year in my home, where I'm just a short walk from my workplace, my evening graduate school classes, and a close network of friends. But I know that few renters are as privileged as I am, and my story is a departure from the norm. Most renters cannot count on the goodwill of their landlord to keep their rents at a reasonable rate. In fact, many landlords of rent-controlled homes will take advantage of renters' limited options and raise rents by the maximum allowable amount. Like me and my roommates, all renters deserve the guarantee that they can stay in their homes without confronting difficult trade-offs between stable housing and other basic needs. This week, DC Council has the power to deliver that guarantee to more than 90,000 tenants. Council must take action to block the unprecedented 8.9% increase for rent-controlled units that is set to take effect on May 1st. I urge the Council to pass emergency legislation that caps the maximum allowable rent increase at 5% for rent-controlled units and removes the 2% cap above inflation, and to pass permanent legislation that will protect tenants in future years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Daniel Michelson Horowitz, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Michelson Horowitz. I'm a proud 15-year resident of DC in Ward 1 and a member of the JUFJ Housing Security Working Group. And as of today, the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for ANC 1C01 in Adams Morgan. I appear today in my personal capacity to ask you to strengthen rent control protections and prevent exorbitant rent increases from further burdening struggling families. My Jewish values command me to speak out today. For decades, DC has failed to preserve or build enough affordable housing to meet the needs of its residents, leaving many families spending upwards of 50% of their income on market rate rent. The Torah, the central text of Judaism, commands us to provide housing to our vulnerable neighbors in order to ensure that everyone in our community lives in dignity and safety. My Judaism teaches me that housing is a fundamental human right and a communal responsibility, and that we as a society are judged on how we lift up our neighbors so that everyone has safe, affordable, and quality housing. In a city as wealthy as the district, I believe this goal is attainable, and I'm asking you today to put these values into practice by strengthening rent control and passing emergency legislation by May 1st to protect over 90,000 families from the threat of skyrocketing rent. I'm also here because I have seen firsthand how rent increases perpetuate the racial differences and stifle opportunity in our city. As a former school teacher in Ward 7, I visited my students at their families' homes. Some moved frequently because of rising rent, forcing them to travel long distances to school or live with other families or generations, affecting their performance and behavior in school. Later, as a volunteer tax preparer with DC's Community Tax Aid, I heard from struggling families spending significant portions of their income on housing, reliant on their tax refund and cutting corners elsewhere to get by. I've also personally rented in rent control buildings and talked to neighbors who could not stay in their units if rents rise faster than their limited incomes. This year, under current rent control laws, the allowed rent increase for rent controlled units is 8.9% higher than ever. With such an increase, families could be forced to choose whether to stay in their homes, whether to skip meals, whether to turn off the lights or heat, or whether to forego school supplies. No DC resident should be forced into such a difficult choice at a time of growing inequality as we emerge from the COVID pandemic that has devastated families and drained any savings they may have had. I ask you to immediately pass emergency legislation before May 1st to eliminate the 2% allowed on top of inflation and cap the allowed increase at 5% for all rent-controlled units. I also ask you to make this change permanent in the Budget Support Act. DC's rent control policies are outdated and insufficient to protect the tenants who rely on the predictability that rent control should provide. Housing is a basic need, and currently landlords are able to take advantage of this and the high cost of moving to gouge vulnerable residents. Amid the ongoing pandemic and rising inflation, DC housing policy should reflect the needs of tenants most risk of displacement. These changes to rent control protections will move our city closer to living out my Jewish values, closing racial disparities, and becoming an equitable, affordable, safe, and welcoming city for all families. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
With us, Forrest Wilson, welcome.
Are you able to hear me all right?
I can.
Perfect. Hello, DC Council. My name is Forrest Wilson, and I'm a board member and resident of the cooperative at 1477 Newton. Our building is a limited equity housing cooperative that offers affordable housing in Ward 1. I'm certain that all witnesses today would be overjoyed to speak with you about the satisfaction that comes from establishing and developing these priceless DC communities. However, our desire to keep these communities alive is why you are hearing from so many of us today. Due to this, we must think critically about how we've ended up here. To me, I think this conversation is impossible to have without mentioning DCHA, one of the largest landlords in the district, serving 50,000 qualified low-income residents, including 15,000 children and 10,000 disabled individuals. In 2022, DCHA was audited by the HUD, and subsequently a report was released that confirmed many grim details. The HUD report brought to light a large list of citations, and although each point deserves individual attention, I want to echo one of the more alarming statistics in this report. HUD found that DCHA has 8,084 public housing units, of which 1,628 units are currently vacant. That equates DCHA's occupancy rate to 76.4%, the lowest rate of any large public housing agency in the country. There's an endless workbook of tasks outlined by HUD and DCHA must address before public trust can be regained. But the most important aspect of this is that the communities that rely on DCHA cannot wait any longer for them to patch up their administrative problems. These communities need help today. A lot of these communities needed this help yesterday, and there are even some communities where it's already too late. Councilmember White, at this point in my testimony, I'd like to shift the focus of my original statement to address a topic you were discussing earlier about limited equity cooperatives and TOPAs. I believe on paper, using TOPA funds to establish a limited equity model may appear as affordable housing leaving the marketplace, but I would argue that this analysis does not represent what is actually possible with a limited equity model. Clearly, many advocates fear their building will approach a derelict state, and while necessary repairs are being stalled by DCHA, corporate bidders are waiting on the sidelines, hungrily anticipating that residents give up fighting so they can move in. With that in mind, I anticipate that limited equity model could be a solution to counteract this existential fear. Our building, for example, guarantees that the income of families in all 29 of our units must be 60% or lower of the DC AMI. Since limited equity allows for all members to be involved in the building's contractual tenants, it allows for us to preserve our affordability and support even the most vulnerable members of our community. It also allows us to address maintenance and other renovational needs in a swift and effective manner. For all scopes of issues, we are able to convene and discuss options, allowing work to begin immediately. Of course, we still need to work with other organizations to assist in the logistics, but our structure allows us to bypass the anxiety of waiting for DCHA to process these requests, which for many people is the existential threat that looms here. Although my aside means I cannot talk more about how the TOPA and NOFA systems hardly provide security for residents' futures here in DC, I would like to present my plea in 2 points. First, I ask that you consider funding the Housing Production Trust Fund to at least $400 million in order to give all the cooperatives and preservational projects a fighting chance. My second ask, most importantly, is that your council provides complete and transparent dispersal of these funds, ensuring this pot of money is arriving at the intended destination. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I hope my statement has provided some light into the different ways to bolster the affordable housing network.
So much. Shalone Wooden, you are up next. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good day, Councilman Member White. My name is Shalon Wooden, born and raised in DC. I grew up in Ward 7. Here I still live. I'm a Metro bus operator, been there for over 17 years. I'm one of the proud owners of and the president of the Benny Group Corporate Association. We worked hard to attain our home through TOPA and acquire both buildings in 2017. We have 29 units on Benning Road and East Street. We have been working with McCarthy to stabilize our co-op and get the renovations we need. Our community is very family oriented. We have many longtime residents, some who've lived in the building for over 50 years. When I first moved there in 1993, the senior really took me in and had looked after me and taken care of me. We take care of each other. When our building was first being sold, I saw the fear in their eyes. They were scared of being displaced and having to move out of their neighborhood. We are working hard to preserve our buildings so that these seniors can age in place and live in dignity. I see it as a blessing that were able to save our buildings. We are able to walk to the metro, our churches, grocery stores, and nearby schools. We love our neighborhood, and we are going to do everything we can to protect it. Our properties are a limited equity cooperative. It was very important to us that the building stay affordable amidst of all the development happening around us, such as Fletcher Johnson site right across the street. We are working to make sure that our small property doesn't get overlooked as the neighborhood continue to develop. We already applied for renovation funding through the Housing Production Trust Fund, and we didn't get selected. We are still living in bad condition that the previous landlord left us in. We had a bad leaky roof. We had very old boilers and constant plumbing issues, and many major systems in the building were in disrepair, and we had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair every year while we wait for renovation. The previous owner left us in a pretty bad situation, which we continue to work through. We are asking to restore the funding to Housing Production Trust Fund to at least $400 million as it has been funded previously. In competitive process for this funding, projects like ours needs to be prioritized. The process needs to be easier for limited equity co-ops, smaller buildings, and community control projects. Every time we have to apply for funding, we have to redo environmental studies, architects reports, and all the application package, which costs us thousands of dollars. We are competing with developers, with deep pockets. We are small, just trying to make our finances work. We want to live with dignity in units that are clean and safe and habitable, just like everyone else. Please fund the Housing Production Trust Fund at $400 million and to prioritize limited equity cooperative in the NOFA process. Councilman, if and when we get these funding, you will find me doing cartwheels in the streets, and we'll invite you to a cookout where we will celebrate and have a funky good time. For now, we will power through, keep trying. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I hope that you hear what myself and other co-op members are asking for today, and that you truly prioritize deeply affordable housing like my building.
Thank you so much. I hope you'll be able to stay around for questions. I have a few questions for you. Let me move to Saheen Miriam Gizal. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on what is very, very dear to us, which is our homes. Hi, my name is Saheen Mariam Gizal. I live in 3218 Wisconsin Avenue, Washington, D.C. I'm the president of the 3218 Wisconsin Avenue Cooperative. We are in a neighborhood where schools are performing well. Safety is paramount because of our proximity to the world's most iconic places. We advocate these factors to our families when we're trying to fill our vacancies. We are a very stable, affordable housing building that's serving the community of all sizes, race, and religion in an area that's otherwise termed as untouchable and unaffordable. Our cooperative is one of the few, if not only the only one, limited equity housing cooperatives in Ward 3. It has 20 units. The residents of the cooperatives have lived in multiple years and are stable neighbors, and some have special needs or fixed incomes. We welcome all residents with income range of 40 to 80% of the district's affordable median income, AMI. We purchased our cooperative in 2019 with the help of our partners like Vicasa and have financed through LISC, which is a temporary short-term housing loan. We were able to secure the funds through DHCD. The past few years, our cooperative has gone through a lot of changes because of since the purchase of the 2019, but not limited to loss of income because of we housed residents even with their loss of income through the pandemic, is now working with the remaining delinquent residents with legal entities to put them in a path to avert homelessness. Additionally, we deal with major repairs that the building desperately needs from the limited income that we have through the carrying charges. Ever since we formed our cooperative to the TOPA process 2019, we've been hopeful in applying to receive the direct DHCD loans or NOFA to acquire and renovate the building. We are currently financing through LISC, which we understand that's partly funded through DHCD funding. But this is supposed to be only temporary, as I mentioned before. But then the pandemic hit. Any chance of applying to receive funds have stalled. We understand it as we understand it, currently the Housing Production Trust Fund allocated by Mayor Bowser has been significantly reduced, and this continues to affect to put our cooperative in limbo for yet another year. And the ideals that we had for this cooperative is quickly disappearing. We're glad that we're part of Mayor Bowser's plan to provide affordable housing solutions in every ward in DC, but 4 years plus is too long for us to benefit from. Too long for us to benefit from this program. Please note that the Housing Production Trust Fund is the major source of renovation financing for limited equity co-ops, such as our cooperative. We applied for NOFA 2 years ago, but we did not qualify for the funds for multiple reasons. We are prepared fully. Now. Here we are in 2018, but the fund, though, as we are understanding this has been cut significantly, and we're disappointed. But we are not by no means taking the funds out from deserving cooperatives, but we feel that we have our voice. We have to make our voices heard, that we are a deserving cooperative at this time. We have done our due diligence to plan and create a healthy, sustainable building for by partnering with professional architects, engineers, sustainable partners, development partners, and contractors to execute the next phase of the repairs and renovation, and not to mention having the majority of our loan managed by DHCD. Therefore, this major funding would be our solution. I'll take the call. Thank you. I'll take any questions you have. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joanne Savage, you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair White. My name is Joanne Savage. I'm the manager of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. For more than 45 years, LCE has championed the dignity and rights of district elders by providing free legal and social work services to those in need. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'm here to testify in support of two key DHCD homeownership preservation programs that impact the lives of our lower income senior homeowner clients: the Homeowner Assistance Fund and the heirs property program. The Homeowner Assistance Fund, or HAF, is a federally funded program to assist homeowners who were financially impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. DC's program opened in June 2022, and we are seeing a remarkable, life-changing impact for our clients who are at risk of foreclosure. Nearly 30 of our clients have received approvals at this point, and we understand that over 800 district residents have now been approved, with many more pending. Most of these clients have lived many years in their homes before falling behind, including clients who are living in homes their families acquired as far back as the 1950s. I want to acknowledge that for some clients, the HAF process has been slow with its share of frustrations, but HAF is beginning to deliver and is helping to avert what could have been a disastrous acceleration of the displacement of Black and Brown homeowners in the district following the COVID pandemic. So under the terms of the federal funding, the $50 million for the district's program remains available through September 30th, 2025. However, the district could run out of money before that time, as many states have. So we're here today to say, looking to the future, we urge the committee to work with DHCD to begin planning for a locally funded program to continue to provide foreclosure prevention support after the federal HAF money runs out, and also to work closely with DHCD to monitor expenditure of the HAF funds to be prepared in time. We know that historically and today, Black and Brown district residents encounter multiple ongoing inequities and continue to face an unconscionable wealth and resource gap. The district should act to fill this gap. Second, let me discuss the heirs property program. We strongly support the additional $1.5 million in funding for the heirs property program proposed in Mayor Bowser's budget. LCE is one of the few legal services orgs in DC that is currently providing probate services. Our probate project assists our clients, heirs, who may be becoming homeowners for the first time at age 60 plus, to probate the home and clear title for themselves and other heirs. A report recently issued by the Access to Justice Commission and the Council for Court Excellence stressed the need for additional probate services in the district. Our own day-to-day experience confirms the need, especially as we see properties ultimately lost to tax sale foreclosure, as lack of access to probate legal services over time leads to what we call tangled title and unsustainable cost of ownership. This funding would be essential to meet the needs we see in our own client base and the broader community. And in closing, let me discuss the Black Homeownership Strike Force, which I've heard, I know has come up several times in the hearing. The Mayor's Black Homeownership Strike Force, on which I was proud to serve, set forth an ambitious goal of 20,000 net new Black homeowners by 2030, aimed at closing the historic homeownership gap between the Black and white communities in DC as nationally. The strike force recognized that we cannot close the racial homeownership gap without support for existing Black homeowners to preserve their homes. Both the programs I have testified about today, the creation of a local program that builds on HAF, and an increase in legal services and other assistance to preserve the intergenerational transfer of homes, were included in the strike force's 10 key recommendations to achieve its goal. We urge the committee to work with the mayor and DHCD to execute on these and other strike force recommendations. And with that, I also want to echo the call of prior witness Shannon McQueen of MANA to increase transparency and clarity on the use of funds designated for the Black homeownership strike force so that we can see how various funding streams are working to try and advance the goals. Thank you very much for your time today.
Maya Shepherd.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Maya Shepherd, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. DHCD provides funding for LCE's work on behalf of DC's senior low-income tenants and homeowners through its residential and community services grants. We encourage the council to not only maintain the funding for these grants, but to restore funding eliminated from the mayor's budget for access to justice programs. The consequence of reduced access to justice funding, which flows to legal services organizations, is reduced staffing capacity to ensure lower income DC residents have access to essential services and supports to which they are entitled. In addition to LCE's direct services, we often work closely with the housing counseling organizations also funded through this grant program to jointly and holistically address the needs of our clients. And you already heard from some of these organizations today. So here is just some of LTE's work enabled by this grant funding over the past year. In 2022, our consumer and homeownership preservation practice assisted over 190 lower income DC senior homeowners facing potential mortgage, tax sale, and condominium foreclosures. The tenant advocacy and support practice represented over 200 tenants at risk of losing their housing, in addition to assisting tenants with TOPA litigation, ADA reasonable accommodation requests, illegal lockouts, and other emergency housing needs. This year, LCE secured 539 estate planning documents for lower income seniors. This includes financial and healthcare powers of attorney, wills, and transfer on death deeds. Both wills and transfer on death deeds empower elderly homeowners to pass wealth gained from property ownership to their loved ones, often preserving the economic strength of communities of color in gentrifying neighborhoods, which is a priority for LCE. And financial powers of attorney are lifesavers for DC homeowners and tenants who want to age in place but are no longer able to handle their finances. LCE runs a program to help seniors claim the Schedule H homeowner and rental property tax credit. This credit offers critical financial relief for both homeowners and renters and can help people remain housed. In 2022, this project helped 84 very low-income senior clients apply for and receive a total of approximately $86,530 in Schedule H credits. Our Veterans Advocacy Project represented over 50 veterans and surviving spouses of veterans, obtaining monetary benefits of approximately $308,000. And for many of these veterans, the benefits will continue throughout their lifetime, so the actual value can't be calculated. Due in large part to DHCD funding, 6 community veterans advocacy project clinic sites were established in 2022, where staff can meet with veterans on a walk-in basis. And finally, DHCD grant funding allows us to reach seniors in need of free legal services through media outreach and general outreach. LCE conducted over 50 outreach events with a total of over 800 attendees in the last year, in addition to mail outreach and radio campaigns to reach hundreds more residents. So in short, this funding helps protect the district's elderly tenants and homeowners from costly displacement through a multifaceted intervention that bolsters long-term income, intervenes in root causes of displacement, and connects elders with the necessary documents to secure decision-making supports. And without the support of DHCD, LCE would be unable to perform this work.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next public witness is Ann Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. My name is Ann Murphy. I'm here today to testify on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice, which is a group of people advocating for increased affordable housing in Ward 3, where there is very little, as you all know. We're here today for a couple of purposes. First, to support some portions of the mayor's budget, and secondly, to oppose larger portions of the budget and ask you to increase them. First, in terms of potential support, we point out that we've strongly supported Councilmember Fruman's proposal for an affordable property acquisition fund. His proposal was not included in, it was not funded in the mayor's budget, but we do urge that you keep it not in the back of your mind, but in the front of your mind, so the funds become available, you can support a program like this. This fund will not conflict with existing housing programs because it involves different levels of property and it won't undercut TOPA. And we have shared it with a number of council members, their staff, developers, financial experts, and all of them are enthusiastic about the idea of being able to support funds from which developers could draw quickly to build affordable housing. So we hope you keep that in mind for the future. We join our public interest colleagues, many of whom you heard from today, in requesting that you provide more money for the ERAP program. It's unconscionable to leave people in need with their rental assistance in these tight financial times. We applaud the mayor's limited maintenance of funds for repair and inspection, and urge her not to drop back from that. We also appreciate that the mayor has allocated $100,000 for the Housing Production Trust Fund, but of course, as numerous witnesses have told you today, that is not nearly enough, and it's not nearly as much as we've had in the past. Recognizing that we are in a tight budget year, if funding cuts are necessary, we would recommend that you cut down to at least 200 million and not the 100 million that's proposed so far. We also would point out that it's important that the trust fund be spent on the levels of income that the legislation requires. You're not complying with the requirements of the riders when you allow the district to fund richer families rather than the poorer ones to whom the statute requires. And we got yet again another article today in the Post saying we weren't complying. So we could save money if we spend money where the money's supposed to go. We encourage the use of the Budget Support Act to fund affordable housing for the next budget year. In particular, the land purchase provision has the potential to provide more affordable housing if, one, we actually fund it, two, there's more deeply affordable housing provided for in there, and three, if there are restrictions against using the funds to buy property where there's already residential, simply moving the peas around under the shelves. And in fact, in regard to all of DC's assistance programs, we look to actually increase the amount of affordable housing rather than just call them by a different name. In short, please don't allow budget constraints to stand in the way of providing decent housing for our citizens for the next budget year. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Martin Mellett, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Martin Mellett, Vice President for External Affairs for Jubilee Housing. Jubilee Housing, founded in 1973, works to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. As Jubilee approaches its 50th anniversary, we remain committed to the residents of our city who deserve to live in quality housing that they can afford and receive the type of service that allows them to thrive. With strong financial support from the city, Jubilee currently has 13 properties under management, serving over 850 residents, along with a pipeline that includes renovation of 11 properties in the near term. Jubilee Housing is also an active member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development and strongly supports its FY24 budget recommendations. We recognize the fiscal difficulties DC currently faces. However, our city is still in desperate need of affordable housing units. Few investments offer greater long-term impact for inclusion and equity than affordable housing. Few factors affect health and prosperity more than where you live. To promote equity and inclusion now and in the future, we must invest heavily in safe, healthy, and affordable housing. The Housing Production Trust Fund remains the primary tool that enables developers such as Jubilee to create and preserve affordable housing across the district. The proposed funding level for the trust fund for FY24 of $100 million, down from $444 million the previous year, will simply not keep up with the demand. A significant number of previously approved projects remain in the pipeline, and with an expected release of a new DHCD NOFA in the summer, as described in the new operating plan with the DC Housing Finance Agency, now is not the time for dramatic cuts to the funds. Jubilee is a case in point. In the fall of 2022, through TOPA, we purchased 3 properties on 16th Street in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. The buildings remain fully occupied and provide housing to long-term, very low-income residents. After completing a detailed analysis of the buildings, We know that the project is in significant need of renovations. We won't be able to do that without access to the trust fund. We strongly encourage the council to identify and increase funding for the trust fund to a minimum of $200 million. The Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act remains a critical tool for low-income residents seeking to exercise their housing rights in our city. It is equally critical for nonprofit developers like Jubilee in our efforts to expand available affordable housing. Our past 5 of 7 building acquisitions occurred because tenants organized under TOPA and assigned their rights to Jubilee. We are deeply concerned with all proposals to weaken or eliminate TOPA availability to tenants in any part of the District of Columbia. While we understand the mayor's efforts to support the office to residential conversion goal in the downtown revitalization zone, we do not believe eliminating TOPA rights is the right tool to reach that goal. We ask the council to oppose any reduction or elimination of TOPA rights as proposed in the Budget Support Act. In conclusion, we understand the fiscal challenges that the city faces, and while we do commend the mayor for preserving funding for several important programs to promote affordable housing and homeownership, we urge the council to consider increased levels of investment in major tools such as the trust fund in order for providers such as Jubilee to continue to create and preserve new affordable housing in the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Hopkins.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Hopkins. I'm a member of First Congregational United Church of Christ of Washington, D.C., and I'm also a member of the D.C. team of the United Church of Christ Potomac Association Justice and Witness Action Network. There's a housing affordability crisis in our city, and at this very moment, office buildings downtown have reached a historically high vacancy rate of over 20%. The mayor's budget proposal calls for an increase from $6.8 million to $41 million for the Housing in Downtown Tax Abatement Program, which encourages developers to convert this vacant office space for residential use. We recommend that a portion of that money should be put towards those unhoused and those at risk of becoming unhoused. Here are 3 ways that the significant stock of empty office space downtown could be repurposed to help the city's most vulnerable residents: low-income student housing, a 24-hour low-barrier shelter for the unhoused, and permanent supportive housing. First, we propose converting empty office space to student housing. The city of DC could partner with local educational institutions to offer subsidized dormitory-style housing to low-income students in undergraduate, graduate, community college, vocational school, and adult education programs. This dormitory housing model would require little to no renovation from the current office floor plan. Small existing offices could become bedrooms for students, conference rooms could become social and study spaces, and bathrooms would remain communal. Educational institutions could ensure that their most vulnerable students have stable housing, greatly improving their chances of graduating and climbing the economic ladder. At very little cost, the city could transform empty office buildings downtown into thriving havens for aspiring students. Second, we propose converting empty office space into a 24-hour low-barrier shelter for unhoused individuals and families, again with little to no renovation required. Small offices could be space for individuals, large offices could be space for families, large open areas could be space for tents, and bathrooms could again stay communal. This program could enhance the services that the existing Downtown Day Service Center already provides by offering breakfast, dinner, general counseling, and more extensive bag storage. An initiative like this could significantly reduce homeless encampments downtown and enable the city to more efficiently offer preventative services to vulnerable residents. Third, we urge the intentional, thoughtful inclusion of permanent supportive housing in any and all office to residential conversions. Let's reimagine a vibrant downtown, thriving with students and with the lowest income residents sheltered or permanently housed. It's possible. Our team will be happy to meet with you to discuss these ideas more fully. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Abby Shakur, you're next. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Abby Shakur. I am a mutual aid organizer as well as a bartender in Ward 6. As well, I'm a resident of Ward 6 and a community organizer with the Baldwin House Community Collective. Baldwin House has been an effort to purchase an apartment building in Ward 1 in the Shaw neighborhood to turn it into a limited equity co-op as well as a mutual aid hub for the community. We've been working really diligently to purchase our building using TOPA. However, we've run into a number of difficulties. And our vision for the project is to, have residents own the property that they live on, particularly Black and Brown residents of DC, to stay in their housing in the long term. Our vision for the mutual aid co-op, or the mutual aid hub, excuse me, is to provide a semi-public resource for community members and neighbors in the area. Now, both of these visions are really important to me. I'm a DC native. I grew up in Ward 5 in a Black household, excuse me. And unfortunately, my family was forced to leave due to the rising cost of living. And as I've come back as a mutual aid organizer, I interact very regularly with underprivileged communities, working families who are facing eviction, who are facing the rising cost of living. And there's a popular sentiment that I feel that I interact with, that I felt as well as a child, that families are struggling on their own. They don't have much recourse, against these kind of rising costs or the tendency of gentrification in the city. And this is an issue. I think the only real solution that I see, that folks at Baldwin House see to this issue, is ownership. I think the limited equity model is one way for tenants to collectively own the land that they live on. And I think this is really the only way for working families, to retain their cultural heritage in the neighborhoods that they call home in the long term. This idea of collective ownership. I think certain programs, like the proposed land purchase partnership program, and I think programs like that are a step in the right direction. I think we need more tools in our toolkit to be able to help communities own the land that they live on. I think that more importantly, the city needs to put its weight behind communities who are trying to pursue this route. I think we've listed a number of proposals in our written testimony as well to kind of help realize this this vision. But overall, I think the city needs to shift its priorities from trying to sort of toe the line between the interest of landlords and people pursuing profit and people who are just trying to survive, and to put their weight fully behind the communities who are trying to again retain their cultural heritage. So yeah, we would like to set up a meeting with your office soon to discuss these proposals more, particularly as they affect projects like Baldwin House and other tenant associations that are pursuing TOPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Our next witness is Jalen Gross.
Hello, my name is Jalen Gross, and I'm a youth ambassador of the nonprofit advocacy organization named Black Swan Academy. BSA are groups of youth around DC who speak with council members and other city leaders on things in DC that they would like to change. I was once in their shoes as a youth organizer, but now I am a staff member, and I try my best to help the new youth achieve these changes to ensure that they are guaranteed a better future, because their futures are worth fighting for. Today, I've come to speak about the housing issues and demands of all the youth I represent, and how repairing them will enhance all of their futures. The youth of BSA collectively came together and made a list of demands, these being far beyond mere acts, to the correction of the financial, physical, and educational aspects of housing in the city in which they, a loved one, or others have been affected by its relentless shortcomings. The demands are as follows: an increase in access to affordable quality housing and ensuring units are available for larger families, an expansion of funding and access to utility assistance, requirements of new affordable housing developments using quality materials, this coming with timely and quality repairs for public housing and low-income housing. Also, And lastly, offering financial education courses in K through 12th grade curriculum. If the youth being high schoolers at that understand the concept that not having safe, affordable, and quality housing can be life-changing, even without having to tackle these challenges head-on at the moment, it should be something that all council urgently look into. Imagine the hardship and horror of these are your first steps into adulthood teens must be feeling, experiencing, and observing that their family or loved ones are facing, soon to be what they have to as well. All of these new adults facing the same pain, annoyance, and repetitiveness of lack of care that their families are suffering from should never have to fall on them in this manner. With this also comes the issue of these housing arrangements being in conditions where the youth feel as if their homes are not being well looked after. I have previously been affected by the lack of care that these landlords have and expressed the absolute mess that these units are in before anyone is even placed into a newly empty unit. Yes, you may assume I may be speaking of wall damages or stains, odors, or any issues that would be a previous tenant. That may be the case, but I'm speaking of something much more severe. The landlord, once the tenant is either removed or relieved the unit, is responsible for repairing, reconstructing, and cleansing it for a new inhabitant. The majority of these needs are not met nor sought after, meaning responsible tenants have to suffer from the lack of care these landlords present, such as skipping scheduled inspections and routine pest control calls. Continuing with the fact that the lack of educational prowess that is needed for housing needs to be an enormous part in all of these housing struggles. Without BSA, youth and I have had the chance to overcome these issues with conversations, and being able to have the same conversations with you today would not be possible. I feel strongly that educational systems should be encouraging the exploration of these real life situations to help encourage these conversations sooner in homes rather than later, once the damage is beyond repairable, as things are for other youth or others who have suffered from these issues as I have done before. With these demands met, pursued with urgency and targeted with haste and executed with promptness, I know that the future of the youth in this city will be guaranteed. I know for a fact that no one else already suffering from low income will have to suffer from their status, and things will be better. Now it's your move, and thank you.
Kelly Neely, welcome. You're up next.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Robert Wright. Can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Kelly KK Neely. I'm a lifelong DC resident. I'm educated by the DC public school system, attending Barnard Elementary, Rabault Junior High, graduating from School Without Walls High School, and then attending Strayer University. I grew up right here in DC in Ward 4, but I currently live in Ward 1, where I'm a grassroots organizer with the Woodner Tenants Union and Ward 1 Mutual Aid. The Woodner Tenants Union is a grassroots organization and community of Woodner residents who organize to promote our collective safety, well-being, and interests. We deliver food and fresh produce to residents facing food insecurity. We prevent evictions by connecting residents with sources like ERAP, promote language justice, provide community-led alternatives for resolving conflicts, organize for social and political change. We keep each other informed and we take care of each other. My testimony today focuses on the need for emergency legislation that removes the 2% on top of inflation and allowable rent increases for rent-controlled homes and cap allowable rent increases to 5%. We are in a time where a lot of us are just adjusting to having about $100 less on our EBT cards because our SNAP benefits have recently been reduced. But at the same time, the prices for food have significantly increased due to inflation. So right now, Not only are we unable to buy enough food, but we must also be selective because we have to pay so much more for the little bit of food we can afford. And this doesn't just affect those of us that receive SNAP benefits, but also the working class in our area. Those of us that sometimes work very long hours every day. If we were lucky enough to receive a raise at our jobs, maybe we got a 1 to 4% increase last year. After which, we still may be dealing with the real concern of having enough money or having to juggle between having food to eat or paying the rent. We would like you to consider the following questions. How are we supposed to pay more at a time where, with inflated prices, decreased SNAP benefits, and rent increases that raises the rent so high and so quickly that even while working multiple jobs is still too much? How can we say that we have affordable housing when the housing is no longer affordable? How can we say that the District of Columbia is a place where everyone is welcome when only those with financial surplus will actually be able to afford to live here? An 8.9 rent increase is something that we simply can't afford. And this seems unfair and unjust. We are your neighbors. We want to continue to live in our communities and not be priced out of the places and spaces that we call home. We urge the council to pass emergency legislation that caps the maximum allowable rent increase to 5% for rent control units and to remove the 2% cap above inflation, and to pass permanent legislation that will protect all of us, the tenants, in the future. We also ask that you provide more funding for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program known as ERAP. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for being with us. And our final witness for this panel is Commissioner Robin McKinney, Commissioner for 8806.
Hello, everyone. I'm Commissioner Robin McKinney for Single Member District 8806. Hello, Council Member Robert White. I come before you today. Good afternoon. I come to you today to talk about different programs that's been implemented in our programs in the District of Columbia, such as the IZ zoning program. As you all know, that participating in the IZ zoning program in the District of Columbia, you're competing with other people outside the state, right? This program is open to everyone. And so we have to compete with people who actually live here and out of state. That makes it hard for us. Also, the selection and the picks are how you're being picked for IZ zoning housing. Some people are picked, some people are not. How's that process being monitored to know, is it in a lottery, names being put in a hat and you bring them out, or things like that. Another thing I want to touch on is some of the slumlords in our community. And we talk about rent going up. Some of these slumlords now worth an EBT card. Can we just be honest? So with that being said, is that the rent is going up and they're steady getting paid, but they're not fixing up the units that these constituents live in. Also, I want to touch on some of the vacant buildings that's been built. We have a lot of brand new buildings that's in our community, but they're not filled because some of the constituents who have Section 8 vouchers, they are still an income requirement. So just take, for instance, if I had a Section 8 voucher and it covers all my rent, but because I don't make the money, the income requirement to live in that property, I can't move there. So that's been a lot of problems. The reason why a lot of constituents been happen to stay in slumlord properties because they don't work and they don't meet the income requirements, even though their voucher will cover all their rent. Also, I want to close up as far as talking about the project. The projects was really originally dictated and was built on a project, and they called it a project because they wanted to see how could Black and brown people live in a section of a city or state with only limited resources and see how would the outcome be, like guinea pigs. So as we all see that this has been hard for us. And also the income cap on projects as far as low and affordable housing. It's the difference between low income housing and affordable housing. I remember when I was a child, my mom lived in low income housing, which she didn't need a voucher to pay her rent. She didn't need these type of assistance programs to come in and accommodate things that are being done now. And last but not least, I want to talk about ERAP. There is a cap on the income requirements for ERAP. If you notice is that a lot of people who pay rent, you know, from $1,200, $1,300 to $1,400, they may have a steady income and maybe about $2,000 to $3,000 every 2 weeks. They're still in need of these services. And because of the income cap on it, we're not able to get these services for ERAP. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone from this panel. What happens when you go on the last panel is that a lot of the issues have been discussed. I'm not going to ask questions of everyone, but I do have some questions. Let me start with actually a couple clarifying questions. Forrest Wilson, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Excellent. I wanted to get clarification. I understood part of your testimony with respect to the DC Housing Authority, but then there was another part where you were talking about your co-op, and it sounded to me like you were saying DCHA is a problem with respect to work that you all have to do at your co-op. Did I misunderstand that?
To be honest, my statement actually was a bit modified after you had brought up some questions about our limited equity cooperative to Vic from Mikasa. So there was actually more relevant parts of the DCHA statement that were excluded to save on time there.
Okay, I appreciate it. With respect to your co-op, have you all applied for funding?
Yes, I believe so. But for the details there, I'd probably have to defer to Mikasa. I haven't been a resident for the entire time that we had applied for the TOPA, so I don't have all the details.
Okay, I appreciate it. Shallon Wooden, you testified that you all applied for Housing Production Trust Fund money, but were not selected. Why were you all not selected? Oh, you're on mute. Shalom, you're muted.
One of the reasons the fundings had ran out, and we really didn't get too much more information behind it. Why we wasn't.
And who, if anyone, did any organization or person assist you all, the tenants, with your application?
Yes, Mikasa.
Okay. And Sahin Gizwa, you all applied, your building applied for funding as well, but didn't get it. Why didn't you all get funding?
So we had a debriefing with them with the preservation fund, I guess, people who are commenting on it. And one of the reasons was that we were not on a sustainable track. So since then we had fixed that problem, as in we are now getting, I forget, we are on a sustainable. So we are getting some kind of sustainable, I forget, it's not LEED, but it's some kind of, but so it is, one of the major ones is sustainability. And the other one is we happen to be applying in December. I think the first iterations of applications we didn't get around to because our plans, our architectural plans were not ready. And so we got into the second part, which was when it was returned back, the applications were returned back, and you would give them more information or something in that line. And so our application went in the second time. And so there wasn't enough for the corrections and things like that. So these are the very few things that they gave us. we're now much more prepared. We absolutely have good partners to go forward. But that's what they told us at this moment.
You all are working with LISC, is that what you said in your testimony?
The financing was through LISC.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Mikasa is the one who's
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. So let me then move to I know I was going to ask, who was I going to ask this question to? Martin Mallet. So if you all, I think you testified that you all have purchased buildings that have tenants, but now won't be able to renovate them. May not be able to renovate them. Is that right?
Well, we plan on renovating them, but we need the trust fund to make that happen. You know, these are expensive buildings right on 16th Street, fully occupied, and you know, the drop to 100 million just it creates less possibilities that we'll be successful in winning a trust fund application. So we just think it's important that there be enough trust fund, and we're just one example of many throughout the city. And we know there's a big pipeline, and we know there's a new NOFA coming out. So those are big questions. So that's one of the reasons why we're recommending more money in the trust funds.
When you all acquire buildings, is that through TOPA?
It is, well, you know, our last 5 of 7 acquisitions were through TOPA, correct? And it's organized, and they assign their rights to us, and that we develop it as affordable rental housing, correct?
Okay. Is your ability to get funding after you acquire the TOPA rights, is it just dependent on availability of government funds, or are there other factors that affect your ability to do work on the buildings?
Well, I guess 2 answers. I think the availability of trust fund and light tech availability gives confidence to our investors that allow us to acquire the building as the first step. I think if there's not enough trust fund in, you know, my concern is that investors are going to stop allowing groups like Jubilee to actually purchase, which will take down TOPA rights. But when it comes to renovation, these are buildings that are 80 years old. They need major upgrades to every system. And the only way you do that when you do deeply affordable housing is to have trust fund, because that's the gap financing that makes it work. Just regular financing, not going to work when you get to that level of deep affordability. About 2/3 of our residents are at 30% MFI. So as we reach down that low, we need trust fund to make deals work.
Okay. So I understand that point, but is it essentially guaranteed that you will get those trust fund dollars?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
We're not, no, we're absolutely not guaranteed. We compete with everyone else who competes for that money in the city.
What happens if you're not able to get them? So if you've gotten the TOPA rights and you're not successful getting funding, what happens?
Well, the TOPA rights give us access to purchase. So we did that. So we own the buildings now after the tenants assign their rights to us. Typically what we do, council member, is borrow enough money for about 3 years of interest carry.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hoping that within that period of time, we would have enough, we would be successful in a trust fund application to be able to then take out our acquisition financiers, convert it into construction permanent, and then move into the renovation.
Okay.
That's the model we've been doing for a number of years here.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let me go to Lauren Taylor. Hopefully you're still with us. Excellent. You raised what several others have raised, major concern, do not put an exemption for a TOPA exemption for housing downtown. The exemption proposed by the mayor, if I recall correctly, is for 15 years. How many buildings do you think are likely to sell in the first 15 years? Is this something that will have an actual impact in real life, do you think? Or is your concern just like camel's nose under the tent?
I am not high enough up to know the like overarching data for the city or to predict the number of sales, but I would say my largest concern is the erosion of TOPA rights. I think we've heard lots of different developers, including some affordable developers, say that, hey, you know, like, or sorry, let me step back. So I think, you know, from Jubilee, we think that TOPA is absolutely crucial to preserving affordable housing. My concern is that if we start eroding it, there will be lots and lots of people pressuring and asking for other exemptions to TOPA, and then we'll start to see that protection further eroded. And I know I've testified before about the importance of strengthening TOPA and closing some of the loopholes that landlords are already using to weaken tenants' TOPA rights, which also I think undermines the opportunities for preservation of affordable housing.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. Jenna Israel, you are one of a lot of people who spoke about rent control, advocating for 5% cap and getting rid of the 2% above the consumer price index. Do you have thoughts on testimony from the previous panel? So one of the landlords, well, actually Dean Hunter suggested majority of the rent control buildings are small buildings, 20 units or less. They're older, so cost more to maintain. The landlord testified to 26% increase in insurance costs, maintenance increase of 15%, some other, you know, building and labor increased costs. Do you have any concerns about future impacts of tenants with this cap that you're recommending? So would it limit the ability of landlords to make the necessary maintenance and repair to buildings? Do you have concerns that would lead small landlords to sell buildings to larger corporations?
I think first of all, Councilmember, I want to point out that there's a certain number of small landlords who are exempted from rent control, landlords with 4 units or fewer. So those landlords are currently protected from those things. I would also say that there are petition processes included in the rent control law that allow landlords to take other exemptions from rent control, to do things like capital improvements. So there are things like hardship petitions that allow landlords to do that. So I understand the concern, and I think that there are other ways that we can, you know, make sure that small landlords aren't selling to larger landlords down the line, and still protect tenants from this really, really egregious rent hike.
All right, let me push this a little more because it really is important. So you're right. Very small landlords are exempt. If we accept Dean Hunter's testimony, 2/3 of rent control buildings are 20 units or less. And I do have a lot of concerns about the petitions, because we could limit the rent increase, and then the tenants could see a higher increase through petitions. So that's why I'm really pressing this issue. I never want to do something that's going to hurt the people in a couple of years that we're trying to protect today. And I don't want to pretend that those things aren't possible. So either you, Jenna, or Lauren, what are your thoughts on that?
Happy to jump in, and thanks for the question. I do think there's a little slippage that we're seeing here between small buildings versus small landlords, right? So Dean Hunter did say there were a lot of small buildings, but we heard from another landlord that he owns many buildings. Many of those buildings might be small, but he owns what, 800 or 900 units. And we heard him say that he considers himself a mom and pop landlord, right? And so I think there's ways that the landlord lobby and people with a tremendous amount of wealth and resources and ownership are saying, hey, don't do this, this is gonna hurt us, and are using sort of that phrase of small landlords to, I think, really hide the ball, right? And as Jenna mentioned, truly small landlords who own 4 units or fewer aren't subject to rent control, right? So that level of small business is gonna be protected. I also think it's really important that if we're concerned about the displacement that could be caused by a possible stronger rent control and possible additional hardship petitions, there are other ways to strengthen TOPA, right? To reform the hardship petition process, to make sure that any rent increases are actually in the interest of the tenants who already live there, and make sure again that we eliminate so I think both the
Okay, I appreciate that. Joanne Savage, you discussed the homeowner assistance fund, and as a tool to help people financially impacted by the pandemic. Need somebody to mute. All right. Joanne, do you have the plan somewhere? Or it might be somewhere else. I'm hearing myself speaking.
I believe I'm only joined from this one.
Okay. Well, let me just go ahead and ask the question. You suggested we need prevention support after the HAF funds run out. Do you have thoughts on whether that would be through existing programs, or do we need a new program for that?
Thank you. It's a great question. So intermittently in the past, there has been foreclosure prevention, largely when federal funds are available. So the prior program was Home Saver here in the district, and that was funding that had come out of the sort of mortgage crisis with the Great Recession. And over time it was expanded, but that program, at least in our experience, we had a much harder time getting approvals because of various federal limitations on the use of the funds. So Home Saver sort of was running out at the beginning of the pandemic. HAF came along, but we do think that in long term, having a local fund that is flexible, I think that HAF is a good model to build on. I don't want to speak for them, but I think DHCD is at least somewhat thinking of that. So really, it could be as simple as putting in some local funding to the HAF program, to the existing program infrastructure as we go forward. I do think it will become, the dollar figures. I don't necessarily want to speculate. I think part of my testimony was to keep a close eye on how the HAF money goes out and what data DHCD gets from that program. But right now, the initial money is, I think I've mentioned before, curing foreclosures going all the way back to sort of 2017. So, our initial 50 million, which I believe only about 17 million has been committed so far, is really covering sort of a 5 or 6 year period in many ways. So I do think there could be, the money may go farther than we would think. And so this is just something to discuss going forward. But to me, the existing HAF infrastructure is a great way to build on. And I say that with, I know that there has been, the homeowners that we serve and speak for, there has been a lot of frustration with the slow rollout and the delays in payments. But that's just something we can try and fix as we take what's good from the program and make it work.
Thank you for that. Jalen Gross, I wanted to thank you for your testimony. A couple things that you mentioned in your testimony that I think are particularly important and reflect ways we've got to make more progress, more bedroom units, and finding ways to improve unit conditions. So I just want to say how much I appreciate your testimony on these pivotal issues. These are things that don't come up I think, enough, particularly the issue of bedroom units. So I'm glad that there were a couple people who testified to the importance of focus on this today. So very much appreciate your testimony. And
I'm sorry, but
go ahead.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. Commissioner McKinney, on the income requirements for units, I'm sure you noticed this is discrimination based on source of income. So this is not something that we should be tolerating. And I hope you will send anybody that you find facing an issue like this to the Office of Human Rights, which enforces this issue. And your point on ERAP income cap is something I need to look into. So thank you for raising that. I do want to thank everyone who joined us today. Thank you for being part of this budget hearing and this discussion. You all are really pushing us in the right direction, honing in on some pivotal issues. And we're going to solve as many of these issues in the budget as possible as we work over the next several weeks to finalize the committee and the council's budget recommendations. So thank you very much for being with us today. We are going to turn to Director Green from DHCD. We are first going to take a 10-minute recess. So it is 2:04 p.m. We're going to recess until 2:15. When we resume, we will resume with Colleen Green, Acting Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. We are in a 10-minute recess.
I got it.
All right, we are resumed. Director Green, good to have you with us. I would ask, are you the only person who will be testifying and answering questions today?
No, I'll be joined with my agency fiscal officer, Beth Spooner.
All right. We will swear you both in at the same time. So if I could ask Beth Spooner to come on camera. No, she's being promoted now. Excellent. I'd ask that you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You can begin your 10-minute testimony.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I am Colleen Green, Acting Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, and I'm joined by Beth Spooner, the agency's fiscal officer. It is my honor to testify before you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 budget for DHCD and the Housing Production Trust Fund. As you are already aware, the fiscal picture in the District of Columbia has become more challenging in the past year, and those challenges are expected to continue in fiscal year 2024. Therefore, it will come as no surprise that Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 budget for DHCD reflects this reality, making hard choices to balance the budget while we continue to build a safer, stronger, healthier, and more equitable post-pandemic DC despite these challenges. It is DHCD's mission to produce and preserve affordable housing for low and moderate income residents and to revitalize underserved neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. In this environment, our mission becomes even more critical. The budget will allow us to continue this important work even as the district's fiscal picture stabilizes. When Mayor Bowser first came into office in 2015, she made a promise to maintain at least $100 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund during her tenure. She has kept that promise again this year by adding $31 million to the dedicated revenue sources to the fund to again invest $100 million towards the production of affordable housing. Moreover, in the past 3 fiscal years, with the support of council, the mayor funded the Housing Production Trust Fund at unprecedented levels. It was well understood that to meet the mayor's trailblazing net new affordable housing goals, it would be necessary to take full advantage of budget surpluses and boost the investment in housing ahead of the 2025 deadline, given the timelines that most construction and stabilization and substantial renovation projects require. We committed $150 million in fiscal year 2021, $250 million in fiscal year 2022, and $440 million in fiscal year 2023. These investments in the production of affordable housing are unparalleled nationwide. As a result of these efforts, the Housing Production Trust Fund has created over 8,600 units of affordable housing since 2015, and there are an additional 3,800 more affordable units in our pipeline. I can say with certainty that despite this year's budget circumstances, the investments we are making in the Housing Production Trust Fund will continue to deliver for the residents of the District of Columbia in fiscal year 2024 and beyond. Although this year's budget is not as robust as in recent years, we will continue the important work of improving our program and finding ways to spend our resources better. For example, the Budget Support Act makes needed changes to the DC Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, which is a local affordable housing tax program that DHCD and the Office of Tax and Revenue have been implementing over the last year. The proposed changes will make the DC low-income housing tax credits competitive and available to a wider set of projects beyond those receiving federal low-income housing tax credits. Similarly, we are expanding the tax abatements for affordable housing in high needs areas to additional high cost areas of the district and increasing the abatement limit to allow more projects to take advantage of the program, which requires 33% of all units of affordable to be affordable to households earning 80% of median family income. Related to this budget, I should also note, we have also negotiated terms with our Housing Preservation Fund managers to better address the current economic and financial climate and are now able to distribute over $17 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding. This $17 million, when leveraged, will amount to at least $68 million in new financing to preserve existing affordable housing and to add additional currently occupied and unsubsidized properties to the affordable housing stock. These funds, combined with those that are set to revolve back into the fund as previous investments are increasingly repaid, will enable the district's robust affordable preservation pipeline to continue to be supported in the coming years. Home ownership continues to be a focus in this year's budget. As we continue to assess and implement the recommendations of the Black Home Ownership Strike Force, the Home Purchase Assistance Program will receive an additional $8 million, bringing the HPAT budget to $30 million in fiscal year 2024. There is also an enhancement of $1 million for the new heirs property program, which will result in $2 million of total funding in fiscal year 2024. The heirs program will assist low and moderate income families with legal and technical assistance, as well as small grants to resolve and maintain the ownership of their family property after the original homeowner has passed on. When a family does not have clear title to a home because they fail to complete the probate process, it can severely limit the ability to benefit from inherited housing wealth. In keeping with the recommendations of the Black Homeownership Strike Force, the mayor also proposes $500,000 for a public outreach and engagement campaign to encourage and educate around the topics of estate planning and resolving heirs property issues. Similarly, this budget provides an additional $2 million for the single-family residential rehabilitation program to help low-income homeowners replace their roofs, improve accessibility to their homes, and repair issues that may pose a safety risk to them and their families. The additional investment in single-family residential rehabilitation will allow us to enhance our customer service and reduce home repair timelines. DHCD is also the lead agency in implementing the Homeowner Assistance Fund, or HAF. HAF is a one-stop shop that provides grants to district homeowners who have been impacted by COVID-19 and are struggling with their mortgage payments and other property or housing expenses. As of March 30th, HAF has received over 2,200 applications, approved over 800 applications, and has paid out over $7 million to help keep district residents in their home. HAF has also an additional $10 million in its obligation pipeline, all of which will be distributed before September 30th of this year. In my testimony, I have noted the ongoing accomplishments of the agency and how this budget will contribute to those accomplishments. Realistically, this will be a hard budget year, but the accomplishments of this agency and how the budget will contribute to them is undeniable. As a new leader for this agency, I also see this as an opportunity to assess, focus, and be creative. The mayor is bold in making tough choices in her budget, and I will follow her lead in furthering the mission of the agency, focusing on customer service and greater efficiency. I look forward to your partnership in this chapter. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today on the DHCD and Housing Production Trust Fund portions of Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 budget. On behalf of the staff of DHCD, I thank you for your support of our work in serving the residents of the District of Columbia. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. We will jump into it. Let me start with something that came up probably more than anything else in testimonies, and that is the issue of rent control. a lot of discussion of emergency legislation. Emergency legislation cannot incur a fiscal impact. What's the fiscal impact on DHCD if the council were to move emergency legislation on rent control?
Well, as you know, DHCD is the administration of the Rental Housing Commission's laws, and the impact would be that notices have gone out. So there would be a cost to reissuing notices, the staff dollars that are required to do that, to pulling the notices back and to changing direction at this point will have a fiscal impact.
It sounds like paper and stamps. Is it more than that?
It's essentially an administrative cost that, yes, we would have to, there's a full impact. There's, I think, maybe over 2,000 registrations that happened. There would be an impact there to recall that.
Okay. The impact at this point sounds manageable for an agency that large. Why is this something that couldn't just shift resources within the agency?
Why is this not something that could shift resources?
Yeah, so sometimes the administration will waive the fiscal impact because they say we can just sort of shift resources. It's something the agency can absorb. Why can the agency not absorb this fiscal impact?
I think that there's been cuts everywhere in terms of, even our FTEs have been cut as well. So we don't have additional people to, fulfill that need or to shift to other folks to do it. So, there's cuts all over for everyone, including us.
Right. So the cuts are next fiscal year. This emergency legislation would be temporary. It would go into effect immediately. So we'd be talking shifts right now. Like, could the agency absorb this right now?
Again, I think that our FTEs have been frozen for some time, actually. And whether or not we could absorb it, there's still a fiscal impact, right? It's still going to be a cost. So the question is whether or not there's a cost. Does it, yes, there will be a cost to it. Can we absorb it? We have, a RAD database that's coming out that is also, something that we have to focus on and committed to getting out by the end of this fiscal year. A lot of money is being put into that as well as people and staff resources into getting it out. So there will be an impact.
Okay. At this point, it sounds more like a policy choice than an unabsorbable financial impact. But we will, that's how it seems at this point. It doesn't seem like a big impact. Sounds more like a policy choice.
Well, I'm happy to, provide you with some quantifiable impacts to it so that, we're clear. And we're sort of speaking the same language on it.
That'd be helpful.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Moving to the Housing Production Trust Fund. First, thank you for submitting the annual Housing Production Trust Fund report by the deadline. I think it set your tenure off on a really good note. And I just want to thank you and your team for getting that done. The report says that 19% of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars were obligated for households at 30% of the area median income and below, which is less than the 50% required by statute. At last week's HPTF board meeting, your staff shared that percentage is supposed to go up this current fiscal year. Is that right?
Right. So there is in the last RFP that was issued by DHCD, there was a call for proposals that promoted at least 50% of the units to be developed at 30% and below. So, and we got, I think about there was 600 or so, say 650, I'll give you the exact number of units. A little less than half of them came in with that number, and we've been working to negotiate with the other projects that didn't meet it to go up to that 0 to 30%, where 50% of the units in their project were 0 to 30%. So yes, that's a more detailed answer than you probably needed, but yes.
Well, I appreciate. So is a part of the issue, and let me actually just not make assumptions. Why is DHCD not meeting the statutory requirement of having 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund fund units for families at or below 30% of AMI?
So this is a discussion that, you know, we should continue to talk about, and I'll start with that. But the Housing Production Trust Fund funds all levels of affordability. So in order to not leave any level of affordability out by statute, we do need Housing Production Trust Fund at some of the higher levels. There are other resources, more resources that are specifically designated to 30% and below in order to create affordability in this income bracket. So the picture should be looked at like all of the resources that we put into this income level. So I actually asked my staff to do an analysis of that. And if we were to look at all of our resources overall since 2019, 44% of our resources have been dedicated to creating units at 30% and below overall. And so, and I think there was a change in the statute that at a time where we were still not meeting the 30% and below requirement, where they increased it at 50%. And this is the history that I'm just catching up with. So even though we weren't meeting it, there was a decision to change it to higher. But actually, if that was the same, we would be meeting it today. If you used my measure, which is overall resources.
Overall resources was what again? I missed
So
it.
including the Housing Production Trust Fund, Community Development Block Grant, 9% tax credit equity, and DBH grants, as well as local rent supplement, right? So for $381 million went to 30% and below. And the other buckets of income affordability, so 50% to 30 and 80% to 51, had less investment than the 30% and below.
So what we agree on, and I think it's really important that people think through this as well. People at or below 30% of the area median income are struggling for housing in the district. People at or below 60% are struggling as well, and up to 80, and in many cases up to and above 100%. All of these buckets of housing, categories of housing, all of them are important. And I never like to see a situation where we're pitting one group of folks who are struggling against another group of folks who are struggling. So I do appreciate your points that we have to do all of this. Where we don't agree at this point, I think, is that I believe the agency has to follow the law or suggest an amendment to the law that says you have to commit 50% of the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars to families, people and families at or below 30% of AMI.
Right. And I agree with that, and I hope that we can work on making the legislation makes sense to account for all of the investment that is being made to the category of 30% and below that is creating affordable housing units.
So on the why though, so I understand your point that we are investing a significant amount of money agency-wide across programs for 30% and below, but on the Housing Production Trust Fund specifically, why are we not hitting the 50% benchmark?
Because if we hit the 50% benchmark with Housing Production Trust Fund units, with Housing Production Trust Fund funding alone, we would have no other funding sources for the higher income brackets. So like LRSP is only for 30% and below, right? So I can't use that money to create affordability, higher affordability levels, right?
Okay.
So, you know, I would have to put twice as much money to create the units that are 30% and below, and at the risk of not creating anything at higher levels of need.
So the report that you submitted a couple days ago is for last fiscal year. This fiscal year, how much of the funding do you anticipate going? How much of the Housing Production Trust Fund funding do you anticipate going to 30% and below?
I would have to look at the numbers, but you know, based on sort of the requirements from the last RFP, I would say we would get close to 50%. But I can check the pipeline and sort of, you know, try to get that to you. And that I think would help in our conversation of figuring out what makes sense for.
Okay, I appreciate that. Please do get back to us. My understanding is that at the HPTF board meeting, I think last week, the agency said you all anticipate going at 33% in fiscal year 23. If you would circle back with us with an answer on that.
Absolutely.
So
that would be the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars, right? Not the unit dollars. So even as we, again, in the RFP asked for 50% of units in all projects coming in. So the funding levels will probably be closer to 50% overall, the funds. But for Housing Production Trust Fund, it is likely not to hit that 50%, again, because we still need to provide units that are affordable to the other income brackets.
Okay, understood. But you'll circle back with a more definitive. I appreciate it. Do you anticipate more funding or more units this fiscal year going to the 30% and below AMI category for Housing Production Trust Fund dollars?
Yes, I do. I do anticipate that.
Why? I mean, a lot of people are noting the 19% for last fiscal year, which seems low. You're anticipating an increase. Why was it so low last fiscal year? What sort of things are different that would result in an increase this fiscal year?
Again, I think that not as much Housing Production Trust Fund was needed in last year's. Additionally, just the type of projects that are coming in because of what we requested, as I mentioned before. So there was really a pointed request for those because of the legislation and trying to meet it. And we are doing taking measures in our underwriting to do our best to achieve that based on what is available in the pipeline. So there's been a concerted effort to really try to meet what is in the legislation. And I think that, if we can't, that even provides more data points to say, let's look at the legislation for what makes sense.
Right. I think what we have to be focused on is the goal. The goal is to produce more affordable housing, and specifically the goal I'm digging into here is the goal of producing more housing for people at or below 30% AMI. I think it's important to to be more focused on the goals than the path, but I do want to make sure we get to that goal. So I'm open
We are
to
working on that goal. Absolutely.
I should sort of say, just in case it sounds different to anybody, as a member of the council who passes the laws, it is important that we follow the laws. So I don't want anything I say to be taken as a sentiment otherwise. But if there are things we have to change that are going to help us get to that goal better, I'm open to it. So there's in your testimony, it is your testimony spoke about the investments in the Housing Production Trust Fund over several years. They higher, significantly higher. Mayor Bowser put it at 100 million, increased it from there. Last year was the high, over 400 million. Now we're going back down to 100 million, which is dramatically smaller than last year. What does this decrease mean for the district's ability to leverage private dollars to build affordable housing in DC?
Well, we have 3,800 units in our pipeline that are that we are currently underwriting. We project to close. So that's the good news, right? And I think that is things that are already in process, and they're the value of that is far above the next year's budget. So that's the good news. I mean, the reality is, we leverage the Housing Production Trust Fund to create affordable housing. We are the gap financiers of it. So the less that we have, we can add it up. The less opportunity there is to create affordable housing. And I think that we'll have to be very creative, work with our public and private partners to come in and say, let's work together to find other resources. Maybe there are CRA credits that you can that you need, so that you'll give us money at cheaper financing that will create other opportunities. This is going to be an environment where we're going to need leveraging even more because of the $100 million investment is different from what has been in the few years past.
What about the vacancies on the Housing Production Trust Fund board? How many vacancies are there now?
There's 5, I believe.
Out of how many do you know? Don't mean to put you on the spot.
I think it's 9.
Okay. So whatever it is, it's a lot of vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
What's the agency doing, or what can the committee do to assist getting those vacant seats filled?
Well, we have asked for folks that are interested in applying to be on the Housing Production Trust Fund board to put their applications in to the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments so that they can be vetted to sit on the board. We've also asked the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board to see if there are people that they know of that would be interested in filling these vacancies. As we speak to stakeholders that might make sense to be on the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, we encourage them to submit their application to MOTA. So that is we're doing the best we can to encourage applications.
Okay. Anything we can do to assist, or the public can do?
Absolutely. If you're interested in being on the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board, please submit your application to MOTA. The website is mota.dc.gov.
We know from our own capital budget that the same money just doesn't go as far in construction and renovation now due to significant inflation. What's the impact of that on HPTF funded projects?
So there's a demand for more dollars, essentially. So as costs go up, there's a greater gap in financing. And so projects are asking for more dollars to close that gap as construction costs go up, the interest rate goes up, rents are, staying where they are, and we have a requirement in terms of multifamily income at 80%. If we want it to be affordable, that gap needs to be filled with more dollars.
Do you think that the increase in interest rates will slow down the pipeline of projects?
I wish I was the Federal Reserve Bank. I would beg them to lower the interest rates again. Projections are not that they are going to go down anytime soon. What I've been reading from economic reports is that the interest rates will remain where they are now or even get higher in at least the next 24 to 48 months. So that is the prediction. Hopefully it will change. But that's kind of what I'm reading today.
Any calculations on how many fewer units will be financed with HPTF dollars next year, next fiscal year, under the proposed budget compared to this fiscal year?
Well, we are committed to completing the 3,800 units in the pipeline. So we can count on those 3,800 units that are currently in underwriting to be delivered. And, we are even looking at them to make sure that we are sharpening our pencil and working with lenders to make sure we can stretch that money as far as possible to create as many affordable units as possible. In terms of where we will be, besides those 3,800 units, I can't predict. We have a RFP that's coming out in July, and we'll know that there's other applications. We also have projects that are waiting for bond cap as well. So it's hard to really predict exactly, but we're going to be creative and try to get as many out the door as possible in the next RFP. So it's really hard to say, but I do know that we will get those 3,800 that are currently in the pipeline out the door.
How do you define in the pipeline? What does that mean?
So they were selected in the RFPs in 2019 and 2021. And they are waiting for to be closed. They're working with their lenders currently, maybe working to get permits, and they're in the process to get to the stage of closing. Maybe they're waiting for a bond inducement. So various things along the development process to get to closing. And then DHCD will deliver the gap financing on closing day, and working again with all the partners involved. And that's what I mean in the pipeline. They were selected in one of those RFPs and have been going through the development process for funding.
Okay. So for co-ops, we had people from several different co-ops talk about deteriorating conditions in their buildings and applying for HPTF funds. There just will be fewer funding opportunities for folks like them next fiscal year. Is that accurate?
Well, we have the Housing Preservation Fund, and we work with several private lenders to leverage that fund 3-to-1. And so I think that amounts, because we're leveraging those dollars, we're hoping that the preservation fund, that preservation money will help to fund those co-ops. But I think overall, fiscally, the reality is the reality.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to touch on the preservation piece in 1 second, but one question before I go there. From my team's reading, the only ARPA dollars DHCD has for fiscal year 24 are the $31.9 million for the Housing Production Trust Fund. Is that right?
I'm going to turn to my fiscal officer for that.
Yes. That's
Okay. Thank you. All right, so on preservation, in fiscal year 22, the agency had $19.3 million in preservation financing. Last year, the agency cut that down to $2 million, and I'm seeing a similar $2 million amount in this year's budget. Am I missing the preservation dollars in another section of the budget, or is this the only funding that we're going to have for preservation?
So I believe what you're missing is, and I'll let my fiscal officer talk more about this, but there was a carryover from the previous year. So that's why it's not in the 2024. Is that correct?
Yes. The couple of things. One, what you're seeing in the budget book is actually local funding that funds staff in the preservation unit. That is not reflective of any preservation fund budget in FY24. There is none. There is a carryover for FY23, but that was approved after the budget book was produced. So it's not included in 23 either, but we do have those funds in FY23 to spend.
Okay, so what's the total in preservation funds for FY23 and 24?
In the preservation fund for FY23, there is 17 million in ARPA carryover, and there is about 4 million in preservation fund, let's call them local dollars, that carried over from prior years as well. So that is what HPF has to work with in FY23 is 17 plus 4.
And if we leverage it with our private partners, it should amount to about 68 million.
Okay. How does that happen? What's the
Our private partners provide, for every dollar we give, they provide $3 on our $1. So that leverages to $68 million.
Where does that funding come from?
Our private partners are, and I forget the names of them. I think Enterprise is one.
Okay.
CHP is another, and there's a third one. LISC. Sorry, don't forget LISC.
Got it. Okay. And during performance oversight, Deputy Director Hubbard described HPTF and the Housing Preservation Fund as parallel pots of money, but I would say $100 million versus, I thought it was 2 million, 16, 19, whatever it is now. Sorry, I should have written it down. Is a big difference. So it seems like there is a priority put on creation of new units over preservation of existing units. Would you say that's accurate?
I would say that it's a balance. You know, you need both, right? I think in the last RFP that went out, from my understanding and my reading, is net new units were more prioritized, but previous years preservation units were prioritized. So I think that it's a balance.
Sure. Not exactly kind of preservation, not exactly. One of the witnesses raised an idea of expanding the permissible uses of HPAP, the Home Purchase Assistance Program, to help essentially prevent displacement through like refinancing and using it to do structural fixes on existing residents. Do you have any thoughts on that idea?
Well, I think HPAP is very much needed in its present form as down payment assistance programs. And I think that there are probably other tools. I wasn't quite sure what was being proposed there, but there are other tools for repairs, like our single family rehab program. We have other tools for those kind of needs.
Okay.
But in terms of the refinancing, in terms of using HPAP, I'm not quite sure how that would work. Because this is, it's designed for new homeowners, new bars, and buying single family or condos for homes. So I'm not quite sure how HPAT would be used to sort of refinance.
In 2018, I'm going to move to a different area, really focusing on tracking the progress we're making. In 2018, the council passed a bill that I wrote called the Economic Development Return on Investment Accountability Act. And this bill requires the mayor to send information to council that shows what we got in return for the money we spent on real property development the previous year. So the fiscal year 2022 report came out last Thursday, and I want to thank your team for helping to compile that data. The report says DHCD supplies data on the number of bedrooms and the level of affordability from the DHCD housing database. What I was wondering is, so it also lists DCHFA as having that data as well. Again, the data on the number of bedrooms and the levels of affordability. Do DHCD and DCHFA share access to the same database?
I think we both have our own sources of data. I'm not sure where that would have come from, and I can review it and sort of get that answer to you.
Okay. And so I know I was trying to give enough context in my question that it may have been confusing. The DHCD report, in discussing the levels of affordability and the number of bedrooms, it cited the DHCD database. It also said DCHFA has the same data, and I'm just wondering if you all share a database or if they're separate databases. So to the extent you don't know now,
we don't share a database with DCHFA.
Okay.
However, we do co-fund some of the units, so they may have some of the same units that we have in their database, but we all share data with DEMPED.
Okay. Now, during the Office of the Tenant Advocate budget oversight hearing last week, the Chief Tenant Advocate Shreve said OTA is done with their, thank goodness, portion of the new rent control database and is handing it to DHCD. Will the rent control database be separate from the housing database cited in the report I was just mentioning?
Yes.
Okay. And does DHCD, so the FY23 budget allocated $365,000 in one FTE to administer the rent control database. Does DHCD already have this additional staff person on board to work on this database?
No, I don't believe we do. Not currently.
Okay. Do you know what the timeline is for hiring someone?
Well, we will work to hire someone so that we are on the timeline to make the rent database available to the public and in enough time for the training and everything like that so that it's available. The timeline is not exactly clear at this moment, but again, we will make sure it happens before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And the main reason I asked is because this database, as you probably know, even though you haven't been in the seat too long, this database has lingered for a long time. So many of us are excited that it's getting toward the finish line, and I want to make sure it keeps getting there. And I would hate to sort of find out months later that the person didn't get hired and therefore the project stalled. So please keep that on your radar.
Yes, sir, I will.
The DHCD did hire someone recently to adjust how the agency tracks HPTF data so that we can see how much money is going to each of the required income levels. Is that person working on updating the housing database, or do they do something else? How do they, what are they responsible for?
So we put all of our data and review it through our compliance departments and our portfolio management division. So there's a number of folks keeping different information in terms of how they're executing their job functions. So I don't believe that the Housing Production Trust Fund person is doing everything overall, but we do have a person that is, making sure the data is synthesized and it's, there's quality control and that it's accurate.
Okay. And so let me, I may be even confusing myself a little bit here. What I'm trying to understand is where data live and who's in charge of it, just so I can make sense of it. So the report on the economic development return on investment, it cited a housing database. So this is one thing. And then we have the rent control database that was years in the making. I'm trying to do these two things, or will these two things live in the same place?
So the housing database for the district lives at DEMPET, I believe. And it uses some of the data that we supply. The rent control database will live here at DHCD.
Okay. I don't at this point know enough about what is in or will be in both of these, but I think it's worth being mindful of whether these databases should be connected in any way. And I don't know the answer to that. I'm just really trying to understand where things live and whether it makes sense.
So my understanding of it is that, our housing database is in terms of the units that we fund for preservation or development. There's that database, or the units that we provide funding for in terms of the single family rehab program, or how many borrowers use our HPAP dollars. So those are the kind of databases that we use. In terms of the RAD database, that's the database that will focus on all rental units in the district, regardless of whether or not we have funded them. So we are administering the rent control, rent registrations, and things like that. So if you are a rental unit in the district, it should be in this database, and they may or may not have been funded with our dollars.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that clarification. So we have made a lot of notable investments in housing, affordable housing in Ward 7 and 8, but the report, again, going back to the economic development return on investment report, shows no money was spent on incentives to produce or preserve affordable units in Ward 3 in fiscal year 22. Often we hear from the administration about a need for more affordable housing west of Rock Creek Park, where Ward 3 is located. Neighbors in that area have testified at all our hearings in support of more affordable housing in Ward 3. Why didn't we spend any money producing or preserving affordable housing in Ward 3 in fiscal year 22?
So I believe that there are some projects that are currently in the pipeline that will be delivered to Ward 3. And that will be funded in this year and even close maybe this year or early next year. So I'm happy to share what those projects will be. In addition, we have the HANTA, which is the High Area Needs Tax Abatement. And I believe there are approximately 2 projects and creating that will create, let me just make sure, I think I had a note on that. 144 units that will be in Ward 3. And there are another amount of units that are currently under review under HANTA that will be delivered to Ward 3 as well. So you will see that the investment in Ward 3 for affordable units.
Okay, we should see that in this fiscal year, next fiscal year.
Oh, yes. And I think just to clarify the number, I can give you the accurate number, but I think it was 900 units of HANTA units, or I'll just get the number to you.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that there's a broad interest in seeing more affordable housing across the city, just not concentrated. Ward 3 generally stands out because that's the part of the city that we have the least amount of affordable housing. So we have to make sure we are continuing to check our work there. So I'll look forward to that follow-up.
Okay, absolutely.
And is there anything in the proposed fiscal year 24 budget that you would point to that you would say, we expect that this will produce affordable housing in Ward 3?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is there in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget, the mayor's proposed budget, is there anything you would point to in that budget and say, I think these funds are going to produce more affordable housing in Ward 3?
Well, again, there's units in our pipeline that will produce housing in Ward 3. There is HANTA, the High Area Needs Tax Abatement, that is available for units that are produced in Ward 3. There's also IZ Plus, that is an opportunity to produce more units in Ward 3. In addition, there's accessory dwelling units, which is an opportunity for individuals that want to get funding to create affordable accessory units on their properties in Ward 3 as well.
Okay. Okay. One of the things we'll discuss in the future is looking at these various programs, how many units, if any, each of them has produced, so that we understand whether the current tools or new tools are working, and we need to sort of go back and reassess them. Has the agency acquired any units through the Affordability Covenant program at this point?
No, sir.
Why is that?
We're looking into that and trying to create an outreach plan and maybe a plan to target specific interest in it. I think that maybe we need to do a little more promotion of it, and so people understand it more, but we have not gotten any interest at this point.
Okay. I hope the agency will focus on this. This is a program I think has a lot of progress. I introduced a bill to this effect. The idea came from folks in the private sector, the original idea, and from local think tanks. And it's one that I think has some promise. As I discussed with some folks earlier, not a silver bullet, but one of these programs that can help put a dent in our availability of affordable housing.
And I think that, we have, just so you're aware, we've talked to a number of homeowners, and there has not been interest. So I think that one of the things that we'll do is reach out to stakeholders and see what kind of changes or tweaks we can make to make it more interesting, or what needs to happen in order to use this tool to create affordable housing units in Ward 3, because I do feel like it is potentially one with good impact.
I appreciate that. The Mayor's Budget Support Act establishes a land purchase partnership program, which would allow the district to purchase housing and resell it with long-term affordability covenants attached. There's no funding attached to that. Do you see a way for this program to get off the ground without funding?
Well, I think it just allows us to use another tool in terms of housing production trust fund. So we could use the housing production trust fund dollars or other resources to purchase that land. It's just another way to create affordability, really.
Do you have a thoughts on whether acquisitions through, are you familiar with the 10801 process? This is not a process that, okay. Do you have thoughts on whether land acquired through the land purchase partnership program should go through the 10801 process?
I haven't thought about it before. I mean, that's interesting. I haven't thought about it, but I can provide some feedback to you.
I appreciate it. One of the witnesses raised it. I hadn't thought about it either. And I thought it was a good question. Not an immediately obvious answer to me. We will have to think through that if this stays in the BSA. So we will work with you and your team on that. I'm going to move to home buying programs and want to spend a minute on your $8 million enhancement to support the Black homeownership strike force recommendations. What will that funding do?
That funding will go towards the home purchase assistance program, and I can let my agency fiscal officer talk more about that.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I will point out one thing. It's not recorded correctly in the budget book. You'll see it under activity 4110. It should be under activity 3030 for HPAP. And it's just one of many funding sources that will go into HPAP to augment.
Okay. So then what's the goal for this? If it's going into HPAP, why are we promoting it as an enhancement to support Black homeownership strike force recommendations?
So I think it just was placed in a different category than HPAP. It probably, my understanding is that it just was misplaced in the budget book, but it is for.
Okay. And what are the goals for this $8 million?
Well, we have a growing demand on for down payment assistance through the HPAP program. So it's to help meet the demand.
All right. What if this money gets used, but not by Black homeowners?
Well, the majority of the homeowners that are using HPAP currently are Black homeowners. So,
okay.
So far, that has not been an issue. I believe something like 90% of the homeowners that are using HPAP are Black.
I appreciate. I've seen that data. I think it maybe came from you all in your performance oversight hearing. So let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Parker. If you have questions, if you have a statement, do you have a statement or just questions?
Just questions.
Excellent. Well, please go ahead. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Chair White. It's good to see you again, Director Green. I wanted, and I know I missed some of your exchange with Chair White, but I heard testimony earlier about the pending rent increase for rent control properties. And I just wanted to get clear. There's a lot of discussion around pending legislation. And just for those that may be watching, I know Chair White, myself, and others were interested in putting forth proposals to kind of ensure that residents didn't feel the pinch of rent increasing nearly 10%. In order to do that on an emergency basis, we could not have a fiscal impact with the legislation. And my understanding is that DHCD said that such legislation would incur a cost, that it would require additional FTEs of the agency. And I would just like to get a sense of what is the financial burden that legislation before the council would have placed on the agency. So specifically, I'll talk about the proposal that I was interested in that would have capped a rent increase on rent control properties at 5%. Can you speak, Director, to what would have been the financial burden on DHCD in order to help implement this legislation on an emergency basis?
So the fiscal impact of changing direction would have included doing new petitions, the inquiries that we would have to follow up on. There would be additional duties, administrative duties that surround that, just change in direction. So, you know, those are some of the things that would have to happen at this point.
And is there a dollar figure you can give us?
I have not quantified it exactly, but I'm happy to quantify that, as I mentioned to Chairman White, and send you the estimate.
Okay. Do you know when we might be able to get that estimate? Might it be before tomorrow morning?
Probably not, sir. I would have to speak to my agency fiscal officer and ask her how long it would take.
So I'm curious. So if the agency is saying, yes, we would incur a fiscal impact, which essentially precludes the council from advancing emergency legislation, yet there isn't a specific dollar amount you can provide, how are we to ensure that that is an accurate assessment?
Well, again, I can provide you with the fiscal impact, but it's sort of runs logically. The information in terms of petitions have gone out already on the current increase. We would have to draw those back. So that would be a cost. New petitions and inquiries would also be a cost. We would have to also take away from the individuals that are currently working on the RAD database. So that would be a cost. So just while I can't quantify exactly right now how much it would be, but all those things in changing direction and even creating a process for doing that, since that hasn't been done before, would be a cost. Again, I'm happy to give you an exact quantification estimate, but just logically, it would be a cost.
And can you give a range of what you anticipate that cost might be?
It would be at least one FTE, I would suppose.
Okay, one FTE. And I just want to get clear, what is that dollar amount? Is that like roughly 100,000, under $100,000?
So, Councilmember Parker, I don't want to venture a guess and then have you come back and say, oh, it was 100, it was 80. So I'd rather just take the time and give you accurate information.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that, and it would require DHCD to maintain at least one FTE. And so while I am sensitive to the fact that it would require work and folk would need to be compensated for that work, another question I would have is there no internal capacity where one could, for the sake of people not incurring close to a 10% increase in rent, take on that work, even if it's in a temporary basis? Because I want residents to understand that the council wants to act. The stipulations before us require that emergency legislation does not have a fiscal impact. And the barrier between rent rising nearly 10% for rent control properties and it not is DHCD saying the agency will incur a fiscal impact. And what I'm hearing you say is, well, we actually don't even know what that fiscal impact would be.
So Councilmember Parker, I just wanted to just make very clear to the residents of the District of Columbia that DHCD did not set the rent increase. So
I'm clear, but in order to process
feel like
the legislation that would stop the increase, or not, I shouldn't say stop the increase, cap the increase, which myself and other members are interested in, the response we got from DHCD was that is not possible because it would incur cost. And if we are saying that it would only be 1 FTE, to me, it seems difficult to square that we couldn't find that capacity in-house within the agency, which is pretty massive, in order to save thousands of people from potentially being displaced from the city.
So let me just, this is sort of the challenge of me even giving an estimate, because you just said that the agency said that we said it would only be 1 FTE. What I was saying would be a minimum of 1 FTE at least. So I just want to be really clear on that, right? So that's a challenge of me kind of venturing a guess and then having it come back to me. And that's why I want the time. I think in the time that we got the request for a fiscal impact, we had very little time to respond. And so we said, the question was, will there be an impact or not? The answer was, yes, there will be an impact. We are also focusing on the RAD database right now, which is taking a number of resources to make sure we get that on time and deliver to the district residents as promised. So what I'd like to say to you again is I'd like a moment, if you would give it to me, to give you what the fiscal impact is actually, so that we can be clear on what that is.
Yes. I trust that Chair White and my colleagues want to work with you and the mayor to ensure that residents are not experiencing these drastic rent increases. And for landlords out there that may be watching, this isn't an attack on landlords, but it is to say that we need to be thoughtful about relief. And I trust Director Green, you are interested in that. But I just want to make sure people are clear that the roadblock between us right now on the council side is that we cannot advance emergency legislation that has a fiscal impact. And that fiscal impact is coming from DHCD, as we understand from our budget office. So I look forward to hearing more from you all on that. In my remaining, go for it.
No, actually, I just also want to say our mission is to create affordable housing for, so we live that every day, and we do not want to see residents not have affordable housing. So we will get that to you as soon as possible, so that whatever decisions need to be made can be made.
Yeah, and I would say, I don't even know if this is possible, but if it is possible for tomorrow AM and we can move forward in the legislative meeting that the council has tomorrow, and somehow this could be worked out that emergency legislation can advance, I think that would be a win for the mayor's administration, the council, and more importantly, the district residents that are at risk of being displaced. I want to come to this Housing Production Trust Fund report that was recently submitted. And it seems as though while we're making progress in expanding affordable housing through the trust fund, there are some areas that we are not making as much progress. And I just want, if you could just characterize what might be some of the barriers for developing more deeply affordable housing between 0 and 30% AMI. How might you characterize that so that we can think about solutions on the council side?
So since 2019 through current year to date, we have actually invested more in the 30% below population among all of our funding resources. So 44% of our funding resources have gone to the 30% and below income strata. 42% have gone to the resources of 50% to 30%. And 14% of our allocation has gone to 80% to 51%. Now, that's not specific to Housing Production Trust Fund. That's our overall allocation. The reason for that is in making the decisions, we want to be able to provide affordable units to all of the income categories. We have additional funding sources that are available to 30% and below, such as a local rent supplement, which is not available to higher income categories. So that is a challenge that we have. But
That is
going
my time.
forward, we should be able to, we will see even greater investments in 30% and below.
Okay, that is my time for this round. I have some follow-ups, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Ms. Spooner, as the agency financial officer, do you, from the CFO's office of the CFO's perspective, have thoughts on the fiscal impact of emergency legislation or rent control? What the cost would be to the agency?
I don't actually, because the first time I heard about it was about 15 minutes ago. So
right,
yeah, I would need to understand a lot more and talk to the program area.
Okay, I appreciate it. We will make sure you are looped in. So if going back to the Black Homeownership Strike Force, is some of that money for communications? I'm trying to remember when I was looking through this. I thought I saw something about communications on this. Is that part of the $8 million?
No, there's so there were two enhancements. One was $8 million for HPAP associated with Black Homeownership Strike Force. The other was $1.5 million for the AIRS program. $1 million of that was specifically to augment the funding already set aside for the AIRS program, and $500,000 was for an outreach program.
Okay.
Related to AIRS.
Thank you. Okay, that's right. That's right. Yes, thank you. That is where I saw the communications plan. Director, do you know at this point what that communications plan might look like?
So there was an RFA that was put out for the AIRS program. The responses are due actually today. And we will be able, depending on what the responses are and who they're from, we'll be able to understand what that communications plan will look like.
Okay. And do you have any thoughts at this point of what the demand will be for this program?
I don't actually. I'm assuming it'll be significant in terms of, creating or sustaining wealth in families. I assume it'll be significant. And one of the things that we have asked for in the RFA for the outreach is to make sure we're educating folks about estate planning and what they need to do in terms of transferring homes to the next generation.
Okay. And I'm going to be very transparent here. When I look at the communications on this, one of the things I'm going to be critical about or critical of in examining it is how much is needed for the program versus how much is needed for communication, and to make sure communications on this, it doesn't look like, for lack of a better term, vanity comms. So I see a number of programs where I see the mayor's name this big, the name of the program this big. It's not in DC colors, it's in, green. I want to make sure, particularly now that we're moving into a different financial time where we just don't have a lot of money to throw around, that we are being very diligent and conscious with every single dollar. And this isn't something I've been critical as a council member of in the past, but it is something that I'm going to be really looking at because of where we are financially. So the Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, gives loans to first-time home buyers to buy a home. As of last summer, each buyer can get a maximum of $202,000 in assistance, up from $80,000. I should note it was $40,000 when I tried to use it. Last month, you said that DHCD received a significant increase in HPAP applications this year, but HPAP budget increased only by $1.2 million for a total of $22.3 million. Do we need to be putting more money into the HPAP program?
I'll let Beth answer that.
So you'll probably see some of the impact of that increase coming toward the council soon, because we do have some reprogrammings coming your way to move available non-local funding towards that program. You know, my role is not to speak on policy, but my that if things continue as they are, that HPAP would require more resources than it's currently operating with.
And we have enhancement in 2024 to get to 30 million that will address the increased demand, along with the analysis of market conditions in terms of availability of houses to purchase. So I think that what's in the mayor's budget for next year should be sufficient.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that that there may be more money available there soon. So last year, council passed a law that would give HPAP home buyers up to $25,000 in repair funds. And you couldn't do, when I applied for HPAP, you couldn't need major repairs. It had to be able to pass inspection. I'm a little bitter. I love where the program has gone. It reflects incorporating feedback. The goal there was to get more houses up to inspection standards so buyers had more affordable options. DHCD was supposed to start that program on April 1st, but the committee has heard from the agency that it's not starting due to low demand. If the program hasn't started yet, how can the agency determine a lack of demand?
So what I see is that the lenders are taking that amount that may be needed in repairs into account. So the overall mortgage will account for whatever repairs might be needed in that amount. And so the HPAP still goes to down payment assistance, but the mortgage is taking into account any repairs.
Through the like 203K loans, the
just for, you know, so the house costs $100,000. There's $5,000 of repair. They will make it $105,000 so that the repairs can happen, and the down payment assistance is still used as as it would normally happen.
Okay. Well, so if a house is sold sort of, as is, there are repair issues. So let me back up. How did we anticipate this program would work? Where would the $25,000 come in?
So my understanding is that it was initially anticipated that just as you described, people would buy homes as is, would need some repair done after they moved into the home based on inspection or property needs assessment, and that money would be used to create that or to spend for that. But I do believe that that's being taken care of either, again, through the mortgage or with negotiation with the seller to take care of it up front before they buy. There's not as much as is in this program. So it's sort of being taken care of by the first lender and the negotiations with the seller. So we haven't seen a large demand for it.
So how do you, if the program didn't start, how do you, so you're saying we haven't seen a large demand, but the program never came online. So how do we reconcile that?
So with our housing counselors and with the folks that are administering the program, I feel like we would hear from them that they weren't able to close on a loan or there was a challenge with it in terms of because of, you know, the repairs that were needed on a property. We just haven't had that feedback. Or a call to say open the program because we have homes that need repairs and we can't close. We haven't had that feedback at all.
Right, but if people know that, but if this pot of money doesn't exist, then people wouldn't be expecting it. So they wouldn't be saying, oh, we couldn't close because of this issue. I think they wouldn't be looking for homes that needed those repairs. Unless they were looking at like 203K loans. So who are you meeting with or talking to make sure either the program is implemented in a way that makes sense for lenders and home buyers, or to determine whether or not you think the program is needed at all?
So we're talking to the folks that are implementing our, the administrators of our HPAT program, so that we can get the feedback from them. But we are going to implement the program. That is, we will implement the program.
Okay.
But again, it just in terms of my anecdotal estimate and discussions around why we haven't implemented the program or where it is, just haven't gotten the feedback that there's this demand for it. But we will implement the program, and maybe when we implement the program, we will see a greater demand. But I think, again, those repair issues, if any, are being taken care of either through negotiations with the seller or the lender in some way by buying down the cost of the house, etc. So,
okay. All right, I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad to know that you will implement it, and then we can see what uptake looks like, and see what makes sense for the city. When will the program be implemented?
I could get back to you in terms of the exact timing. I don't want to give you the wrong information or miss deadlines. So I will get back to you in terms of, but looking at by the end of this fiscal year.
All right, I appreciate it. I want to remind, as we close on this, the program was supposed to come online April 1st. So we are going to stay on you to make sure it gets implemented soon. And then we'll look for that timeline. Councilmember Parker, and then I think Councilmember Fruman has joined, so he'll be after you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chair White. Hi, Ms. Spooner. I didn't get a chance to ask questions of you, but I wanted to confirm your role with the agency.
I'm the agency fiscal officer.
Yes, that's what I thought. And so it was a bit surprising to hear that you hadn't even heard about the proposed legislation until our discussion today. And so how often are you weighing in on legislative matters or how they impact the agency in a financial way?
I do that fairly rarely. I will help the program staff price out what they say that they need, right? If someone says to me, we need a grade 13 for 6 months, and we need this piece of software, and we need postage for 3,000 mailings, I'll help them price that. But I'm not a program expert, so it's not really my role to determine what widgets are required in order to produce the outcome that the legislation is asking for.
So is it fair to say if Director Green needs to get back on a dollar amount and you are just hearing about this today, that you will be part of that discussion in determining what the cost might be to implement an emergency cap on rent increases? I'm just trying, would you be involved in that discussion traditionally?
I may be part if the program staff feels like they need my guidance.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get clarity. And I would say it's a bit alarming to hear that although despite weeks of discussion with our budget office, with the agency, that you wouldn't have heard about this measure on top of that, it's a fiscal cliff that is pretty important for the entire city. And so I just want to reiterate that I think it's the responsibility of the agency to kind of work with the council and the mayor to come up with a plan and versus just allowing this to happen by default. Director, I want to
interrupt for 1 second. So in case I'm missing something, council member, we received this request on Friday for fiscal impact, this past Friday.
That's not accurate. That's not accurate.
So that is when I got the message. So I'm not quite sure where the communication breakdown.
Maybe that's when you got the message, but that is not accurate.
Okay. Well,
I'm happy to go back.
I'm
happy to go back through the timeline.
Okay, awesome.
I'm happy to go back through the timeline, but I would reiterate that this fiscal cliff is one for the city. It is not just connected to the emergency legislation. And the thing that is standing in between thousands of residents potentially being displaced from the city versus not is a fiscal impact that DHCD is saying it will incur. And the fiscal agent for your agency is saying they didn't know anything about it. The agency can't come up with a dollar amount. And so that is concerning. And we will follow up with you.
In fact-based information, my understanding is that we got it on Friday. If that's incorrect, then I will look personally at the timeline in which it was received to the agency and respond to that. In addition, in terms of estimating it, whether or not there's a fiscal impact, a change of direction does cause a fiscal impact. Pull 2,000 plus petitions and then reissue 2,000 plus petitions, that is a fiscal impact. Now, the amount of the fiscal impact, I'm happy to get to you as soon as possible, because I agree, this is a legislation that is very important, and I don't want to sit here estimate something that is incorrect, but there is a fiscal impact, point blank. And we will get that to you as soon as possible, sir.
Thank you. I'm coming to the proposed fiscal year 24 budget, and I'm zooming into the rental accommodations division, because it's my understanding that that would be the office that would deal with the petitions that we're talking about. I noticed that there is 11 FTEs in that office. There was 11 FTEs last year. There is proposed to keep that flat. Can you describe what this office and those ATs are doing traditionally?
They administer the rental housing laws in the district. They also deal with the tenant opportunity to purchase questions and acts and everything that's related to that. They also send out letters of non-compliance. And so they deal with all the issues for housing providers in the district.
Okay, that is helpful. And is any of what they are doing, or let me ask this way. So those are 11 full-time FTEs. Are there any vacancies there?
No.
No vacancies.
The database administrator that we are looking to hire is the only vacant FTE.
Okay. And then I wanted to come to this RAD database that you were discussing. And just at a high level, can you describe for those viewing what the agency is working on when you say you would have to work to pull somebody off of that RAD database?
So the RAD database is something that was proposed to create an electronic way to get information on all the rental housing units that are in the district. So instead of being a paper-based system or a FileNet system, it'll be an electronic system where individuals, landlords can do their registrations, and people could look up the history of rent increases and all the information on a unit that's available for rent in the district. In electronic.
Okay. And I know that stems back many years. Let me come back to, let me ask this. So if we were to try to put a cap on rent increases for rent control properties, what impact would that have on that database and how you all are currently working with it?
So
you reference this as one of the reasons why this is one of the barriers I'm trying to understand what about this database, and if there was a change, potentially a cap on rent increases, how would that change the course of work for the agency as it relates to that database?
And I think the best way for me to do is to get back to you with the fiscal impact on the agency, and then, we have that outlined for you.
Okay, we could come back to that. But one more time, for those watching, there is a fiscal cliff pending for thousands of district residents. There is a proposed rent increase for nearly 10% for many residents. And the one thing standing in between us being able to do something on the council side is a potential fiscal impact with DHCD. And so that is why we're having this discussion now. Two other things I just wanted to get clarity on in terms of the mayor's proposed 24 budget. Under the development finance division, and I just want to make sure I'm tracking some of this. I noted that there is a decrease in FTEs in the residential services or the HPAP program. What impact, if any, will that have on the agency's ability to administer HPAP and service more people?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So there's a proposed cut of 4 FTEs. There were 8 FTEs last year for the HPAP program, if I'm reading this correctly, under the Development Finance Division, Code 3030. And I'm asking, what impact will the cut of 4 FTEs have on the agency's ability to administer the program?
I will refer to my agency fiscal officer regarding cuts and FTEs.
2 of those FTEs were associated with the repair program. And they were authorized for one time only. So 1 year, FY23 only. So those came off the top. So we've never filled those positions. So I would argue there's no net impact there. Except insofar as there may be a staffing need for that program. The other 2 FTEs were vacant and they were reallocated across the agency. So those also don't have an impact.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat back what I think I heard just to make sure I got it right. So while on the books, there's a reduction in 4 FTEs, 2 of them had not been filled, and the other 2 were repurposed throughout the agency. So that is correct. And so what impact, if any, will this have on the agency's ability to administer HPAP? Because we're using that as leverage to say we're going to increase Black home ownership, we're going to do X number of things, and we're seeing a potential reduction in FTEs.
There'll be no impact on HPAP. HPAP will be delivered in accordance with the need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions, an opening statement?
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I think it's pretty late in the day for me to do an opening statement, so I'll go to a handful of questions. And thank you for your time today. One question grows out of the back and forth with Councilmember Parker about the RAD database, which I heard testimony about a week or so back at a different hearing. But am I to understand, Director Green, that the RAD database will show the history of rent in individual units, in every individual unit or across the city?
Yes, that's the intention of it.
So you would see, where and will a unit be designated as rent stabilized or not in that database?
I'm not sure of exactly how will be categorized, but I believe yes.
And so you can see on the rent side, the history. Is there anything about rates of return that owners have or costs that the owners bear that would be in that database, or that's a separate sort of issue?
Potentially, I'm not sure exactly, but in terms of the request to increase rents, it will, what petitions have happened as a result of particular unit. It may be in that format for sure, but I'm not sure it will be in the depth of what you're saying.
I see. So, but I mean, will it have the capacity to link the petitions, for example, so that if I go to look at it, and will I, as a council member or a member of the public, have access to that database, or is that some?
For the public, so the public can use that information from the database.
So I could go and look at a building and see, this building, this unit, this is what the rent has happened, and perhaps it would then also link to petitions and other histories about the cause for the different rent increases.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see that. I have to say, this whole debate that's happening around this 8.9% increase has made me think that we need to think again about our laws on this subject and try to figure out if there are things that we can do so that it works better than it feels like it's working. I have not been a part of the back and forth on the different legislation. I am a little bit struck by that an irony that I saw in the last back and forth of, well, if you did this legislation, it would have a fiscal impact on DHCD because extra work for different people. And then the flip side on the HPAP, where it comes up, well, we may lose 2 positions, and will that have an impact? And it doesn't. So I'll leave that to Councilmember Parker, but this has been a challenging thing for everybody, and it's a challenging thing, honestly, it's a challenging thing to do on emergency legislation. This came up fast on me. I'm deeply concerned about the fiscal cliff that Councilmember Parker talks about. It goes back to why I think we need to take a hard look at this and figure out what we can do, whether or not whatever happens tomorrow, I think we need to take a hard look at it. And I'm excited to have the tool of the RAD database. And I'm curious when you think that might be.
Our goal is to make sure that it's available by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, fabulous. We've talked a little bit about this before, and thank you for taking the time to have a conversation with me a couple of weeks back, and it was very, very helpful to me. I really appreciate it. One of the ideas that I had floated was the creation of a fund to be able to buy properties that you could then, in a sense, RFP out with high levels of affordability built into it. And I was pleased to see in the BSA that the mayor is proposing a fund that's not crazy different from what I had been suggesting. The biggest difference is it doesn't have any money in it yet. And I'm curious, maybe you've spoken about this, and if you have spoken at length about this already, I apologize, but where do you see the money coming from for that eventually? And how do you see that fund operating? My goal in proposing what I did in my budget letter was to get a conversation going about how we might do this. And I think the mayor has advanced that. And I'm curious if you can speak to where the money might come from and how it might work once you had money to work with.
So currently, I look at it as another affordable financing tool to create affordable housing. So if we use housing production trust fund dollars or other existing sources to buy the land and create affordability covenants on it, they could last in perpetuity with the land. So I look at it like that currently. It's a way to, again, use our housing production trust fund tools in a way to create longer affordability.
And is the idea of that, though, that it might be that Housing Production Trust Fund dollars might pass through this fund, it might be allotted to the Housing Production Trust Fund, but then some dollars transfer into this fund to be used for purchase as a parallel way of advancing.
Well, not net new dollars. It is just, again, instead of applying the dollars to the construction, we would apply the dollars to the land.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And as the way that you're thinking about it was we'd buy the land and then we would do RFPs on it? Is it sort of along the lines of what I was talking about, that once we owned the land and had purchased the land, that we'd invite proposals for how it might be used with high levels of affordability?
Would already be in the pipeline and would have come through the RFP, and then we would allocate the fund or the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars to the land as opposed to the construction.
So then, but the price for the land would have to have been settled before there was an RFP on it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, well, that's interesting. I mean, the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars are not at their highest level in this coming year, so it makes it a challenge to do this, but it could be an interesting thing to try with on a property or two to use this vehicle and see how it works.
Absolutely, sir.
And speaking of the Housing Production Trust Fund, and I imagine you've spoken a lot about this, we've had a series of years where enormous sums of money have gone into the Housing Production Trust Fund, and we've been able to do a lot. What's the magnitude of what you think we're going to be able to do with the dollars that are going into the Housing Production Trust Fund for the next fiscal year? And go ahead.
It's hard to say currently, but we do have 3,800 units currently in our pipeline that are scheduled to close. So those units will continue to close and go forward into the rest of this fiscal year and likely into maybe the beginning of the next fiscal year. So that is the positive, and we will continue to figure out ways to leverage the 100 million Housing Production Trust Fund to create affordable units. We will have a RFP in July, and we will figure out ways to be creative to maximize those dollars as much as possible.
Well, you just took away my next question, was when were you hoping to have an RFP? And so July, and there's been, you guys have worked hard on this, but there's always been an effort to try to regularize it. So you have one a year at a predictable, or two a year. Is your thinking now that we're in a 1 year phase? If your hope is to have one in July, is your hope then to have another one in the next July, or what's your flight path on?
So before I got here, there was a commitment to do 2 a year.
Okay.
So we will continue to move forward 2 a year, July and January of each year.
Okay. It's my understanding that there was $17 million set aside for a housing preservation fund in FY22, and I've heard from advocates that the money hasn't been allocated to the fund, and currently there's only $4 million in that fund. Can you speak to what's happening with that preservation fund and what your plans and hopes are for that housing preservation fund?
Go ahead. Yes, so the $17 million that was appropriated in FY22 from ARPA dollars had to go through a process to be carried forward into FY23. We've just gotten that clearance, so those dollars will be loaded today, tomorrow.
Oh, really?
$1 million that was there already was carryover from prior years of local funding, not ARPA funding. So the preservation unit now has a combined $23 million of preservation fund to work with for the balance of FY23, and then whatever would carry forward into FY24.
Well, that was a very good news answer for me to finish off, having gone over by less than a minute. So thank you very much for your testimony and your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So let me just raise one last thing on the rent control issue, Director, as you're working through that. Again, if we can resolve the fiscal impact issue by tomorrow morning, we can move emergency legislation. So DHCD has funding for an FTE for the rent control database that you haven't filled yet. So there's potential to hire someone to do this work first and then do the database work. So as I trust you're exploring every option, and I want to put that option on the table.
Okay.
I want to talk just for a moment about, we were talking earlier in this hearing about 30% AMI, and I wanted to get clarification on one issue. You were mentioning LRSP as a program that we utilize for housing for people earning up to 30% of the AMI. I think LRSP is an operating subsidy that enables HPTF to be spent on deeply affordable housing. So these two have to work together rather than LRSP sort of financing the housing itself. Is that right?
Yeah, so one is an operating subsidy and one is a brick and mortar subsidy. And essentially the operating subsidy is a 15-year commitment that buys down the rent that the 30% and below have to pay.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. An issue, we discussed this a little bit in our oversight hearing, but it is one that continues to come up, which is the Talbert Street residents. The budget shows a one-time enhancement of $9 million for the Talbert Street retaining wall stabilization. How do you plan to use this $9 million?
I'll turn to Beth.
Yeah, we do not have an enhancement for Talbert Street. There is in the budget book $9 million in activity 4110, but that should be reflected as $8 million for HPAP for the Black Homeownership Strike Force and $1 million enhancement to the heirs property program. It is not designated for Talbert Street.
Okay, so no funding in the budget for Talbert Street. My office, other offices are still getting calls from residents as recently as about a week and a half ago, concerned because they don't know what the next steps are. This issue has been lingering for a long time. What are the next steps for residents at this point? What should they expect the resolution of this issue to look like?
So my understanding is that the mayor committed with a council member, Trayon White, to work on a plan. We are working with the residents to figure out next steps in terms of housing and where also that they can also potentially use HPAP again to purchase housing units in a more stable location.
Right. So then the plan is to take folks out of Talbot Street. We don't believe we're going to be able to stabilize that. Okay. The residents are still paying their mortgages at this point, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So if we have determined that we're not going to be able to stabilize this project and people are still paying mortgages, what should we be doing at this point with respect to the residents?
So we're working with lenders to figure out what their exit plan will be, and that'll be a conversation. But of course, the end result is that it won't affect the residents, and they'll have a clean slate in which to purchase a new home.
But if they're paying mortgage now, I'd say they are affected. At what point will they not be paying mortgages anymore?
Well, it depends on where they move to. If they're going to pay mortgages to where they move to. But when they exit, they will have a plan for a payment. But until we work out the exit plan with the mortgagors, they should stay current, because that may be a mortgage that they transfer to a new location, or we're not quite sure what the lender will do, but we want to make sure they stay current. So the lender is willing to work with us on it for the next location.
They moved into these residences probably about 5 years ago at this point. So home prices have gone up. So purchasing power is lower than it was. I'm having difficulty figuring out where they're going to be able to buy something anywhere comparable. Do you think that they will be able to?
Yes, I do think they will be able to. And I also think that since the 5 years ago, HPAP down payment assistance has also gone up, which will also help them to be able to afford similar units.
How soon will conversations with lenders and concluding that aspect of this process take place?
We are currently in conversation. The conversations have been ongoing and in cooperation with the other agencies that have been focusing on Talbert, including DHCD, OAG, ourselves. So we are currently in ongoing process and conversations.
Will these residents get priority with HPAP?
Yes, sir, that is the plan.
Okay. What's the level of communication
Let me
with
just also
residents?
clarify, there's a couple ways to approach Talbert, right? Not only will they get priority, but they may just be able to keep their HPAP amount. So we'll just, so they already had HPAP, a lot of them. So maybe they'll just be able to transfer it somehow. So not sure what it'll be prioritization. I don't want to say that that's the way we'll go, but they will be able to use some sort of down payment assistance or whatever they need to be stable in a new home.
Okay. What about liability in the district recouping losses on the Talbert Street project? Because that was a lot of taxpayer money.
That was. And that is a very good question. And that's something that we are working through with our general counsel and OAG and DHCD and other agencies to figure out how to address recouping some of that liability.
And what about future projects? It seems clear that this project should not have been approved from structurally. DHCD gets money to folks to develop housing. What is the role of DHCD to make sure that housing is built the way it's supposed to be and maintained the way it's supposed to be?
So DHCD role is primarily gap financing. We work with Department of Buildings and lenders. We also do inspections as they are going up. As part of the construction process, several reports are done, borings are done. All of the things that are required in the construction process were completed in this project. So there is some sort of review I think should be done, I would say, about sort of where the gaps were, where the missteps happened, and to see who is liable. And I think that's part of the process for Talbert. Sure. And I think this is an opportunity to learn a lot of lessons.
It is. I want to make sure we learn every possible lesson. I know a lot of us feel for the residents at Talbert Street. This was seemed an incredible opportunity, and now folks' lives have been in limbo for years now. My hope is that we are nearing the end of the limbo process, and that we will see a happy ending to this saga. So I appreciate your work on this, and hope that could you commit to making sure there's communication with residents about where things stand now? I am concerned that people reach out to my office saying they just don't know where things stand.
My understanding is that there is a your monthly communication that is going on with residents. They should be hearing from us soon about a very specific exit plan in the next couple of weeks. And each one of them will be getting that plan and working with us on a plan about where they want to go and what their goals are and how to reach their goals.
Great. I'm sorry, when will that communication happen?
Communication has been ongoing with the folks that represent the tenants, and they will be hearing from us more directly in a couple of weeks on an individual basis.
The tenants will. Okay. There seems to be a gap because as recently as the 23rd of March, I heard concerns about lack of information. So I'm glad to know that you will be communicating with the individual residents soon. My final question, the current fiscal year 23 budget has $31 million in ARPA funds to, and this is a quote, purchase one or more hotels as a place to stay while these residents are connected to permanent housing vouchers and completing the lease-up process. This initiative would assist 200 residents, end quote. I understand that this plan didn't work out to purchase one or more hotels. Is that right?
That is not my understanding. My understanding is that DHS and DGS are currently focused on purchasing some congregate settings, and that's in the process.
Okay. Let me. What funding is DHS and DGS using?
ARPA.
Okay. I may send you a follow-up question on that. My information is different, so I'll reconnect with you if you don't have anything further on that.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to.
Okay. Director and Ms. Spooner, I want to thank you both for being with us today. I do want to thank all of our public witnesses for their testimonies. I want to thank everybody who tuned in. And as always, I want to note that anyone who wants to submit testimony but couldn't testify today, written testimony is welcomed and encouraged and will be made part of the official record. You can submit testimony by email to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov. housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Monday, April 10th, 2023. If you're interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up at robertwhiteatlarge.com so we can be in touch with updates. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is 4:13 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Thank you all again.
Thank you, sir.